begin with new details and new interviews on a case that we have been covering extensively here on News Nation Prime. 5-year-old Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. Her parents say she vanished within minutes from their home in Rogersville, Tennessee. But months of searching have come up empty. There have been no new leads and no evidence, not even a sighting of Summer. And suspicion has started to turn to her parents, Don and Candace Wells. They have been adamant that Summer was abducted. But tonight, the sheriff on the case says everyone is a person of interest. Correspondent Brian Enton is live tonight in Tennessee, where he spoke with Summer's dad in his first interview since he appeared on Dr. Phil. Brian.
Marnie, you know, we've talked about this case, we've covered this case, but to be on the ground here in Tennessee, you realize right away just how complex it is. All of the different personalities involved, and just the mystery that this little girl, 5 months later, is still missing. Flying into Tennessee, we weren't sure what to expect. Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. No new leads and basically no new information since the 5-year-old vanished from her Northeast Tennessee home.
I can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
Summer's been missing since June 15th, and there are definitely some people who are not happy that we've come here to dig into the case. Some people on social media basically just telling us to stay away. But there are still so many unanswered questions about where Summer is. It's now been 5 months since Summer Wells disappeared. Do your investigators know anything more now than they did 5 months ago?
We really don't know anything more, but everything's still on the table.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is in charge of the investigation.
Everybody that's involved in this case is a person of interest. We've not ruled anyone out.
Summer's dad, Don Wells, agreed to meet with us. We talked to him on the edge of his property where Summer disappeared. What do you think happened? What does your heart tell you?
Well, I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted. Someone snuck up there and we weren't exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they come in the basement and grabbed her, or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something.
You can see the Wells house up through the trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace. Her younger brothers and her grandmother was also on the property. And what the family thinks happened is that someone took Summer, brought her down this steep embankment to possibly a car that was waiting in the roadway.
And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she was downstairs on the place. So I went over here like this.
Summer's mom, Candace, allowed podcaster Chris McDonough with the interview room into her home in July.
This is how I would get down here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can down here or not.
They went downstairs in the cluttered house and into Summer's bedroom.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was.
This is the back door Summer may have disappeared through.
But I know I did come out there and said, Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here.
Do you think Candace would speak with me?
I don't know. We had to beg her, to please go on Dr. Phil, because she's just so been burnt thousands of times by people. So that's why she don't want to talk to nobody, and she didn't want to go on Dr. Phil. That's why she was getting upset. Because of the way the YouTubers and other people have turned on her, they've just ruined her. I'm very sorry for the occasion.
The Wells were on Dr. Phil last week, and at one point, Candace walked off.
I'm being interrogated again, and I don't want to do this anymore. Yes, I am.
We'll stop. I want you to feel comfortable.
No, I want out, and I want to go home.
I'm down.
Questions have come up about what Candace might know. Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
No.
You know what I mean?
No. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens. But other than that, no way.
Do you think any of those wrong friends could have something to do with it?
We don't know.
I know you all have had some ups and downs in your past with alcohol and drugs. Do you think one of those people that came around could have?
No, we can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social services took Summers' 3 brothers from the home earlier this year. Would you mind just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around, just me
Sure.
and just so I can, I know you don't want me up there walking around, but maybe you could just drive me around.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you
I appreciate
guys.
it. Thank you.
guys.
He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants the focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says everything is on the table. Everyone is a person of interest. They are not ruling anything out. So one theory out there is this thing called the cornbread mafia that we're seeing a lot on social media. What is it? What's the sheriff saying?
So the cornbread mafia is sort of rumored to be this underground mafia network in this area of drug dealers and people who pass drugs around and that kind of a thing. The sheriff says he's not totally aware of it. The Wells family says they had never even heard of it. But what was interesting on Dr. Phil is when it was brought up, that is what sparked Candace Wells to have that emotional moment and walk off screen.
Thanks for watching. Click the red subscribe button below so you can get more.
And what I need
We begin with new details and new interviews on a case that we have been covering extensively here on News Nation Prime. 5-year-old Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. Her parents say she vanished within minutes from their home in Rogersville, Tennessee. But months of searching have come up empty. There have been no new leads and no evidence, not even a sighting of Summer. And suspicion has started to turn to her parents, Don and Candace Wells. They have been adamant that Summer was abducted. But tonight, the sheriff on the case says everyone is a person of interest. Correspondent Brian Enton is live tonight in Tennessee, where he spoke with Summer's dad in his first interview since he appeared on Dr. Phil. Brian.
Marnie, you know, we've talked about this case, we've covered this case, but to be on the ground here in Tennessee, you realize right away just how complex it is. All of the different personalities involved, and just the mystery that this little girl, 5 months later, is still missing. Flying into Tennessee, we weren't sure what to expect. Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. No new leads and basically no new information since the 5-year-old vanished from her Northeast Tennessee home.
I can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been off for about 10 minutes now.
Summer's been missing since June 15th, and there are definitely some people who are not happy that we've come here to dig into the case. Some people on social media basically just telling us to stay away. But there are still so many unanswered questions about where Summer is. It's now been 5 months since Summer Wells disappeared. Do your investigators know anything more now than they did 5 months ago?
We really don't know anything more, but everything's still on the table.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is in charge of the investigation.
Everybody that's involved in this case.
5 months ago? Your investigators know anything more now than they did 5 months ago?
We really don't know anything more, but everything's still on the table.
Hawkins County. Your investigators know anything more now than they did 5 months ago?
We really don't know anything more, but everything's still on the table.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is in charge of the investigation.
Everybody that's involved in this case is a person of interest. We've not ruled anyone out.
Summer's dad, Don Wells, agreed to meet with us. We talked to him on the edge of his property, where Summer disappeared. What do you think happened? What does your heart tell you?
Well, I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted. Someone snuck up there when we weren't exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they come in the basement and grabbed her, or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something.
You can see the Wells house up through the trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace. Her younger brothers and her grandmother was also on the property. And what the family thinks happened is that someone took Summer, brought her down this steep embankment to possibly a car that was waiting in the roadway.
And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs, mom, to play. So I went over here like this.
Summer's mom, Candace, allowed podcaster Chris McDonough with the interview room into her home in July.
Is this how I would get down here?
Yep.
Well, I don't know if you're down here or not.
They went downstairs in the cluttered house and into Summer's bedroom.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was.
This is the back door Summer may have disappeared through.
But I know when I did come out here, I said, Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here.
Do you think Candace would speak with me?
I don't know. She's.
But I know I did come out here, I said, Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here.
Do you think Candace would speak with me? Downstairs in the cluttered house and into Summer's bedroom.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was.
This is the back. Bedroom. And into Summer's bed. Went downstairs in the cluttered house and into Summer's bedroom. But this is where Summer and little Waylon was. Uh-oh. This is the back door Summer may have disappeared through.
But I know when I did come out here, I said, Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here.
Do you think Candace would speak with me?
I don't know. She's. I mean, we had to beg her, to please go on Dr. Phil, because she's just so been burnt thousands of times by people. So that's why she don't want to talk to nobody, and she didn't want to go on Dr. Phil. That's why she was getting upset. Because of the way the YouTubers and other people have turned on her, they've just ruined her. Very sorry for the occasion.
The Wells were on Dr. Phil last week, and at one point, Candace walked off.
I'm being interrogated again, and I don't want to do this anymore. Yes, I am.
We'll stop. I want you to feel comfortable.
No, I want. Oh, and I want to go home.
Questions have come up about what Candace might know. Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
No.
you know what I mean?
No. No, she's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens. But other than that, no way.
Do you think any of those wrong friends could have something to do with it?
We don't know.
I know you all have had some ups and downs in your past with alcohol and drugs. Do you think one of those people that came around could have?
No, we can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social services took Summer's 3 brothers from the home earlier this year. Would you mind some ups and downs in your past with alcohol and drugs? Do you think one of those people that came around could have?
No, we can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social services took Summer's 3 brothers from the home earlier this year. Would you mind just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around? Just me,
Sure.
and just so I can. I know you don't want me up there walking around, but maybe you could just drive me around.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank
Appreciate
you.
guys.
He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants the focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confidence. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
Abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something.
Abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know.
Abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says everything is on the table. Everyone is a person of interest. They are not ruling anything out. So one thing.
Abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says everything is on the table. Everyone is a person of interest. They are not ruling anything out. So one theory out there is this thing called
abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says everything is on the table. Everyone is a person of interest. They are not ruling anything out. So one theory out there is this thing.
Abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says everything is on the table. Everyone is a person of interest. They are not ruling anything out. So one theory out there is this thing called the cornbread mafia that we're seeing a lot on social media.
Abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says everything is on the table. Everyone is a person of interest. They are not ruling anything out. So one theory out there is this thing called the cornbread mafia that we're seeing a lot on social media. What is it? What's the sheriff say?
cell phone and the history of cell phones and everything. Oh, this is the best gift I could have received all year. I will tell you that Pruitt was here present with the feds that told us to our face that we were not suspects. I've said this before, so this is not, well, it's a surprise. This is how fed up they are with Flop, but they're not surprised they're fed up with Flop, okay? But that they were willing to say this to his face, knowing he was most likely recording or had him on a live, to finally give everybody first person cleared as a suspect. So, I guess thank you, Hawkins, and thank you, Pruitt. Appreciate that. So I'm going to play this for you as it originally is, and I'll share it on my community well here in just a second. Okay. You got specific questions that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. Sir, have you got specific questions that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. 1, she is not a suspect. 2, threats are as far as you believe it. Sir, have you got specific questions that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. Sir, have you got specific questions that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. Sir, have you got specific questions that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. Now I'll share that on my community wall here in a minute. But here you go.
Okay, this is going to
I find that on suspect 2. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. I find that on suspect 2 threats are as far as you believe it. 1, she is not a suspect. Wow. 8. Imagine that. Now what? Now what? Now what? Everyone should hashtag. Everyone all your videos. Everyone all your narratives. lead detective on Summer's case just clearly and now publicly, thanks to Floppy, clearly Summer's head agent just has publicly said she is not a suspect. Uh-oh. Now what? Now what? Now what? Type thing goes. So I wanted to be sure, so I went ahead and made sure things are separated, slowed down. That way, people couldn't be like, "No, that's not what was said." But apparently,
Because I'm gonna post it to my community wall here, obviously, and so tried to take time out for a little while. Took a nap, and well, somebody sent me a gift. Oh, and I'm gonna post it to my community wall here in a minute. But right now we're also, because I wanted to make sure, because you know how that whole, "Hey, do you hear the ghost in the corner saying XYZ?" You know how I feel about stuff like that, right? Yeah, the ghost in the corner is saying this, do you hear it? You know, type thing goes. So I wanted to be sure, so I went ahead and made sure things were separated, slowed down. That way, people couldn't be like, "No, that's not what was said." But apparently, old Floppy there is just a gift that keeps on giving. Oh boy, Amy. This may be the biggest cell phone in the history of cell phones and everything. Oh, this is the best gift I could have received all year. I will tell you that Pruitt was here present with the feds that told us to our face that we were not suspects. I've said this before, so this is not, well, it's a surprise. This is how fed up they are with Flop, but they're not surprised they're fed up with Flop, okay? But that they were willing to say this to his face, knowing he was most likely recording or had him on a live, to finally give everybody the first person cleared as a suspect in Summer's case. So, I guess thank you, Hawkins, and thank you, Pruitt. Appreciate that. So I'm going to play this for you as it originally is, and I'll share it on my community wall here in just a second. Okay.
You got specific quotations that are pertinent to this case? Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it. Sir, have you got specific quotations that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it.
1, she is not a suspect. 2, threats are as far as you believe it.
Sir, have you got specific questions that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it. Sir, have you got specific questions that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it. Sir, have you got specific questions that are pertinent to this case? Yes. Suspect Brown is threatening people on the internet. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it.
I'll show that on my community wall here in a minute. But here you go.
Okay, this is going to
I find that on suspect 2. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it. I find that on suspect 2, threats are as far as you believe it. 1, she is not a suspect. Wow. 8, imagine that. Now what? Now what? Now what? There went your hashtag. There went all your videos. There went all your narratives. Lead detective on Summer's case just clearly and now publicly, thanks to Floppy, clearly Summer's head agent just has publicly said she is not a suspect. Uh-oh. Now what? Now what? Now what? Alright, guys. Sorry I had to go get some ice real quick. And, walk the doggy. He's not leaving me right now. So if I don't go, he don't go. I'm awful tired, but I thought it important just to play certain things right now. Been spending the last eternity. Feels like Jurassic Park, burning fires, puzzles, but last little while, last couple of weeks especially, most certainly the last few days, felt like I don't know, like Winnie the Pooh when he's chasing butterflies. And just kind of trip over a log, get back up, keep chasing the butterfly. It might be 3 or 4,000 more that join, right? As far as the butterflies go, and they're kind of everywhere, but you're chasing the butterflies backwards. And in the middle of them, every now and then, you get another critter. Usually one of these YouTube monsters. Some of their shenanigans. You leave the butterfly for a minute, start chasing the other critter backwards as well. A little scattered lately, for sure. A little bit everywhere. Whole lot of little things. Um, see, pieces I just played for you. I don't care nor have I ever cared where we place. And I still don't. So that's not the reason they're placed here. So make no mistake about that. I really don't give 3 shits as long as Summer's found and justice is served. Whatever that is here on this tiny speck spinning through space. I don't care. I just want the right person found. Persons, doesn't matter. I want them found. You know, you go all the way back to the beginning, it doesn't change. Some things do remain consistent. If you trace the little butterflies backwards, the little critters. Some things remain consistent. Despite the spiders weaving bullshit mud jello, some things remain consistent. From like week 2 all the way through to, I don't know, month 5 and beyond. I don't know, man. So I've been walking through pieces over and over and over again. At least where it concerns real media. News, real tools, real things. I think that's for the best. For the most part, there are obviously a few things around here that kind of count. But, and I don't honestly think any of that's gonna be anything Sharon Fairy Dick are doing. Especially after whatever that was. Here till there's been some risque pictures going back and forth, right? Here till Candace got all the way suddenly, weirdly, after over 2 years of being fed up and hating the shit out of Cher, though shit last couple of months, ain't we heard they're besties now? I don't know. Suddenly Candace comes out swinging the day before, says some shit that's taken down, coincides with Cher suddenly putting everything behind members only after confirming that, well, she's been doing that, but with Prairie right beside of her, so he's known, and blah blah blah, Jerry Springer, salacious, whatever. Membership
membership, and then everything vanishes. And then the next live coming up, of course, membership will. Candace's posts vanish. Kind of the same routine as the cow pool lately, eh? This doesn't seem like a familiar song and dance. Now, whether Candace is absolutely this fed up or not, I just find time and dates weird, man. I do. As always, y'all want to keep eating shit, eat it. I'm in no mood. Oh, and the thing is, some of the favorite food of little butterflies is you chase is death and piles of shit. A true story. Most people think butterflies, they think flowers and all the pretty things, but they often land on some of the worst shit. But that's what, they eat whenever it's just something. Anyway, but yeah. Hell, who knows? Back in the day, still living there on Ben Hill, I'd listen to Candace be entirely fed up and watch her face as shares in the background with Dawn and whatever. But hell, you can't trust their faces or their games or behaviors or masks or fucking horse shit. Yeah, Mud and Jello. Not then, not now. Not ever. But, definitely disrespectful regardless of anybody else, but shit, what do you expect from the dude that keeps wishing he was married to fucking Robin, and Robin was Summer's mom and all this weird gross shit, and even sharing him trying to off, all you gotta do is flirt with him, girl, and blah blah, and I'll push him over to UTM when he gets out of jail, and whatever, right? Cringe factor 9 billion. Anyway, I got off track there a little bit. Man, I don't think any jury pool, judge, law enforcement agency, if that's what Sharon and Dawn have been up to, dude, that would absolutely annihilate anything. So what the fuck's Prairie Dick out there with this serious dancing with the devil, you blind? Cher thinking she's pulling some sort of game, making people think she's really, you know what? If y'all really think, well, officer, I was showing him my bits and stuff. Well, Your Honor, dear jurors and all, it's fine. This guy who clearly has addiction and all this and whatever, sexual addictions, drug addictions, all this, I was manipulating him, and clearly he might have said or done anything, thinking he had a chance, and yeah, that'll fly. That'll totally fucking fly. So, whatever, man. I just shut him down up. So, what?
What's she doing? What's Prue doing? What are they really doing to help Summer? Not a goddamn thing fucking shit up from day one that they entered the room. Giving out, patting the asses of. Now that's to say if certain people end up being responsible for June 15th, I suppose, but either way, bro. This may be some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen, and they have tens of thousands and what actually way more than that throughout this 2+ years buying their bullshit and thinking they're doing good for or trying to get something from. And they think C&D are gonna confess or somebody's gonna break or whatever. Some dumbass creator on YouTube. Man, all they've done is fucked with shit. Fucked up shit. Y'all remember last time Barbara Walters or Bobo or Ansley or anybody were sending bits and things and pics to folks for interviews or to be like, hey, will you talk to me? Let me lure you back in, let me lure you off your head and back onto YouTube, right? Yeah. Yeah. The only thing they're baiting and luring is you all with their bullshit. Speaking of that particular phrase, recently Dawn is now talking about a beeper. I think we've already been through that a few days back and how that's nonsensical at best and the Windows again, right? Down there. And how some of what was over them still remains. Even after cops, feds, etc. been through and such, McDonough did not interview, some remained over the window. Right? And even far beyond that, you got this dipshit out here telling this story about how somebody waited till she entered the basement. Blah, blah, blah. And the fuck would anybody know she had entered the damn basement? Super genius. And then recently the addition of a peeper over there makes no. I'm just like, whatever. The same dog trail story with that shit too. Goofball. But I think that was on the sheriff's too, maybe, or the cows. Hell, I don't know. Whoever was patting asses lately, but we talked about that. Either way, windows are fully covered, my dude. There's only 2 down there. Like, so even on June 15th, not possible for anyone to have known. Makes no damn sense. Never has, never will. Never mind the weaving of a scream to fit one's fucking stupid narrative and cookie cutter 12 times a year story for everything for years. Right. But it's always struck me the moments this place is used to target everyone else
to terrorize everyone else, anybody else around Summer, her life, those speaking truth. It's always those bits about everyone is sus, everyone's still POI, everyone's whatever. You know, the thing is, if you walk that butterfly all the way back to its origins, you notice Lawson only says that after those two super fucking geniuses take polygraphs. And Don's the one that tells the media, because nobody else is, that his wife posed the polygraph, you know, right? Which does coincide with certain reward funds and shit too. But anyway, weird shit that, and the dates of certain, I don't know, interviews being done, real weird that as well. It's fun. Anyway, but, yep, gotta hurry on down to the command post, right? Yeah, okay. But every time you hear Lawson actually say that, you hear him start saying that little around the 2-week mark, right? After Summer vanishes, these two super geniuses have already taken polygraphs. Well, 3 super geniuses, right? 3 super geniuses have taken polygraphs. Then Lawson gets on the news and like, bitch, everybody's still POI and a suspect, whatever else, right? That's odd. And then they start scaling back the search in a few days of that. So those bits that this place uses to try to annihilate, terrorize, target, call everybody whatever, though there's never been a list given of who everybody around Summer's case is, this place just makes anybody whatever the fuck they want to, especially if they're directed to, or people want them to, or it benefits them somehow, as always. So, but really the moments you hear that are always after key moments of bullshit. In interviews with Sandy. This place never really fully plays shit, do they? They never even play all the pieces, you know, that the news runs is like pre-shit all the way up to like the 11 or main airing of whatever piece they cut them apart through the day. No, they play you whatever clip and shit they want to play. Whatever suits the narrative. They never play all of those things together at one time as they're meant to be seen. They play you shit that says there's no evidence of abduction or kidnapping, etc., right? To hit it, myself, others, etc. Look, I don't know what to tell anybody, but even I believe the FBI TBI info section over there for Summer says everything's still on the table. They've not ruled anything out. They'll say there's no evidence currently of something, but everything's still on the table. It's kind of pretty consistent as well. For me,
The universe is always, over here on YouTube anyway, is always taken, there's no, they've always assumed since, the Scream, right, that I was the one that was super like, she's abducted or kidnapped or whatever, man. I've always kind of, believe it or not, that's not the only thing seen, heard, witnessed on June 15th. And, I've never been like, oh yeah, she had to have been stranger abducted or kidnapped. And to me, that's not what, or all that could mean. And, I also take it in and out every day, a billion times a day. I know eventually there could be an explanation given I and my children. I don't know what that is, but I'd love one. So would they. But that's not the only thing. And there are a lot of things I put more weight on than that. Though that scream haunts and torments like nothing else in this universe possible. I'll always kind of lean towards some sort of controlled something. And definite fucking foul play. It's kind of where I stand. But yeah. They use whatever they want to hit at, to destroy, pull and push their narratives. Torture. Always has been. But I always find it odd that they leave out the part where Lawson and others only really ever say that when there's some fuckery afoot and interviews around or things around C&D, and not the rest of everybody. And I have that place, this place, on YouTube, court with public horseshit, bunch of damn nutters, Karens, suburban brain rot, true crime junkies. I don't know. They just flit around, destroying, based on fucking nobody's buying icons. And their narratives. And whatever piece they want to pull out their ass, that's whatever it is that day. And then 2 weeks later, give the opposite. And y'all know the drill. Right? If you've been here long enough, you know the drill. Anyway, I'm in a mood recently. Some things are changing, etc. We might touch on that here in a bit. I don't know. For right now, I think it's kind of important to just walk through some of the bits and pieces. Even if they're in a scattered butterfly. And Winnie the Pooh. So, I think that's what we're going to do for the next little bit. Seems like a good idea. At least to me. Oh, hold on, actually. Let's see if I can find this. It's no wonder people avoid the hell out of this and end up over here in this show. Trying to get fucking news. Good lord. Really? Of course, sure. Of course.
I swear. You know what? Alright. No, it's not. Okay. Alright. Now, this is right after that interview, right? It's right after that. And if y'all took notice, Don I was shitting on him. He's like, yeah, he compared him to McDonough, and he shit all over us. He did us bad too, blah, blah, blah. Called him some names on shares the other night. Okay, but this is right after Enton. Okay. It's right after Enton. I don't think Don appreciated it right behind that Dr. Phil fuckery and all the marathon stuff coming to it. I don't think things were going that well that October and November are quite as planned, and I don't know, man. Anyway.
Seriously, guys, you need to see this. My aunt started this after she found out that celebrities are doing
Oh, you guys, I've got a call. You know who it is. Hello? You know I'm live, right? I mean, you're not. No, I'm not. Do you want me to put you on speakerphone? Are you sure you know you're not? You say you're not supposed to go on lives. No, I did not. Who said that? Here.
Why would I kidnap my own kid?
Who said you kidnapped your own kid? I did. You're on speakerphone. You're on speakerphone. I did not say you kidnapped your own kid. What do you mean?
Why would I kidnap my own kid?
Guys, was that what I said? Don, you're on speakerphone. I'm just warning you. You're on speakerphone.
And you're sitting there running your mouth.
We're going over theories. I just said.
You know, I have a theory that you're a dumb.
You drinking tonight?
No.
Because you would not be acting like this if you weren't.
Hold on. All right. Rewind that, I guess. 'Tis the season.
Oh no. You guys, I've got a call. You know who it is. Hello? You know I'm live, right? I mean, you're not. No, I'm not. Do you want me to put you on speakerphone? Are you sure? You know you're not. You say you're not supposed to go on lives. No, I did not. Who said that? Here.
Kid. Why would I kidnap my own kid?
Who said you kidnapped your own kid? I did. You're on speakerphone. You're on speakerphone. I did not say you kidnapped your own kid. What do you mean?
Why would I kidnap my own kid?
Guys, was that what I said? Don, you're on speakerphone. I'm just warning you. You're on speakerphone.
And you're sitting there running your mouth.
We're going over theories. I just said.
You know, I have a theory that you're a dumb bitch. Is that a good?
Don, are you drinking tonight?
No.
Because you would not be acting like this if you weren't.
It's just a theory. Oh, it's just a theory, eh?
Did I say that he kidnapped his daughter?
Man, you're sitting there running your mouth. And you're saying all kind of stupid shit. Your mouth is running.
We're watching the News Nation. And it was not, that's not what I said, Dawn. That's not what I said, but I will rewind it. I will rewind it.
I got all kinds of theories too. Why? Shut up, baby. Shut up. Why in the fuck is it so impossible for somebody to fucking kidnap our kid? Why?
I said it would be one of the 5 people that were around her that day.
Who was?
I said it would be one of the 5 that were around her that day.
Oh, nobody can come up here and just kidnap her, huh? That's impossible, right?
Not a random, no.
Oh, okay. That's impossible.
A random?
Then what the fuck is she?
A random?
What the fuck is she, man? Shut up. What the fuck is she?
Hey, let Candace, I mean, you're yelling too, so why can't Candace yell?
No, man, you sitting there running your bitch fucking cock sucking dick licking mouth and saying all kinds of shit.
We're going over the News Nation videos, and I said it was one of the 5. And I said, didn't I say that you're not letting me explain myself here, please?
Fuck you.
Somebody, you're not letting me explain what I said.
No.
I said.
You guys ain't looking at the fact. Y'all sit there running your mouth.
We're watching your interview today.
No, fuck all you.
Hey.
Fuck all you bitches and hoes.
Don, I know you're drunk right now. You would not have said that had you not been drunk.
That's a fact. No,
you're live. You're live right now. Why are you saying this stuff?
Because you're sitting there saying all kind of hateful shit about us. One of the 5. Fuck you. Oh man, I'm tired of hearing your bullshit.
I said one of the 5.
No,
and I said, listen, can you let me finish? I actually said that Dawn thinks you mentioned.
Fuck you. I'm sick of all you. Go ahead and keep running your mouth about us all night long, whatever it makes you fucking happy.
Actually, I was going to move on from the topic, but I am. I already said, have you not been, you must have just joined.
No, I'm sick of y'all. Y'all say it's impossible somebody could have.
Hey, no, I'm not going to. Glitter Queen, no, I'm not going to have to.
You know so fucking much. What the fuck happened to her?
We're going over theories. No. You said today, your comment today was that you said that, Candace, the only mistake was Candace made the wrong friend. And I was saying he's talking about Allie. That's what I said.
None of you have no evidence. You just keep running your mouth.
Don't you think it's aren't you suspecting Allie?
When you don't know shit about nothing, you just run your fucking mouth constantly, 24/7 on my daughter's fucking over my daughter so you can make money because you don't give a damn. Actually, you don't care. You sit there running my daughter's name in the ground.
You know what I find weird is he starts to say, "You're running your mouth on my daughter," but then he changes it to, "You're running your mouth all over my daughter." Why that change? Oh.
Me and my wife's daughter so you can make money. When you don't know
about Allie, that's what I said.
None of you have no evidence. You just keep running your mouth.
Don't you think it's aren't you suspecting Allie?
When you don't know shit about nothing, you just run your fucking mouth constantly, 24/7 on my daughter's fucking over my daughter so you can make money because you don't give a damn. Actually, you don't care. You sit there running my daughter's name in the ground and me and my wife's name in the ground 24/7. You don't give a fuck because you're.
I'll rewind and listen to what I said, but I don't think I said that you abducted her. I don't think that I said you abducted her.
The biggest bitch out there.
I was just watching the freaking live or the video. I hadn't seen it.
You have that little bitch on your channel.
No, I don't. It's a video. I didn't even. I was watching the news.
And he's fucking pissed. He really thinks Enton is on Ziggy's. Much like he hops up on other panels if starts watching. If he thinks one of us are in chat or one of the people he hates are around, etc. Sisters, myself, others. McDonough, Josh. I don't know, that baiting shit they're trying me in shares lately is pretty funny. And now that I've been there like twice for a whole 2 seconds, all them motherfuckers are lighting their chat up. They're like, Jody Sue's lurking. Nah. Other night, I was told somebody was in there saying I'd been arrested. I was in jail. I was like, what? Turns out that rumor came from somewhere around here. But the rumor initially was that Candace, I, and Allie had all been arrested the same night. The other night. I was like, so I kept it on mute so I didn't hear any of those motherfuckers. Whenever I was like, y'all done line up this motherfucker yet? You good? Alright, now that we've cleared that up, go back out, and I did. But here, tell when Dee was watching, triggered all the way to come the fuck on. Cher tried to make people think she'd sent me messages. I'm assuming that's because she wanted to trigger Dawn to come on panel thing and she was talking to me. She ain't, and I ain't. Cause they ain't shit in that spam folder. But Don did indeed, I guess, go up after they took the fucking bait to make sure I wasn't talking to his favorite Prairie and Share porn stars or whatever. I don't take bait. Let's choose to. I ain't playing that game. So anyway, y'all just be assured I'm over there being like in the bushes, cause I don't give no damns. That things remains pretty consistent. So anyway, yeah, this idiot thought his least favorite fucker at the time, Enton, who kind of undermined and undone his and Mullen and everybody else's work on the Dr. Phil, and this was, of course, not long after, C pulled the stunt on me and wanted me for some reason to change my story and what I'd witnessed, though Dawn had already admitted, apparently online, to the shower shit eons for Allie had apparently talked about it. I just, but for some reason it mattered with my voice. But I not say that I recant or do whatever. I'm like, fuck. Yeah. So, yeah, more games of bullshit. As the Dr. Phil eyes were moving in for the hint wink nod money, and the marathon was doing things, and number 2 had gone up, more billboard bullshittery, and the TM and the calls and whatever else, right? So, all these things at those key moments in the month period. Enton had apparently pissed Dawn all the way off, and as you can see when Dawn lifts his eyes when Enton brings up the drug and alcohol use, his eyes have the 3 lines, and you can kind of see his eyes. It flashes behind the mask. Everything does. There's an entire demeanor change. It's just a flash of it. Oh, no. We're not going to go there. We can't go there. Also, he tells Enton at the time he can't talk about the boys again. It's always his response to the legit media and journalists, isn't it? Every time something has to do with kids. But the same damn day, you'll go run into YouTubers with it. tell him no, he has a gag in place, blah, blah, blah. And then run right to a YouTuber and violate the gag order. Same shit. Different month. Different year. Either way. Carrying on. I may have to get a hoodie.
Videos from today.
Well, whatever. You still have the little bitch on your channel.
Well, I didn't. No, I don't.
And this time, him and Ziggy were in contact, so he thought his favorite channel was an ass cleaners. That time shouldn't be playing anything. And he never wants them to. That go right for him. Or whatever. Or legit media pieces. Anything that doesn't paint Narcissus to his liking in the fucking pond. That might be seen or heard. That's why they avoid those pieces. Like, well, suspicion's starting to fall on the parents, and well, they took lie detectors, but weirdly enough, today Lawson said everyone's still and everything's on the table. But also, yeah, they did lie detector tests, passed them for some reason. Everyone's still a suspect in person of interest. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, and then all the favorite creators of Dawn and Candace and otherwise know to avoid those bits and only use the clipped version to attack everyone else around here who, I don't know, the community might be too close, know too much, have too much information, fear, profit. Oh, hell, motivators, aren't they? Monsters and masks, links they'll go to keep them on. Even if they're just guilty of being them and doing fuck shit. Nothing, nothing extreme. Well, I don't know. Fuck it. You know what I mean, right? Like, my own monster. My kids. Some bitch will go to any lengths to keep their goddamn mask on, so will its parents, etc. Always have, always will. Only difference is that woman eat Dawn alive. Dawn and them are good at mudslinging this air, but honestly can't even keep up that shit. Monster makes this weak ass little bitch look like a weak ass little bitch. My monster is far better at this shit than this dipshit is and will ever be. And holding that mask. All the tricks. Dawn's weak in almost every area. Two are really only chaos monkeys. Mudslingers. They're not really good at the weaving lies, long shit, whatever, right? But our monster beats him hands down. He did a goddamn week. I've lived with, survived better than, still surviving better than. So this piece of shit ain't really anything. Not hard to read, figure out. But they'll do anything. Always. Right? Always. Links my own in the
went to just, and he always went to just to keep pieces of ass on the side from being aware, and dumbasses from not using common sense, and dumb bitches and whatever. We're extreme. Telling shit, building flying monkeys, others around. And the thing was, he didn't try to hide abuses and shit as much as this goofball and such and all that, right? They do. Hell, he was out right in the open, admitted it. Everybody thought it was funny, cute, always did it in public and private, didn't make shit. Right? People, it was never a secret. Unlike a lot of their shit. But people still are like, oh, Monsterina. I don't know how. Even law enforcement. Some of the dumbest shit I ever seen. Definitely part of the reason I'm like, yeah, these aren't good. These aren't good helpers you seek, Mr. Rogers. I'm gonna pass. Because if that monster install and pseudo XML monsters, even with court records and proving all sorts of shit, couldn't fool this motherfucker. And these motherfuckers over here, and these dipshits been slinging up Jello. Well, I'm dancing in the wrong realm with all the wrong motherfuckers. Couldn't find both ass cheeks. That's how I felt about it. That's how I feel about it still. You can't see the devils right in front of you. You can't figure it out. Even with all the paperwork in the world pulled by one. I ain't got no need for you. And I don't have any faith in you. Especially with histories behind it. Anyway, carrying on.
It's the video. I didn't even, or the video. I hadn't seen it.
You have that little bitch on your channel.
No, I don't. It's the video. I didn't even, I was watching the News Nation videos from today.
Well, whatever. You still have the little bitch on your channel.
Well, I didn't, I mean, I could see that he was on, yeah, we're watching It's About Summer.
It's not about Summer. It's about you. It's about Chris Bam. It's about,
well, Chris McDonough was talking about.
It's not about Summer at all. We're sick of y'all. No, you cannot just, it doesn't matter.
What is it? I don't understand what upset you, because I haven't, this wasn't even that bad. I don't understand.
Everyone know that Summer was abducted, but you gotta keep running her name in the ground. And keep running us in the ground, because y'all don't give a fuck about nobody but
she was abducted by somebody she knows. I don't think there's any way that she just randomly.
Just because you can run your mouth,
you know she was abducted by somebody she knows. You know she was abducted by somebody she knows. You know she.
Who cares?
You know she was abducted by somebody that you guys know. You even said that Candace made the wrong friend. So you're thinking it too.
Candace has told the truth from the beginning, but y'all too good to listen to the truth.
Oh my gosh, I'm just repeating what you said earlier. I'm just repeating what you just said.
Listen. My story hasn't changed from day one, and it never will, because I told the truth from day one, and so is Candace, and it never will change. It will always be the same, because we've always told the truth. We have nothing to lie about. So listen, the story from day one. Summer was abducted. Why don't you all help us find her instead of being...
That's what we're trying to figure out. We're playing the news clips that you freaking just... Guys.
Yeah, if that's the case, right? And that's how heated and extreme right? Even to the point where Dawn actually is using Summer's name, putting her first, pissed because of people using her name. He calls her his daughter, you know, all these things that are very, which is kind of rare for him. They're that heated about it. They're that certain. Where the fuck that same energy go throughout this? Why did the language change where it's ever more distant? A refusal to almost surname, have it said, always putting other children in front of Summer, and even in prayers and everything else. And it's always about the other, you know, just becoming more and more distant, and refusal to. Why? And then why? Why does his story change so vastly since that point, right? Wow. But only after certain key moments. After things don't quite go Dawn's way. After certain people start openly going backwards and actually watching and seeing and hearing the things they've avoided so that they don't mix and they don't contaminate, and honestly because they know what fucking Jello mudslingers, masquers, and monsters they've been dealing with for all the many years they've been there. And they don't want to get in that fuck shit from early on. It's time to maybe start chasing butterflies backwards. Right. Other things change, of course. Main theories, opinions, everybody's allowed that. I mean, hell, I guess they're no different than I or others, you know, but I don't know, man. I gotta tell you. Gotta tell you. I've kept with about the same grouping of puzzles and fires and suspects since sort of day one. Now, as I've come upon other pieces with tangible shit, proof, digging, being told or given certain things, whatever, things of, you know, whatever. Still, yeah, I'm not so wildly out there that I'm like, yeah, now the amount of options, all of a sudden, DCS come here and kidnap my daughter. Fuck you mean, dipshit? Oh, wait. But that goes back to watching them start to build and weave that narrative that will eventually become, or not become, it will be used out in the open. A long time later, but you know, they've already formulated that idea since the way back. The way back. Since just the first days and weeks after Summer vanished. Well, with somebody's help, definitely wasn't their handwriting. Anyway, but you know, eventually it's coming, and well, you're not surprised. Now are you? But damn, you didn't expect it to sound that stupid or be that stupid by the time they were done doing it. Seriously? So now, I don't know. It's like eventually, you watch these monsters sort of go into corners. Sometimes that's where they have to be. Gotten to first, maybe. Before the word salad, the game's bullshit stopped. How many days I've survived having to deal with that shit. With our own, but it's like stupidest shit on it. Really is. I can't even believe anyone would be like, yeah, DCS or CPS came. Kidnapped summer. I had some do. It's mind blowing me. Even knowing they would eventually come out with some built thing down the road for that. Did not expect it to land there. I gotta tell you. No. But even back then, the concentration's always on the money, isn't it? It's strange as shit. Always strange as shit. But here's the thing. Here's the part, right? Like,
I think she knows, or I think that don't you, aren't you suspecting Allie?
Go ahead and keep running your mouth about us all night long.
No, I'm not. Do you want me to put you on speakerphone? Are you sure? You know you're not, you say you're not supposed to go on lives. No, I did not. Who said that? Here.
Why would I kidnap my own kid?
Who said you kidnapped your own kid? I did. You're on speakerphone. You're on speakerphone. I did not say you kidnapped your own kid. What do you mean?
Why would I kidnap my own kid?
Guys, was that what I said? Don, you're on speakerphone. I'm just warning you. You're on speakerphone.
And you sitting there running your mouth.
We're going over theories. I just said.
You know, I have a theory that you're a dumb bitch. Is that a good?
Don, are you drinking tonight?
No.
Because you would not be acting like this if you weren't.
It's just a theory. Oh, you want to kidnap some shit? It's just a theory, eh?
Did I say that he kidnapped his daughter?
Man, you sitting there running your mouth. And you're saying all kind of stupid shit. Your mouth is running.
We're watching the News Nation. And it was not, that's not what I said, Don. That's not what I said, but I will rewind it. I will rewind it.
I got all kind of theories too. Why? What? Shut up, baby. Shut up. Why in the fuck is it so impossible for somebody to fucking kidnap our kid? Why?
I said it would be one of the 5 people that were around her that day.
Who was?
I said it would be one of the 5 that were around her that day.
Oh, nobody can come up here and just kidnap her, huh? That's impossible, right?
Not a random, no.
Oh, okay. That's impossible.
A random?
And what the fuck is she?
A random?
What the fuck is she, man? Shut up. What the fuck is she?
Hey, let Candace, I mean, you're yelling too, so why can't Candace yell?
No, man, you sitting there running your bitch fucking cock-sucking, dick-licking mouth and saying all kinds of shit.
We're going over the News Nation videos, and I said it was one of the 5. And I said, didn't I say that you're not letting me explain myself here, please?
Fuck you.
Somebody, you're not letting me explain what I said.
No.
I said.
You guys ain't looking at the facts. Y'all sit there running your mouth.
We're watching your interview today.
No, fuck all you.
Hey.
Fuck all you bitches and hoes.
Don, I know you're drunk right now. You would not have said that had you not been drunk.
It's a fact. No,
you're live. You're live right now. Why are you saying this stuff?
Because you're sitting there saying all kind of hateful shit about us. One of the 5. Fuck you. Oh man, I'm tired of hearing your bullshit.
I said one of the 5. And I said, listen, can you let me finish? I actually said that Dawn thinks you mentioned.
I'm sick of all you. Go ahead and keep running your mouth about us all night long, whatever it makes you fucking happy.
Actually, I was going to move on from the topic, but I am. I already said, have you not been, you must have just joined.
No, I'm sick of y'all. Y'all say it's impossible somebody could have.
Hey, no, I'm not going to. Glitter Queen, no, I'm not going to have to.
You know so fucking much. What the fuck happened to her?
We're going over theories. You said today, your comment today was that you said that Candace, the only mistake was Candace made the wrong friend. And I was saying he's talking about Allie. That's what I said.
None of you have no evidence. You just keep running your mouth.
Don't you think it's aren't you suspecting Allie?
When you don't know shit about nothing, you just run your fucking mouth constantly 24/7 on my daughter's fucking over my daughter so you can make money because you don't give a damn. Actually, you don't care. You sit there running my daughter's name in the ground and me and my wife's name in the ground 24/7. You don't give a fuck because you.
I'll rewind and listen to what I said, but I don't think I said that you abducted her. I don't think that I said you abducted her.
Damn the biggest bitch out there.
I was just watching the freaking live or the video. I hadn't seen it.
You have that little bitch on your channel.
No, I don't. It's a video. I didn't even. I was watching the News Nation videos from today.
Well, whatever. You do have the little bitch on your channel.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I could see that he was on the. I mean, yeah, we're watching. It's about Summer. I mean,
it's not about Summer. It's about you. It's about Chris Sam. It's about
Well, Chris McDonough was talking about.
It's not about Summer at all. We're sick of y'all. Not one of you can just, it doesn't matter.
What is it? I don't understand what upset you because I haven't, this wasn't even that bad. I don't understand.
Everyone of you know that Summer was abducted, but you gotta keep running her name in the ground and keep running us in the ground because y'all don't give a fuck about nobody but
she was abducted by somebody she knows. I don't think there's any way that she just randomly.
Because you can run your mouth.
You know she was abducted by somebody she knows. You know she was abducted by somebody she knows. You know she.
Who cares?
You know she was abducted by somebody that you guys know. You even said that Candace made the wrong friend. So you're thinking it too.
Candace has told the truth from the beginning, but y'all too good to listen to the truth.
Oh my gosh, I'm just repeating what you said earlier. I'm just repeating what you just said.
Listen, my story hasn't changed from day one, and it never will because I told the truth from day one, and so it's Candace, and it never will change. It will always be the same because we've always told the truth. We have nothing to lie about. So listen, the story from day one. Summer was abducted. Why don't you all help us find her instead of being...
That's what we're trying to figure out. We're playing the news clips that you freaking just... Guys.
Oh. Yeah, of course. Anyway, what I find weird He's enraged over that idea. Enraged over. But yet, look back after, immediately after Candace and Dawn took polygraphs with Grandis and everybody passed them. He had refused, by the way, this exact date and time that he refused to tell Bobo jack shit about the boys, said he couldn't talk about them, but ran right to JS4, told her all the deeds, right? And then that's how the regular news gets the news. But somehow, wildly enough, after taking polygraphs, all of them supposedly passing them to us in person, that's not what they were saying either. But anyway, somehow this dipshit believed he was responsible himself. Yeah. Make that make sense. Wait, hold on.
One, 2, 3, 4.
We are nearing 6 weeks since Summer Wells was reported missing from her home in the Beach Creek community,
where he confirmed how the Department of Children's Services is now involved.
Josh and Sarah, last week we told you the Department of Children's Services was involved in the Summer Wells investigation. Over the weekend, Summer's father, Don Wells, explained how the theories and speculation about what
he did not sound like the same Don Wells I spoke to the week previous. He didn't sound hopeful. He sounded very depressed. And he confirmed that the boys were in fact taken a couple days prior.
In the almost 10-minute phone interview, Wells explained how the theories and speculation about what happened to his daughter are affecting him.
They come to me and said I had somebody, they deposed and they said they had an inside scoop with CBI and that they knew that I sold my daughter for drugs. And I flipped out. I believed that stuff. I believed it. Then I flipped out. I started drinking and everything else. That's why I took the kids.
Her YouTube channel has 46.5 thousand subscribers, and her interview.
And don't forget though, because of later on his story changes to the DCS kidnapped the boys too. There was danger, YouTubers, right? Though that never made any good fucking sense. And the only one he could ever really name was Juanita, although I gotta tell you, I don't know what danger that lady ever presented. She was goofball at best. I and my own children and others around the neighborhood would watch her from the woodline and other places be a dipshit. Sell her con game over here online. Juanita, really? Okay. Anyway, but for most of the weeks after Summer vanished, we had a police guard on the road. Searchers still in there every day, detectives, TBI, FBI, planes, drones, you name it. It was goofy. YouTube danger, what at that point? Yeah, I don't think so, bro. Juanita being one of the first to actually come to the edge of the road, but pretend to the world she was coming there searching and calling us out, whatever. Bullshit. Never thought that lady was dangerous at all. I mean, she gave me good giggles during the day, and then at night I'd troll the shit out of her, but, you know. And then she was booted all the way out of there. That's the weird part. I mentioned her to Ellie. I'm like, you seen this bitch online at night saying she's working with you all? They're, excuse us, and then they put a thing out, and then Juanita sees her way out of town. So, that tells you that dipshit and Dingleberry over there apparently didn't even mention her to L.E. before I did, or the same thing would apply. I don't know, man, but so yeah, she must have been one hell of a concern. So dangerous they were just continually reporting her to police and nobody's getting rid of her. But I mention her, and all of a sudden there's an article, and then she's all her ass about town. Not to be seen or heard from since then, really. So I'm like, you know, but you will hear pieces like that's really the only one he can name. He'll tell you that he chased some big bad guy out there that ends up being a newspaper carrier, by the way. I was also present for that in the middle of the night. Kind of laughing. I was like, what the fuck? I've shown the receipts for that. The whole fucking community was laughing at him. And then he'll mention flashlights and people at night. Dude, that was the neighbor trying to get raccoons out of their shit. Even I and L.E. realized that. He's, you know, it's always been bullshit with Don. Right? But at this point, it's about as close as you'll get to truth. But in YouTube danger, it was done. Somehow, even after polygraphs, being made to believe he did something to his own daughter, to where he lost his mind, he went and smoked the crack, he did all the bad things, lost his shit, really believed that, and that's why they lost the boys. But I agree, it was safer. It, like, later on, because YouTubers are so dangerous. They're, say, whatever. Hey, but his story never changes. They're consistent. Everything has always been. Excuse me? Now, mind you, after the polygraphs in between, the boys being removed and all that, is this bullshit, right? Him losing his shit, being made to falsely believe it, blah, blah, blah. Felon screenings, whatever, right? But this is after polygraphs. Week 2-ish, Lawson comes out, even after polygraphs. Says, nah, everybody's still sus. Week 3-ish, going in 4, the boys are taking him after dummy stunts here. And the other dummies, bullshit too. But, that's weird, huh? All after polygraphs. Strange. Now, somebody in between there had Don believing all this shit. Between polygraph and, I don't know, a week or so later when the boys taken, in between this same time frame, while Don is believing this bullshit, or starting to do whatever, because somebody posing as or real feds or law enforcement having him believe he's done something to his daughter, he loses his shit, he does real bad things, loses the boys, right? Mhm. But in between those, right, you have polygraphs. Don says Candace is cleared, blah, blah, blah. I think it's 22nd on Tuesday. They're rushing down the crime center. Lawson eventually comes out, says everybody's still sus. Boys, etc. happening. Somebody in between there has got Don believing he's done something summer.
I don't go on walks around here or runs
But yet,
this yard by her swing.
at least part of the interview here they did on the, at least this one's posted, but either way, in between and around all of this, right? This is their story. Don's not out there going, well, in my head, law enforcement or somebody posing as whatever, I don't know, they got me believing that I've done something to my daughter and I did some bad shit and the boys were moving, whatever, right? Instead, in the public eye, in those first couple of weeks, despite him also being made to believe he's done something summer, even after polygraphs, he's still there at press conferences, he's still doing the WJHL interviews, him and her both. And I really, either way, and this is the story, right?
I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers.
Oh, anyway. Now, here's a story about, but think about that. He's chewing Ziggy's ass a month later. Months later. for going over theories where whatever, but hell, the dude believed it of himself, even after polygraphs. You know, his issue right then was he was pissed at it, and because, well, Donnie Bridges was irate that near the good Dr. Phil attention and him being cleared by Dr. Phil, right? And after he told the behavior panel, he had to look up, because he was such a good boy. He had to look up what meth heads act like on. He had to look it up on YouTube. They don't hang around good people. And there goes Ant and going, well, I know y'all have a drug and alcohol past. And Don's like, oh, we ain't going there, we ain't going there. Because eyes are on everything, massive amounts at that point, right? Hurt the bottom line, probably. YouTuber feast as well. They were all planning on having at that point. Whole rehab tape and Chase and Benny and all the provocateurs coming in to raise eyes around and create this big bad YouTuber scenario that Don could go on the news forever and perpetually bitching about the big bad YouTubers. Doing whatever, man. Stupid. Either way, makes no sense other than he didn't want eyes on that, because, well, that's the world seeing bits, right? Where if you're paying attention, maybe things are said monsters don't like. And can't be clipped and narrated away for the rest of the world. Anyway, but remember though that their story, it never changed. So even while these interviews are occurring, Don in his head is supposedly believing he's done something to his daughter, but their story to the world is this.
And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and a lot. I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay, and I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV.
Notice it's that she wanted to go back in and see her brothers. Not play with toys, she wanted to see her brothers.
And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. And within 2 minutes I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom.
Also remember that Summer in Candace's stories, when she went over there to ask her if she wanted to help her and Grandma plant the cactuses and succulents and repot those, Summer was upstairs with her brothers playing with her toys on the floor. But Summer then wants to make a return. She wants to go hang out with the boys, not play with her toys. But then that also changes. Well, she wanted to go play with her toys. Seems to me Summer would have went back playing to whatever toys were on her mind and mid-game that she'd been playing with upstairs, not downstairs. She would have continued playing whatever imagination thing she had going with her toys set up prior when Candace went over and asked her if she wanted to help her and Grandma repot and all that in the first place. Alright? But nope. And she wanted to see the boys, not play with her toys, but also both exist. And yeah, it's weird, isn't it? And then, Shelly, well, depending on stories, right? One goes, she walked her all the way over. First bits that she watched she walked a little ways, then she watched her walk into the house. But, and when that happened, she told the boys to watch Summer, etc., right? Summer? So when she held the door open for you while, I don't know, you yelled inside, "Hey boys, what's your sister?" Right? Okay. But then it's that she walked her all the way to the door, she hollered, and had the boys to watch her. And then it's also that she didn't say, "Hey boys," it's that she said, "Hey Wyatt, watch your sister." Yeah, all their stories, none of it's changed since day one, folks. None of it. Okay? It all makes perfect fucking sense. Anyway, carrying on.
I said, okay. And I yelled down after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back.
She watched her walk over to the porch and walk all the way inside to where the boys were. And she told the boys, "Hey, how the fuck did you do that from yard? Summer hold the door open?" "Yeah, I'm gonna go with no." I know enough about her. She holding that door open. "Hey, do you want to tell my brothers to watch me?" No. Sort of like balls to the walls. Open the door, run in, done whatever. She held the door open. "Hey, Mom, you got any messages to send to my brothers about watching me?" It just... It's why I'm assuming later. Or somehow throughout there. Because, well, then I walked back up and I was like, "Hey, boys." But then also not "Hey, boys," but "Hey, Wyatt, what?" It's weird, right? And she wanted to see the boys, but nope. And then she wanted to play toys. She didn't go back to the mid-game toys upstairs like she was doing before. Nope. She went downstairs. Alright. Carry on.
And within 2 minutes I came back, and I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, "She went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom." I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer.
Couple times. 2. They always mention 2 being the number that Candace yelled for Summer. They do some McDonald's interview, they do it in a couple others. Dawn says at one point Candace yelled twice for her. So I don't know why they're stuck on the number 2, but apparently it's all she yelled for. And she says a couple there in the earliest. She says it, I think, in one of the review pieces. Dawn says it at a certain point. She also says it on McDonald's. She yelled twice. Couple. Twice. That's weird. Okay. Carrying on.
Which was unusual, because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks.
Yeah, I don't know if that's some sort of... where they're not from here and they're kind of from everywhere. Regional usage of language, yeah, I don't know. But I think for most of us,
if you were describing the events like that, and something happened to your child, you were telling the story of what happened,
around here, or she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight.
She went in there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. No real mention of searching, lifting up, looking under beds. Nope. No mention of the boys going, God, whatever, man, right? No. She's immediately like, shit, Summer's nowhere in sight. And her face, her eyes go big and whatever, but she's nowhere in sight. She's just gone. Now, like I said, I don't know if it's regional and whatever, word usage, phrases, I don't know, but for most of us, if we're retelling, we'd be like, man, I yelled, did whatever, I searched, I looked under, la 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 la, could not find the person anywhere. To me, I feel like the words, I couldn't find her anywhere. She was nowhere to be found. Would have been more appropriate. Instead, Candace says she's nowhere to be seen. Right?
She went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys. I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. And within 2 minutes I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just...
And she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. No mention of searching, true looking for, lifting up of, looking under, nothing. But prior to that, it's super important. Time fill, gap fill, do something. Right? Peppermints, hand washing, all these extreme details. But no extreme details, or no real details at all. Just, well, I yelled a couple times for her. That's unusual. Go down, she's nowhere in sight. She's just gone. No mention of, I don't know. Because, like, see, like, day 2 or whatever, she's recorded using the Scream to their benefit, whatever, right? I think. She's saying she's been recorded by some over on YouTube or whatever, or that gives it to YouTube, talking about it. And she says her and the boys must have been searching the basement and missed the scream. Right. Sure. But if that's the case, then why in her retelling of these events of June 15th, does she not say, well, I yelled back up the boys, told them, get down here and help me search for Summer, and we're going to go through and do whatever, and hey, you go outside and you do this and whatever that. No real details behind it. No more, hey, I yelled, boys come down and help me. No, we looked through XYZ. No candy
details, etc. No pepper, no cactuses and knee braces or nothing. It's just a flat. I yelled a couple times, went down there. She's nowhere inside. She's just gone. And she didn't say she went out the back door, looked, or anything. She already was like, oh, she's nowhere in sight. She's gone. She didn't follow up with anything. She just, oh, went down the basement. Nowhere in sight. She's just gone. I would not have come to that fucking conclusion until I'd searched every inch of everything, every building and every car, and what the fuck? But no attention to detail, no retelling of extreme details like cactus and succulents being replanted. Water, hands, knee braces. Walking back and forth, yelling to the boys, getting around, saying none of that. Not a damn bit of it. Just, well, I yelled for a couple times. Walked down there, she's nowhere in sight. She's just gone. And the gone on her face implies not, well, she's gone out of the basement area. It implies gone. Like she's already certain she's gone. Like, gone. How the fuck would you know that before you walked out the door? No mention of the boys. Like, I just saw it, isn't it? Oh, anyway.
Gone. I don't go on walks around. She went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know, it seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck and I've never heard of it until just recently.
Now, this is when the truck thing starts to come out. It's not too many days later, they start saying they're going to scale back. Right? After the polygraphs as well. 22nd with, I think, Candace's. Then certain other shit occurs. Reward funds sort of begin and all that around key things. Hold on. I hear something. Alright. So, I'm back. I had things to do. Enhanced, I think Mary was talking about that stuff where the techs in the hospital also shit said to be done prior on the 4th. Yada yada, with messages Dawn at one point supposedly released of Candace's off of her phone that they tell you they don't have and everything after whatever's racist. Anyway. So I think that's what Mary's talking about. Alright. So, gonna carry on.
Sound.
Just go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up.
Which was unusual because she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Just go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I don't know, it seems kind of elusive.
But yet at that point, y'all, and still yet, no matter what Dawn and Candace turned it into, or YouTube, whoever's driving the red truck and the red truck is called a witness. A witness. Not a fucking suspect. A fucking witness. And still yet to this day, the red truck and the driver or whoever's in it is the only one anywhere that they call a witness. Dawn and Candace turned them into a suspect. And YouTube turned them into a suspect. And everybody who's ever owned or been near a goddamn red truck or marine truck or any fucking other vehicle around here, Dawn and Candace and YouTube turned into a suspect. Despite being given the one witness worded person around Summer's case, this realm over here and Dawn and Candace immediately turned him into a suspect. That's weird, huh? I mean, YouTube and these fucking creators over here went so far as to hammer in like TMBK, share everybody else, la 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 la, right? Hammering in so far and hard, even on my family, they were causing heart attacks here on this fucking red truck shit. It was never a suspect. They were called a witness and being asked to come forward because they may have seen something. And Dawn and Candace and YouTube turned them into a suspect. So far and hard that they target and annihilate in extremes, right? And real people and whatever. Hell, it's no wonder the red truck person or persons never come forward. Whole world. YouTube here. Dawn and Candace calling news. Been like, I don't know. Let's turn them into a suspect. Though law enforcement's clearly called them a witness. That's strange. It gets even weirder, though. If you know what's happening in that road in real time during those days.
from the 15th until with the red trucks, whatever. I gotta tell you, though, what's weirdest to me is this response.
It's really, well, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Just go to the FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck, and I've never heard of it until just recently.
It's strange. I've never heard of this truck, and I've never heard about it until recently. Man, it's a 1998 to 2000 something Toyota Tacoma, possibly with a ladder, whatever, and buckets that could have come and gone off of it. Yeah, as far as vehicles go around here, I see 93 of those a day. Okay, seriously, like, so if Candace and Dawn are like, I don't know, it's the first time ever, of that truck. It's a broad scope there, right? Maroon, red, ladder racks, buckets. Huh? It's almost like they're thinking of a very specific one. Well, I don't know, man. That's strange. Amongst an East Tennessee population of many of those types of trucks and work crews, construction, yeah, I don't know. It's fucking weird. It's like they got a specific one in mind. Now, thing is, from night one, they're whispers. There's even things before summer vanished. And all kinds of other things. Now, I don't recall my response being asked about one red truck or the other or anything. Ever being, man, that's rather elusive. I never heard or seen about this truck. No. My brain went, alright. Like, I assume it's actually supposed to go. Makes you recall all of the trucks. All the things you may have seen. Maroon, red, ladder racks, no ladder racks, top shit. So you work really hard on providing LE and feds and card teams the most accurate shit you could do. To help. You go, well, here are all the things I've seen that are close to or meet that description. I mean,
But there are, at least in some of my thoughts and fires and puzzles daily, there are 3 or 4 things that occur in there. Right? There are 3 or 4 things in there that occur after summer vanishes. That are things. Like one of those things, I don't know. I'm gonna bite my tongue. But there was definitely a picture, right? Came out from certain places. These 2 yahoos get it. Yahoos over here, and I was told about it prior, believe it or not, but these yahoos, I already knew about it. And these yahoos get it, I don't know how long after. Wasn't too awful long. And then, this Yahoo shows me the picture and it's like, oh, did you see it or know about it? I'm like, yeah. Like most things, man. Everybody, these 2 Yahoos were sort of trying to be present. So anyway, I'm like, yep, don't make no motherfucking sense. That did not keep them from running with that shit. I don't know. I just think there were 3 or 4 things done. I know that at a certain point, some days you feel like Johnny Cash. Like walking the line, right? Always. Now me, maybe there was something specific, right? But then I was like, well, that's dumb as shit. And I vetoed it. I was like, I don't. That's stupid. For sure. And I still think that. Yeah, I don't know. Anybody feels about that, but I was like, yeah, it sounds stupid. I'm gonna pass. You know? And I think now that is still for the best. Because I think if certain yahoos would I think it would have stopped a certain level of fuckery that needed to be present in order to, oh, I don't know. We need to pull back butterflies. For a whole lot of folks. Now, the thing is, the rest of us, we go about assuming, although LE Media Committee tools, etc., that we're just gonna go with what LE goes with, which is that I don't know, person in the red truck is probably a witness. Although there's strange things afoot with many trucks, right? Many on the days before and such. Still probably gonna need a, oh, I don't know, more concise and clearly explained definition of company driver. I don't know, man. Work trucks and such. Neither really here or there, I suppose. Sort of is, though. Anyway, so while Dummy here is in front of these cameras, this is their story, they're sticking to it. Dummy's also firmly believing he's the one that's done something to his daughter, even after their polygraphs and Grandis's. Which up until Shares the other night, hell, he randomly said Grandis had passed too, but the other night Shares, he throws Grandis all in underneath fucking butts, says she didn't pass hers. I don't know what the hell's going on in their camp. Right. People are fucking fruit loops, man. So anyway, carry on.
But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her head.
Oh, and here's Dawn taking over the shit and twisting it right in front of the world's eyes so nobody batting an eye for the most part. Here we go.
She tried
in
to
the
shave her
back
head
and make
herself.
it, I think you can see it in some of the pictures, and it was getting out of control. So we decided to shave her head off and let it go back long, and she shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad, and but it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. You know, I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning. But they have to go through their, I forget the word.
Investigation.
They have to do one step at a time, I guess. But I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're
There's more drops than pond everybody else, right? Stupid shit when everybody's
and been searched, allowed in, no warrants needed, blah, blah, etc., 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 etc. Here's the garbage. Alright. There it is. Weird.
Not willing, get a search warrant or something, but there's just no way you can search every single house, in the eastern United States or whatever. But I wish there was a way.
50% off all Domino's online pizza orders at menu price this week only, which includes right now.
Just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, out of love. Trying, there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're not willing, get a search warrant or something, but there's just no way you can search every single house, in the eastern United States or whatever. But I wish there was a way. Just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, out of love, trying to get information and trying to get her found. We thank them from the bottom of our hearts.
That means a lot.
And we thank everybody who's trying so hard and praying so hard. And she's an awesome young lady, and we just want her back.
And then the surrounding days, you also have Robin marking out all the red trucks on posters, like she told McDonough, because she thinks it's been found. I can't imagine where she got that idea from. Not in the least.
There's always going to be haters, and it's always going to be that way in this world. And we just want to focus on the good friends and Christian people that are trying to help us and praying for us and praying for Summer. And we thank them from the bottom of our hearts. And that's the kind of people we try to relate with and socialize with.
Right.
So we don't know anything about, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because we just try to be around good people. I mean, and we do have good people in this area. We found out since this has all happened. We got some real.
Since this is all happened. Yeah, okay. Let's can with them.
Good neighbors and good folks everywhere. But
the most important thing is to bring Summer home safe. I'm sorry that you feel this way about us, but we love our children with everything we have. We've never went without, thanks to Summer's daddy and my husband. He's always provided for us and has worked as much as he could and can and still is. And I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but that's my baby, and nobody would ever treat her like that as long as I was around. Ever.
She loves to dance. She would always want me. She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl." And she would just like to twirl and twirl and twirl until my arm got tired. But I put out there that one of Summer's favorite songs was Godzilla, and they say, and they're jumping all over me about past tense was, well.
Yeah, well, Godzilla, like I said. Which one that swapped? One of those played prior to her vanishing was one for the majority of ever, and then after she vanished, suddenly became another version. I don't know. Strange.
I'm sorry about that. It's just...
She also liked the song by New Breed. It was called House. My House. She sung that a lot of times when I play it on the TV. She loved to dance.
She liked to think of herself as a princess, and you know, and all that, like all young girls do. And
She loved Frozen. She loved to be that Elsa, and
I think she really loved to be in church because she felt a lot of love there. And I think you can't explain what that love is, but you feel it and you know it, you know, when you're young. And she felt that there, and she loved everybody in that church, or she loves everybody in that church. I should rephrase that because they'll tear that apart as past tense, and I apologize again for that. I hope she gets to come home, you know, and I hope she gets to be with our church family again.
our best friend in that church was Robin. She loved her to death.
Yeah, she looked up to
When
women that were.
she come to that church, she went looking for Robin. That was her favorite person.
Any woman that was professional, that
was pretty,
yeah,
beautiful.
she looked up to those kind of women. She, you know, they were the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it, but she looked up to them. She give them a run for their money every.
You know, Robin habits, share habits, forever the same habits. Monster habits, side pieces, coleslaws, prostitutes, risky behaviors, sexual addictions, you know, histories of law, deviancy. I don't know. Latching on to what you ideas of women you can't attain even in a million years. Wanting that, but yeah, that fitting into more of the Madonna whore role. Robin, per se, is Madonna. Candace is the whore. Robin is Madonna. Shares the whore. Mommy issue. Though Dawn doesn't, yeah. Dawn's is a different flavor of that Madonna whore aspect sort of thing than others. My monster has it real bad. Right? Definite mommy issues. Any side pieces are less than, and always reminded it, especially in height, of mommy. Weird shit. While I was whatever, the other ones were actually the whore, and I was the Madonna, though I was sure it was a very strange thing. Etc. So, yeah, very much, desired, wanted, etc. The whore type, though, with me, it was actually Madonna and whore in the sky, like, you know, that's looks like, but is actually, but then we go pick up mommy, be like weird shit, height, whatever, as the other thing, and it was actually the piece of shit. It was rather strange. Always was. Still is. I can see that Stahl sort of met the requirements for that too. Very controlling as well. Something I hated and pretended that I often but didn't. But as you can see, Stahl has more control and ability too, and it also wants to be pampered, taken care of, boohooed over, whatever, right? That fucking type. So, yep. It's weird with Monster, but this one here doesn't exhibit as much. This is more sexual deviancy, lust, greed oriented, knows it can't quite get to those women it holds top, is my guess. Settles for Rick, but would love to have those like Robin. Can't do it though. Never will. Desires it. Lusts for it. Settles for the ground. Settles for whatever. And lower than. And throughout the years also kept Candace trapped in, well, her box too in a way, right? I don't know, they all have similar flavors and strings and shit. Just depends on each one. And I'm not professional, but I don't know, man. Maybe I'm entirely off base with a whole lot of shit, but I don't know, dude. Either way, what the fuck is that?
Every day, she'd give them a run for their money, and there was times, we'd be, at our boys like, don't do this and don't do that. And next thing you know, the stick would come up and just whop them, and I'd be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family.
She
She,
typical girl.
when they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
She loved to play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing.
Last bit though.
We'd be, at our boys like, don't do this and don't do that. And next thing you know, the stick would come up and just whop them, and I'd be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family. She,
typical girl.
when they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
She loved.
She'd do her best. He sounded rather disappointed, didn't he? A little different than when he was laughing at Summer being pushed down, picked on at the carnival ride. Hey? Carry on.
To play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing and enjoy dirt.
When I run the lawnmower around, she would run behind me. When the boys run their bikes around, she, as fast as that little bike could go, she would be behind them running and keeping up with them, no problem. She loved to run. She just loved to run, and she could pull herself up on that swing, her full body weight with her two hands, and she can do that. None of the other boys can do that, but she can.
Was she in school yet?
No,
No.
she's going this year.
This was supposed to be her first year.
She's doing, we did all the, what?
I took care of everything.
Yeah.
I had her already took up.
He says none of the other boys could do that. The fuck was that? I don't know.
All of her shots and registered in the school for ready for this year.
I just never expected for anyone to get.
Anyway. Yeah. Super consistent there. Scattered butterfly fashion, I'm just gonna play this one at random. Cause there was something somewhere in it too. Cause
I guess, we're coming up on a very sad milestone tomorrow, which being the fourth week. Basically a month since summer went missing, and I just wanted to check in with you all and see, if there had been any new developments or anything. Nothing. No. It's real discouraging. Only God can turn this around at this point. How is your family coping? Well, my wife and
actually, no. Hold on. Let me see. Alright, and here's another example of one of his creators, namely Don Dingleberry bullshitter over taking a shit on us because I was making his Napoleon ass feel some type of man britches way about it. And well, pays well to eat and terrorize and torment people and their children around here, especially if you little feels hurt. And people hurting your bottom line, subs, clicks, views, calling you out and fucking stupid. And your repeated tragedy pimping like a piece of shit. Right. What better way than to hit the high notes, right? Children, try to make everybody look sus, la la la. Oh, she's crazy, oh, Aunt Winkett monster install and other, whatever. Hitting all the fucking high notes, acting oblivious and stupid. And see, this is how you figure out monsters, abusive men, basic ass bitch flavors of just narcissistic, douche nozzle, average abusive.
vanilla ass cul-de-sac wannabe high school last game reliving pieces of shit Napoleons, right? Which flavor is which? Whole world full of these some bitches. And once you see one, you can't, like, not see the rest. And then they're just there. Just different levels of the motherfuckers. Anyway, and especially right here. Holy shit, if I told y'all hell's empty and all the devils are here. So, Dawn Wells should probably take, I don't know, his earth storage remain consistent. And yet Ragey was showing Z earlier about thinking he was responsible and so whatever, right? And the end piece really pissed him off in November, but him clearly in June and July thinking he was responsible even after polygraphs for doing something summer and whatever, right? Yeah. Okay. So none of that makes any sense. But here's how much even a few months ago when Candace was being recorded. Right, here's how much. And this is not new either. Candace, even while he was in jail, was like, well, and you remember that Ernie piece where Ernie was like, you got any suspects? Candace is like, no, not really. He goes, do you have any people you're whatever about? And she's like, well, no, not really, but I have some people I got problems with. She names me, Monster, I think, and yeah, me, Monster, Dudley, I think on that, some fucking body else, Allie, I think maybe even Hunter, and then at the very last of it, and she goes, Dawn, as in Dawn, her husband Dawn. Y'all remember that fucking famous Ernie piece? She didn't call us suspects. She says no, clearly we're not suspects in her mind. We're not responsible for. She has problems with all of us. Interesting, though. Anyway, so repeatedly, you see the behavior between Candace and Dawn both throwing shit at each other. Dawn with the whole, I got 7 Starlinks and Candace is going down, right? And him telling her that he's been protecting her, and she's like, protecting me from what? And he's like, really, Candace? Really? Don't go there, right? We've all seen many times that both of them thrown each other under the fucking bus, put it in reverse, done it again, cast out on each other, whatever, right? A little odd, that. Anyway, just a couple months ago. And I'll play this in its entirety, though it's Don Dingleheimer taking hits as because of Hardy's little fails. And for whatever paid the most that month. Anyway, carry on.
I hope you like that little intro right there. Man, spring is in full bloom. All right, guys. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks to all my subs, Mick.
And look, this is a call. Don and Candace well aware at this point. Everybody records them, okay? They know we played. And they also know that they can ask for certain shit to be put out, or their favorite YouTubers can at certain times. And it, you know, create different things, especially chaos, to where,
whatever, targets the shit out of certain folks. Makes everybody some bucks, right?
Yada yada. Thank you guys, appreciate it. So here in a minute you're gonna be hearing Candace talk about Jody Sue, what she thinks. Whether we believe it or not, you know what I mean? Everybody's got their own opinion.
But he's gonna play it anyway, whether you believe it or not. We're gonna hear what Candace thinks Jody Sue. Now this one's whole bender has always been Don and Candace are guilty, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. But when he feels like hitting out at me, doing whatever, boy he does. Or obsessing over one of the children around somewhere in her life. He's always on that. But anyway, and you'll hear, once again, it's all about, it's just carrying on. He doesn't latch on to the right piece of this that you think he would if he really thought Candace and Dawn were his top anythings or whatever, but this is all about my children and hitting at me. So he ignores what should be the wait a minute moment, of course.
Candace. So yeah, you know, it's just like the rest of them. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Jody Sue's been around since like the beginning. You know, she's the lady that heard the scream. Of course, we all don't. You know, was she just hearing voices in her head? You know what I mean? It's Jody Sue. So,
smirk on the face, good abuser, facial shit, little shit-eating grins. When they know they're abusing and they think it's cute, funny, they're jerking off on it in their heads. Same shit, different day. I've lived a lifetime of it. Fuck some more day. One more male creator in here. But you know, always that with the victims of them, right? Even the Dawn dipshits are in there. Oh, they're crazy. They're hearing shit in their head. Wait, she's crazy. Seems to me like Dawn B's helping Dawn W with that. The people telling the truth around us are crazy, especially the women and the survivors and fighters that we abuse or know too much. Or might rip off a mask or call you out for what the fuck you are. Yeah, we're all crazy, dude. All the voices, we're all just jealous or crazy or nut jobs, all need to be locked in asylums during our period or whatever. Sure. Carry on. Seems to me though, when Don B does shit like this, he surely is helping out Candace and Donnie and others. Even if he, doesn't like me for his own little bullshit and my refusal to take it. He still, when he does this, what he does is he helps that camp and monster. But he gets to abuse profits, so what the fuck's the difference?
let's see what else. Oh yeah, and there's rumor going around. There was rumor going around that her what was it? Her people were saying something to do with her son, had something to do with her son went in. I think her son went in.
Hitting out at eldest. If I didn't CD, Cam, Allie, Don B, everybody else tactic around here. Hit the kids has been since Squall, who is in personal buddies with C&D, etc. Blackmailed us initially with Penny and Scott and TM and BK and such with that threat that they would make my son look like, and were, and did, if I did not shut up, if I didn't do whatever, run their money, scamathons and all the bullshit. Oh yeah. And it's not stopped since. And Don B smirking because he's getting hurt children falsely target them, helping out C&D and others online by targeting innocent children and witnesses. Hell yeah, Don Beer. Guy pays well over here, doesn't it? Carry on.
Army or the Marines, something like that. And from my understanding, after Summer got gone, I think Sherpy said something about they kicked her out of there. Like Andy's mom kicked her out, or kicked her and Andy out. I don't know what the deal is with that, but I thought the way she's talking, I thought she owned that land. She's talking like she, I don't know.
High note, hitting the high note. Mayor owns all of Beach Creek. Super like about land. He's just hitting them all, ain't he? Also bullshit. And I was already moving. And in court orders, Dummy was like, order this punishment, right? Because I'm telling you, even the pseudo MILs and monsters were like, hey, like always, I can stay in the box while Stahl's present. Monster goes live life, I'm still trapped in. What happened at that time is why I went for protection orders, trying to move, etc. Yeah, good luck getting him on that side of the line if I can get it. Well, everybody up here wants, I just can't. I'm not going on the road. It's horseshit. Anyway, they were just like, okay, but I could have spoke up and been like, but bitch, it ain't even monsters. And made people take me for eviction. But either way, I could have stayed there till the kids were grown, etc. I was not going to do that even before. I was already moving. Before that was even asked and done, but no, it was just that Monster asked for shit that legally he wasn't even able to ask for, but was given there. And I mean, to be a bitch, I could have been like, but wait, bro, I don't know about it. Don't belong to that motherfucker, right? Could have made people take me to court and have to file shit and go 3 months. I did not, because I was moving anyway, and already by that point. Unbeknownst to Monster. And so, yeah, I didn't belong to Monster to ask anyone to remove me from, do whatever anyway. Anybody be doing what was done, but I was already moving. There was never a MIL, FIL showdown or any of that shit like could have been. Nope, none of that. But it sounds good if it comes out of their mouths that way, right? Okay. Act like I give a fuck, dude. Yeah, this is where I wanted to be. I hated that place, man. Carrying on.
I'm talking about land and this and that. Oh yeah, remember Sherpy? Let's talk about, Jody Sue's the crazy lady. She must be the crazy lady for Ben Hill, or was. She ain't up there no more. But what was it?
Another drop of she's crazy. She ain't up there no more. Hold
on. So she come to his house or something like that, acting all stupid and weird and out of her mind.
It never happened. Never in this goddamn lifetime did that ever happen. Never. And Sherfy, the failed fucking EMT, cop, jailer, reserve deputy, etc., couldn't hack it for a few months at Hawkins. Fucking didn't hack it at Sullivan. Fucking running butted the show. And that dude. Honest as the day is long. I don't know what the fuck his problem is. I let that shit stand when MGL and JLR went out on the road because I thought, well, it's community protecting themselves, putting out what needs to be. I don't know. I didn't care. Kind of laughed at it first. Then the dipshit gets caught on PG's when she asks him about me. He's like, who? He has no idea who the fuck I am. He gets caught fucking busted outright. He doesn't even know who the fuck I am. That's right. I know who he is. I know who the fuck he is. Always have. He travels in circles of far better people that I know than him. And, who've laughed at him a great deal through the years. For sure. I know who he is. Anyway. The thing is, whole thing's bullshit. Even when it was being done, I was like, fuck. And everybody knows. Other than Monster, you pull some shit on me, I'm gonna make you eat, most likely. Don't do that. So that shit never happened. Never went down, never went anywhere acting crazy, never doing anything, never even spoke to Sharpie up there. It was all bullshit. Sharpie be lying to it, he got caught. He didn't know who the fuck I was when he talked to PG. I don't know. A whole lot of people around everything be lying. All the goddamn time. First thought it's one reason, the other pushed out, asked for it, don't really give a flying fuck. I do find certain people's knowledge of certain things that hold similar bullshit degrees and such, and a little bit of know-how, a little concerning around all this, especially where it concerns other things, but at least it's based on real shit. I don't know. I don't know, man. Fuck them all. That's how I feel about it. So, there's a whole lot of motherfuckers in that road, or that have visited that road, lying. And they've always had liabilities. For what reasons I can't say. Don't really give a shit. Not crazy, nor am lying about that. Nah, I used to think that a lot of it was done at requests, left to be, or that it's being done to protect other vulnerable neighbors or community members, so let it be. Now, I'm just fuck everybody, for the most part. It's pretty much where I'm at. Anyway, carrying on.
Come on, Chirpy, it's Jody Sue. She always acts that way. Anyway, he said he like pulled a gun on her or something, told her to get the hell out of there. I don't know what all that's about, but
yeah, look, I'm telling you, sure, if you're not, if he'd ever done that, he would have ate it. And I think everybody anywhere in this community would have told you the same, including Monster Theaters and other people who have watched me make motherfuckers who pulled on me eat it. And it's not a joke. Or maybe an all, look at me, I'm a badass. There have been many throughout the years who have been dumb enough to pull shit on me. And I laugh, and I will make them eat it, and I have. Other than Monster. So yeah, had Sheriff ever done that, somebody would have ended up somehow, and there have been reports made, I promise you that. In one way or the other, shells kicked off in creeks or shit, I don't know. There's been something, there have been body bags, chalk outlines, I don't know. Maybe. That's also maybe down there, but yeah, no, I don't think so. Carry on.
you know. What was it? You ever seen them YouTube videos where them people on them drugs are walking around like zombies? You know, maybe back in the day, Jody Sue was one of them, you know. I was like, knock on Sherpy's door, brains, you know.
Now you're just trying to imply I'm on drugs. Wow, I know, right? Carrying on.
Drugs. But anyway, you're gonna hear Candace.
Says the alcoholic piece of shit Napoleon who gets online. Says the worst fucking thing about children and super descriptives of items and children you get wrong. And he goes, well, I was drunk and oops. Am I the only one on fucking YouTube over here? Literally, even these creators. Dawn B here. Dawn Candace like, man, we're fucked up. We're doing type of things. We said the stuff. We've been real bad. We're sorry, guys. Everybody else right here is just trash this shit around, so. I am not. Right? So when the hell you ever seen me going around, brain? You've not. You seen Don B. Be like, man, my stupid words and the way I acted online, like Dawn and Candace, I was drunk. Right, there he is, implying I'm intoxicated. High note, right? Because of the disability, the cancer, place, leave nicely, seeing Ziggy do that dumb shit again. So, I challenged her to a drug test, and she wouldn't show up, but she knows. So anyway, carrying on.
How Candace, I guess, feels about Jody Sue.
Luckily care.
But again, you know, take it with a grain of salt. It's Candace. You know, it's part of the. I'm gonna call them the Ben Hill gang.
Sure.
So, man, I guess to get them all together when they were little, that'd been like the Little Rascals back in the day. If you got them all together while they were little, huh? Wonder who'd be Alfalfa.
Whether you have knife set at home or not, you should totally get this forged meat cutting knife for your kitchen.
Huh. Anyway, guys. Let me stay on course here for my ADD kicks in.
Right.
But without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and play this, and then I'm not going to come back, but I'm just going to go play it. Let me know.
So here's Candace. A few months ago, right?
What you think? Drop the comments below. You know, Candace, like I said, can't.
Clearly knowing she's being recorded, it can be released, blah, blah, blah. Revisit 3 minutes ago when we talked about that.
This talks about the neighbor, Jody Sue. If y'all ain't really familiar with the case, Jody Sue was Summer Wells' neighbor, lived basically across the street from Candace and Dawn, you know, and Summer and the kids. And, you know, she's been part of this the whole time. People thought she's, you know, involved. And Lord, there's, I don't know, there's people that think there's, you know, I've seen YouTubers that think there's people from Rancho Cucamonga involved in this. I don't know, but we'll take a listen to Candace here, guys, and like I said, drop some comments. Let me know what you think. So I'll see you guys on the next video. Y'all have a great weekend. I'm gonna take tomorrow off.
See, that's the leak. He knows, like most who pay attention. Nah, it doesn't make sense, but he knows by his point, all the things, but he'll take the opportunity to kick the shit out of more children. He does enjoy attacking children, targeting them, abusing, etc. But yeah, he knows better, right? But he's gonna play it for you anyway. He ain't gonna stop him. He wants you to pay attention to what Candace is saying about me. But the real high notes in there, though Candace is playing her own game with the recorder, and that way it's put out later, she knows it will be, can be, and used as, right? They're not stupid with their chaos mudslinging and directives and fuckery with this group, this well-organized group online. And those like Don B who will use it for their own kicking of folks who piss them off right now. Anyway, carrying on.
Be back Monday. I got something kind of neat to announce. So I will be back Monday. So you guys have a good weekend and enjoy a little bit of this entertainment from Candace.
See, he calls it entertainment. He knows, but he's gonna play it to kick me anyway. But he.
And the only person I can come back to is Jody Sue.
Where would she be if she had her? If Jody Sue had her?
Well, I don't think Jody Sue has her, but I think Jody Sue might have sold her off.
Oh, okay.
Jody Sue is jealous of me.
Why? I mean, why's she jealous?
Because Donnie worked every day. He come home, fed us. I mean, he was here for us. He did everything possible. And Andy, he didn't give a shit about his wife and
kids,
the property, and kids and shit like that.
Oh. Yes, that's, I mean,
so yeah, she's jealous of me.
I mean, but to think that she would take your child and do something like that.
Yeah, super jealous. Right? Yeah, Monster didn't give a fuck about us, abused the shit out of us. I had to get his sorry fat ass up for the last couple of years. I was sick at work, wanted accolades for it, abused the shit out of us. His parents did as well. Every form of abuse you could imagine, he levied against me. Right, as I listened to all the shit I've ever taken, I mean, like, but, bitch, I was paying my own car, my own shit, and diamonds and jewelry and whatever, and yeah, we were kept in fucking environments and places and like nobody should ever be kept, but now they are, you remember Dawn on PG's? Wasn't it PG's? Yeah, when him and I had it out that time, he was like, "You're just jealous because I have these vehicles over here." I'm like, bitch, I own all the Monsters. Jeeps, they're mine despite what he tells the public. I have my own car despite it being in his name. I paid for, provided for my kid. Fuck that motherfucker. His money on it, whatever the fuck he did, and bullshit. You know, and stalls, and who the fuck really knows, right? But, yeah, like, dude, they had junk ass pieces of shit over there. All those Jeeps on the other one had perfect this, that, whatever. Had their vehicles, I had my brand new car, vacations, whatever. I worked until I got sick. And dummy had to get up, but then I still provided for Ryan and the kids. And paid my own shit. She did not do that. I'm sorry, but, and the thing is, man, I don't think in those terms with anybody on earth. Not anybody. My pap raised me better. I have never looked at another individual on this earth and been jealous of them. Not man, woman, child, rich, poor, Martha Stewart, trash, or otherwise. I do not think or behave in those terms. I don't look at other women. I don't look at other families. I don't go, oh gosh. I had nothing to be jealous of, just like Crystal. And honestly, man, I had issues with Monster even smoking, bro. Alright? I ain't jealous of no dope heads living dope head shit and all the things going on. But I mean, like, glass houses and all, but kids are, I'm just, no, not like that. In comparison, there'd be no way in hell. If I was gonna look at him, I'd be like, jealous, that wouldn't been it. Alright? Never. Not in a million years. It's wild, right? But she uses the same shit as Dawn in that PG thing. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Only those types can think or say shit like that, but holy shit. That's the best you can do for a motive, and to toss out somebody innocent and a witness that could help you actually, if you're innocent, maybe figure out what happened to your daughter. You don't do this fuck shit. Right? You do not do this. But it's just a game. They know these recorded calls, YouTubers, shit can be put out, used as whatever. But yeah, that's her motive for me as of a couple months ago. She's sticking to it. I think that changed recently too. I'm just jelly beans of everybody, bro.
It's crazy.
He didn't give a shit about his wife and
Kids.
the property and
Yeah.
kids and shit like that.
Oh. Yes, that's, I mean,
So yeah, she's jealous of me.
but to think that she would take your child and do something like that is crazy. I mean, would she do that? Is she a mean person? I mean, is she evil?
I don't know if she's so much evil or if she just doesn't have the right mind frame.
I don't know if she's so much evil as she doesn't have the right mind frame. Oh, okay.
Does she have? What about her kids?
Her two kids, Rue and Boogie. Rue was always in the house. You never let Rue out of the sight.
Is that her oldest?
And that's horseshit. Mine went out, played, did whatever. They just weren't all over the place running amok. And they didn't go next door playing. And they weren't out running in traffic and shit. And such. They knew about the woods and how to wander through them and survival techniques and shit. And boy, I tell you what, my daughter wasn't wandering around with it. It's fun. Anyway, according to Candace, they're carrying them.
No, that's their youngest. That's their little girl.
Oh, okay.
And she would always like put war paint on her face, like makeup or whatever.
On the little girl?
On the little girl, made her into like, if you put this war paint on your face, you'll be better looking for guys.
Her little girl?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And Boogie,
And that shows you the mindset of Candace. She also thinks like Dawn is willing to imply. Now, didn't they say a little bit ago in our interview that
Summer liked being princesses and Elsa and whatever, right? I think it's pretty normal for any of us or daughters, etc. We refer to makeup as makeup, not war paint. But here's Candace's mind frame, and that she's willing to imply that, I don't know, she's putting this narrative to it and go, oh yeah, if you put this war paint on your face or you let me do it, you'll be pretty for boys and whatever else. You know how gross that is as a one mother that daughter's missing to do to another mother and make it look like I'm trying to fancy up my little one for sale or other purposes. Or yeah, it's pretty gross, but it shows you that C and D are both capable of thinking like that and pushing that shit out at other innocent children and little girls, both of them. So I think what Candace is saying here speaks more about her than But either way, I never did any such thing. Little's always been free to be little. Makeup, face painting, always let her be her and free to be her. And we all know our littles getting our makeup anyway, but she's always been about her own, always allowed to be free enough to use whatever, whenever. It's also been part of her art for the years and stuff. But I'm like, yeah, put this on. This war paint, it'll make you sexy. But what Candace is implying here is I'm selling my daughter. So it tells you the mother of a missing child is willing to put that out about another little girl and her mother. Because her and Dawn are okay with that around little girls, I guess. Shows you also, I guess, maybe, even though you tell Candace, and I can tell by her tone here, she's just going with the bullshit and pumping it out. There's really no feeling behind her or anything. It's just something to say to target her, talk shit about. She knows it'll hit air eventually. But, thing is, what about when it comes to summer? Whether she wanted makeup or the pretty things? Would you have told her war paint? No. Probably. Probably just like a last night and telling her no about painting fingernails on. Because boys only ew. Anyway.
Was more of into like games, like Xbox.
Girl?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And you can tell whoever's recording this bitch is like trying to take Candace seriously, she's not trying to take her seriously, but she's trying to make her believe she's buying her shit. And she's like, makeup on her, little girl? Ew. Ew. It's so over exaggerated, right? They both know they're bullshit. It's whatever.
And Boogie, he was more of into like games, like Xbox and crap like that.
Yeah.
War and crap. And like, I don't know, just a lot of crazy crap.
That's
Son, he was super sus. Because he was into Xbox and crap like that. Right? I guess somehow it's different than the game systems I gave her she needed for her boys the years when Don wouldn't buy birthdays and all that crap. Or others around the community gave her for her boys and summer and tablets. Remember all them tablets gave y'all? So they could play games on them and crap through the years that you couldn't afford. Well, you could, you just didn't, but I gave them to you so your kids, your boys could play all the games and crap. Super sus. Remember at TV they were watching Minecraft and such on the Ace Adventures and crap. But that crap. Yeah. Woo! Yeah, my son's super sus. Because of all his Xboxes and all the fucking giant machines, whatever the fuck those were he had in there that were worth tens of thousands of dollars, and every game that ever came out having on the shelves brand new I bought instead of asking neighbors for and such crap through the years. Yeah. My son and daughter who gave up their games so yours could have through the years. So they could play games too and not be left out. Gave up their extra tablets and shit and gaming systems so yours could have that same crap through the years. Oh, and so when a babysat, they come play that crap with my children. Now, super sus. My kids. Oh, yeah. Video games and makeup, bro. We're all sus, and I kidnapped Summer because those gel cans will. Sold her. Right. Okay. Carrying on now. Because here's the shit. Here's the shit Don needs to pay attention to. How nobody's story changes, and they've always thought that somebody kidnapped Summer, etc. Right? Here you go.
Weird, isn't it?
Just a couple months ago.
You think he went into the military like they say?
He did,
He did?
but he's back home now.
No way.
Yep.
It didn't work out
Listen.
for him or what?
No, it was supposed to be like a 10-day thing interview. You know, you get in, you hustle your butt, and kind of thing. And then now he's back home from what I understand.
That's weird.
Look, when this was recorded, I think we went over this already. I mean, I know we've been over this video before, but the thing is, there she is going, well, no, he did go in the military. But then it was like a 10-day hustle your butt, do your thing, and now he's back. You mothers of military, or you out there who have been military, y'all ever heard of any such thing? Ever? And that tells me it's moments and drops like that from C&D from the very beginning that let me know what depths they're playing with Monster Install throughout all this. And how much Monster Install and stuff are giving them to help target in throughout certain areas. But yeah, and they've always been playing games and covering each other's asses, whatever the fuck all they were up there. I don't give a shit. It's gonna be on them. Feds are where, I'm sure. I ain't worried about it. Fuck all them. And whatever they've done. And they're getting up to and got up to then. I don't give a shit as long as Summer's found. Fuck them all. They have each other's asses to cover. I ain't about covering anybody's asses at this point. Fuck them all. So, there we go. Anyway, going forward,
Here's the park.
I've never heard of that.
Me neither.
I'm like,
It's all really weird to me too.
Candace, I'm sorry Dawn's abusive to you. I hate that.
It's okay.
It's never okay. Never.
Well, it's not okay, but like,
I
just want the kids back home.
I know
That's
you.
all I care about.
I know you do. I know you gotta miss them bad.
You know, I guess I'm okay with it because, like, when I was 19, I had a little girl and a little boy when I was 19.
Oh.
And their daddy was abusive to me. Like, I would have to run through the creek because he shot shotgun shells at me.
Bless your heart. That's horrible.
And so, I guess with a little bit of, a little bit of whacking around it is not as bad as that.
Check out Pizzoli's new pizza bake pasta, penne pasta.
Hey, Candace, you should have seen the neighbor crying in the woods in the middle of the night, making sure to wake up monster next door. So I get yelled and screamed at some more because I was afraid. And those gunshots after Summer vanished one night were Dawn murdering you and the boys while they were still there, terrified of it. Yeah, it was always as bad as that with both of them on both hills. Still is. Even though you're a piece of shit too, I tell you to get the fuck away even still. Just like I did during that last vid chat you and I had. While you were faking those tears and I told you not to cry for us. We were semi-free at least. That you needed to get free yourself. But you won't. You're a monster just like a piece of shit. Different degrees too stuck now. Never change. Stuck in that's as good as it'll get. I don't know where you're stuck in. Fake ass bitch. Your tears fake as fuck. Last vid chat. Otherwise, not one for Summer. Said don't want money. Mine were real. They always were for you and yours. Despite what I think of you on. Still out here chasing butterflies. My own way. Fires, puzzles, turning to death, and remember a conversation we had about what ifs? Every goddamn day. Where you're busy online still playing fuck games. I ain't playing no fucking.
Smothered in our zesty pizza bake sauce, topped with melty mozzarella and crispy pepperoni, then baked to sizzling perfection. It's just...
Anyway, thing is,
like the beginning, she's the.
Rue and Boogie. Rue was always in the house. You never let Rue out of the sight.
Is that her oldest?
Did he go back and edit this piece? That's her youngest. That's their little girl.
Oh, okay.
And she would always like put war paint on her face, like makeup and whatever.
On the little girl?
On the little girl, made her into like, if you put this war paint on your face, you burn. And
Do you think he went into the military like they say? Or
kind of thing, and then now he's back home from what I understand.
it's never okay. Never.
Well, it's not okay, but like,
I
I
see.
I still want the kids back home.
I know
That's
you.
all I care about.
I know you do. I know you gotta miss them.
I mean, I guess I'm okay with it because, like, when I was 19, I had a little girl and a little boy when I was 19.
Oh.
And their daddy was abusive to me.
No. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. There we go. Maybe it's this one. I'm pretty sure it originally featured at the end of that one, though.
Guys, thanks for tuning back in. What you think? Sorry, Don, you might not like it too good. But anyway, guys, speaking of Don and his little rant last night, everybody's like, "What do you think, Don? What do you think?" And I'm like, "I'll answer it tonight." So, in my opinion, I really think that Hawkins County teaches
Told a lot of people.
and what she thinks about it. So take a listen, guys, and then I'll be right back.
That was insane.
So, like, I have to be like this goody two-shoes parent, and Donnie gets to do whatever he wants to do, kind of thing.
Well, that's not how it's supposed to be at all.
But see, a lot of people, what a lot of people don't know, because I haven't told a lot of people, that when Donnie and me and the kids and all were here, when Summer was here, see, I've protected Donnie a lot. Like, Donnie would go out and he would stay gone for 2 or 3 days at a time.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be gone on like crack binges, and I'd be here with the kids to get them in school and what they need to eat and all that. I've protected Donnie all these times, and like, I've always tried to protect the kids in that way and not let them know what their daddy was doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like now it's like biting me in the ass, kind of.
Yeah, that's not right. I'm sorry to hear that, Candace. I am so sorry.
Yeah, being in those boxes so far away from him. They're using their children, all the things, right? Their runoffs, their pieces of ass, their benches, whatever. The way in which it leaves little trace. The mutual lives. Having to protect them because you're stuck, or body bag territory for you, your kids. Yeah. When you do seek help, when you do reach out, when you think you're safe enough to do so, you get met with, "Oh, but I seen her flick her cigarette," right? It's okay. There's alcohol.
It's okay. Somebody goes somewhere for the night. Hey, act however you want in court. We'll even escort you here, because you're the victim. We'll even make sure that, you can financially gain and fuck over and make it all a joke and no calculators. What you, it's the point going forward. It's the point not dropping the shit 3 or 4 days when you know you're stuck with. Like, how do you speak in places that help trap you and help your monsters? And could leave you living in a place where so many run free. Somebody to protect them, like, it's life. Stay in the box. Protect them while there's no protection for you. That's truth. She's telling the truth.
Hear that.
Not really protected on all these times, and like, you know, I've always tried to.
It will bite you in the ass, but even if you had all the proof in the world, literally decades of it, certain places, they're more interested in escorting you monsters, punishing you for reaching out, getting free. Where you hold doubts if they can't identify or help you escape monsters, and they do shit for them, then how in the fuck are they supposed to find other monsters responsible for Summer? If they don't do anything about others. The easy ones right in front of their faces, then how are they gonna find the big one? And that's where
Like kids in that way and not let them know what their daddy was doing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like now it's like biting me in the ass, kind of.
Yeah. That's not right. I'm sorry to hear that, Candace. I am so sorry to hear that.
Not really too many people know, like.
Someone else pass it. You know, take it how you want or to. Fast to. B. Convenient for him to not hiding. He's at his wit's end. Your family. Guys, that's it. There's more to come.
did you take that piece down much like you did the other one? Or go back and edit it? I'm pretty sure that piece is included in the first one. Now let's see. Nuance. Okay, this way.
Hold on.
Drop some comments below and tell me what you think about that.
Alright, this might be it during the same time frame. He did this for 2 or 3 days run that one piece I played, which is probably why it's associated, but I could have sworn it was at the end of that first one I played.
And like I said, there's more to come. So, without further ado, here it is.
The other night, like Christmas Eve night, what is his name? Damn. I have to look it up again, but I can't remember what his name is. But is he a YouTuber? Little Wayne Morlock. I don't know what that is. Wayne Morlock.
And, see, these weren't played until about 4 months ago or so, right? But they were recorded prior to that. And they were put out at a certain time to get more shit going around here. And targeting more people around the community. And more chaos and jello and bullshit, right? That's when this place latched on to more chase your tail bullshit. Even if it meant others in the community and their reputation, whatever, and everything was destroyed and lies put out and whatever, it didn't matter. And then these recordings are included, obviously, you heard the same interviewer with her about me and everybody else and all their old suspect list, right? So, don't be the rest, they cut it up to come out as they need to, when they need to, when they want it to. Carry on.
That's what his name is. Oh, okay. Well, it was Christmas Eve and he showed up out of the blue, drunk as fuck. At your house? At our house, he showed up here, drunk as shit. And he tried to talk Donnie into going into town with him. And, like, he was high on fucking dope.
And then she acts entirely shocked about people just showing up over there. But is not shocked when their transient buddies from all across the country show up all night, shit-faced, they're all using dope together, or transient company from out of state just shows up middle of the night, and then after fighting and things, mysteriously end up lost in the woods in the dark with broke necks and left to lay there and then in the house, and eventually got in medical care and whatever. Yeah, it's so shocking when strangers or anybody shows up at their house. Woo! Okay, carrying on.
And everything.
Wow.
I was like, I'm not going to town with you. Lil Wayne Moreline, you can look him up. He'll be on the internet.
Okay.
He molested a kid that was 18 years old.
And then start putting out this bullshit despite the newspaper and article not reading the same. Even the panels, they started hopping with this shit at this time. Dawn's very hesitant to do so, but then decides to go with the narrative that she's put out here anyway. Carrying on.
And threw him outside on a freaking deep line on his deathbed. And then there's a lot more information on him too.
Do you think he had something to do with Summer?
Well, Donnie said when Summer went missing that he went over to his house.
Dawn went over to this guy's house?
Yeah.
Huh. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
That's kind of odd.
There's a lot of unanswered questions that I want answered, but like I can't ask them of Donnie because he'll flip out.
Right. Do you think he could?
Huh. So Candace wants to visit this guy too, and she can't ask him on Donnie or he'll flip out. I take that to mean Dawn will flip out. She asks this guy about Dawn, but that's, I don't know.
You took Summer over there?
No, I don't think Donnie did it.
Right.
But I think that there's someone that Donnie knows that may have did this.
Alright, yeah.
Weird, huh? Even a couple months ago, Candace, she wants to ask these people about Dawn, but she's afraid to flip out and whatever, but also in the same breath, she thinks someone Dawn knows definitely did this, whatever this is. Yeah, that's absolutely normal with parents of missing children to continuously and throughout a 2+ year period blame each other, talk about Starlinks, all this. And I know marriage stats, problems, etc. Very few remain together with missing or children that end up murdered, that type of thing, But these two were dysfunctional for, I don't know. But it wouldn't be the first time there that she'd, whatever, with Dawn, nor her. And that has remained pretty consistent through a 2+ year period. They often toss back and forth one another as suspects, or that somebody around one or the other of them is responsible for Summer vanishing on June 15th, right?
That's a,
Drunk. That's what his name is.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was Christmas Eve and he showed up out of the blue, drunk as fuck.
At your house?
At our house, he showed up here, drunk as shit. And he tried to talk Donnie into going into town with him. And, he was high on fucking dope and everything.
Wow.
I was like, I'm not going to town with you. Lil Wayne Moreline, you can look him up. He'll be on the internet.
Okay.
He molested a kid that was 18 years old and threw him outside on a freaking decline on his deathbed. And then there's a lot more information on him too.
Do you think he had something to do with Summer?
Well, Donnie said when Summer come missing that he went over to his house.
Dawn went over to this guy's house?
Yeah.
Huh. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
That's kind of odd.
There's a lot of unanswered questions that I want answered, but like I can't ask them on Donnie because he'll flip out.
Right.
I can't ask him on Donnie or he'll flip out.
Do you think he could have took Summer over there?
No. I don't think Donnie did it.
Right.
But I think that there's someone that Donnie knows
that did.
That may have did this.
All right, guys. So there you have it, straight from the horse's mouth. So again, like I said, I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything.
You know, one thing that's been weird, Dawn was super about throwing Candace under the bus. Seemingly almost trying to set her up or do fuck shit around her. Or every time she get good attention on Summer, he would come and create the Dawn show to whatever. And almost discredit her or punish her. I think even sometimes with breaking a gag order, all these other things. I just don't know, right? He was heavily into that shit and shitting all over her. Until, certain money was released, or I don't know, man, right? To advocacy services, to all these other things. Is, I don't know. And then since it's been, y'all don't know her heart like I know her heart, right? But Candace, even after that, was like, well, Dawn, or somebody Dawn knows. Anyway, so you're looking at just a couple months ago there. Candace, some way, something in her says, well, I'd love to go ask that person, but I'm afraid word will get back to Dawn. He'll flip out. But no, I don't think Dawn did it, but I think somebody Dawn knows did it. Weird, that. Weird. And then you go back to the Enton piece.
Get 50% off all Domino's online pizza orders at menu price this week only, which includes right now.
Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't?
This soap been burned thousands of times.
Whalen was.
This is the back door Summer may have disappeared through.
But I know I did come out and I said, Summer, and sometimes she'll sit right here.
Do you think Candace would speak with me?
I don't know. And we had to beg her, to please go on Dr. Phil, because she's just so been burned thousands of times by people. So that's why she don't want to talk to nobody, and she didn't want to go on Dr. Phil. That's why she was getting upset because of the way the YouTubers and other people have turned on her. They've just ruined her. I'm very sorry for the occasion.
The Wells were on Dr. Phil last week, and at one point, Candace walked off.
I'm being interrogated again, and I don't want to do this anymore. Yes, I am.
We'll stop. I want you to feel
Interrogated again.
comfortable.
No, I want to go home.
I'm down.
And during that period where the scamathons rolling out all these other things, Dr. Phil Eyes, Winks, nods money, Eartel Mullen tells her to walk off if, etc. and this sort of shit. There's things there, right? It's fine though.
Questions have come up about what Candace might know.
Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
No,
you know what I mean?
no. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens. But other than that, no way.
Do you think any of those wrong friends?
And if you notice, that's a constant in interviews. These interviewers don't even specify what situation or anything, right? Like Dawn and Candace's first interview with Ainsley. They head off past, well, I hate that you think this, that, the other. We'd never let her be done that way as long as I'm around, whatever, right? What way? What are y'all talking about? The fuck do you mean? Then this, Enton's like, well, you think she could have got herself in some situation? But before you even finish the thought, Dawn's like, no way. She would let anything like that. Like what? Like what? Like what, Dawn? But I mean, I'm not saying a piece could have been clipped out in there, and whatever.
Could have something to do with it?
We don't know.
Gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
No,
you know what I mean?
no. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have.
It really just says, do you think she could have got herself in a situation where it wasn't her fault? It's all Dawn hears, and Dawn starts going, no. So I don't know, maybe that means something different with head movements there. Maybe it's the opposite. I don't know.
It is maybe.
Questions have come up about what Candace might know.
Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
No,
you know what I mean?
no.
What's in Dawn's mind rolling through? And why are you so emphatic when the interview goes, you think she got herself in a situation where it wasn't her fault? Dawn's like, no. What? Do you interrupt him before not her fault, was an accident or something and whatever? Or you interrupted him and you're going, no, and extreme head movements, motion, maybe because
She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens. But other than that, no way.
Do you think any of those wrong friends could have something to do with it?
We don't know.
I know you all.
So you think it's a possibility that her friends could be her bad friends that y'all don't associate with the church? They could be responsible. And she thinks your friend, somebody you know for sure, is responsible, or maybe even you, or I don't know, 7 alibis and protections and whatever, and slinging under the buses though when extreme amounts of money are running amok. Maybe enough to set up one another, do whatever the fuck. Especially maybe to get back to Utah. Fuck, who knows, really. Nah, but the last time you're there, really, right? Nah, you were glad to get home and back to Tennessee after driving 110 miles an hour with a child in the car to get back here, because phones don't work all the way here like they do on June 15th. You couldn't work it out. Coming back because Jose hang out with even after getting here. But you remember Utah, where all the devils and Satan were attacking you mightily, and so you were happy to get home to Tennessee anyway. But lately, you still want to get back to Utah, but it's too pricey. Still. Right? Still too pricey. But that's okay. PG, the cow, everybody else share. There you go, another reward merch bullshit again. It's the same fucking line is to bring it forth. And just like the first time, right? And then there's super disappointment that in the release time for another reward or merch thing, right? You wouldn't be given the money again to go to a piece of land bought in Utah instead of it going to your boys or held for them, But you'll move back to a place that you were glad to get away from because there were so many demons and Satans and whatever attacking you while you were out there. Oh, but wait, Jose. Oh, but wait, not Jose. That's right. Interesting, huh? Boy, I'll tell you what. Yeah, for sure. Should we play the billion times Dawn continues to tell us that stories never change? They've both always, whatever, everything's been the same since day one. Should we? One thing that's remained consistent is their inconsistency. Well, none of these creators have the balls to call that out or put the weaving and the shit to show it in a linear and stepped up fashion. Piece after piece after piece. To show the truth without drama and narratives. That horse shit. Without targeting. To help instead of hinder. find the truth, maybe. None have the balls. Only thing they've done for over 2 years is eat everybody else. With bullshit. It doesn't even make sense. And destroyed innocent lives as people, community, tried to tamper with, fuck with everybody, everything, their children, get access to all witnesses or anybody else, annihilate and discredit, try to tamper with everything. And I've yet to see one of these creators do what's right. Do interviews in a responsible fashion, in a real way that would matter greatly to courts and law enforcement and jurors. Could be used, no nudes needed. They use all of us. Speaking of Junebug, I'm not looking. If you want me to check, I will. I know, and I hate that it always comes back to money right here. But yeah, they make you, and they've made you think that all of us are the ones making all this money. We're not. And we never have been. It's them. They have made fortunes, and I mean that sincerely, on Summer's name, on Don and Candace's, Allie's, Hunter's, hell, Lawson's, Pruitt's, my mom's, my dead sperm donor piece of garbage, everybody, the Morlocks, the Lights, the fake this, the fake that, the Targets, the community, the true witnesses. They have made fortunes on the decimation of all of us. Some of us had the balls to send it eventually because we wouldn't take shit, right? Like, nope, they can use it to try to discredit us, do whatever, wouldn't take shit from amongst. Because we knew. But then at a certain point, you have to go, you know what? What the fuck gives people like Queen/Days/Dino the right to do what they do to I and my child? What gives the right to somebody like Floppy to do what they do to I and my child and go real life? For the Jenny and Adrians and Dolly and Ziggy's who have gone to such extremes of pinning and arrest this well-organized group online, violating federal fucking laws in the extreme, and literally outright in front of the world, putting targets on us to the point that they know that it could get us murdered. And they say that outright, and that we should be afraid to use our names and get online and bitch and tell us we're fucking up their income streams. Bitch, we are their income streams as they decimate our lives, our families. Get us hurt. They try to target our children. They tamper with shit. And I'm going to tell you right now, I know Kim and Allie have obviously done something, okay? I get it. If I was Kim and Allie, I'd go back to dates and times and when their extreme troubles started, not just the job losses and things, but the extreme ones. And think real hard if that began after, failure to keep script with Slay shit and not keeping up the rest of the group, much like Ziggy had to be reminded with the shit around my little by the same person, Cam.
Same people that surround all the 10K shits around here. And if what you're saying about monetary shit and jobs and little hints of truth are dropping around here about certain folks around you having contact with this group, well, it's an awful good way to discredit both of you, and I would, and it is silence. In case you ever want to tell by how this group functions, and what they do, especially around slaves and things, right? Or how they ask you to do certain shit to, well, child witnesses and children and young adults, military members around. If they pay you enough or you suddenly get drops and you start being trained like rats and cheese. Hey, now nobody will believe you, will they? Because you're what? You got a record anyway. Now this. Probably won't be believed anyway, would you? But all I could probably advise Kevin and all the others, if they think that's possible, like it's been done to so many and definitely threatened between creators, and you see so many vanish that might tell on the others threatened and they just vanished off the internet, or right, shakedown, 63 cents, revisiting, rewipes, remind fucks, etc. Right, flip flops. I'd tell all of you the same thing I've told a lot since the beginning. No matter how crazy it might sound to Ellie and others, I bet you some of it does not, especially since a lot of you hold proof. I know if I hold enough, you all do as well. Chances are you probably will at some point be held to account for all that anyway. You might as well beat some of the others there. Best thing you can do is probably tell somebody about your own roles in the ship, how it works, what's been going on in Summer's case, little directors of certain shit, help them fall back butterflies, no matter how much you gotta sit in for a little bit. But most here, they don't have the balls for that either. Terrified of loss, self-comfort, chances, odds of getting out of one little thing, or skirting away with, instead of doing what's right, but not just Summer in her case. But what are so many cases before Summer's? And will continue afterwards if allowed, and this group and people like them not stop from doing this. But anyway, they tell you all that, you know, we've made all these fortunes off of whatever. Look, bitch, that's my name. This is what we've been through. Right? I have a right to my own image, my own words. I'm not here for some dipshit like Floppy, who's nobody, or Tiffany Marie's, or Cher's, or anybody else, or Chasing's, or Jenny, or Adrian's, or whatever, while they decimate and destroy our lives for no reason, even with truth, fact, and reality right in front of their faces. Right? To make income streams off of. And to dare tell me that I can't put up fucking Cash App or PayPal or survive while they make it to where most of us are unemployable, or they make us have fucking heart attacks, they trap us so thoroughly that we can't even go out and get care, life-saving fucking care, because we're fucking terrified of being followed or leaving littles alone, or family members unprotected and our health fails, and all these other things. Fuck these people entirely, dude. Blackmail efforts, Shay threatening to come down and murder us, got all these motherfuckers working with an abuser, a known and admitted one online who laughed and giggled and made fortunes off of Summer and literally said that's what he was going to do. We have it on recording, you don't believe me? Maybe at a certain point in these years, I'll play them for you. Him and Stahl came here after stealing off my little, stealing off the government, stealing and not paying off the landlord and government there, admitting to drug use, wanting a camper for free, caught in line saying he didn't give a shit about Summer, but he was coming here because he thought wrongly we were taking $500 an interview. Don't pay child support, nothing else. People championing that on, including all these creators, because it made drama. Right? And then they're like, Jody, see this creating drama. No, bitches, you lied and you helped a monster here who didn't give a shit one about something. Still doesn't. That's what you did. And that asshole and Straw made more than we ever brought on our own names. Okay? Promise you that. Hell, in some of them streams they're doing Benny and them and shit behind the scenes. Plus what he and them get paid by trespassing on shit doesn't belong to him either. Getting caught with his little buddies, Jenny, Adrian, and the rest of that troop last time. Getting paid for access in, whatever. Dipshit. Online getting paid. And behind the scenes with Stahl to target us. To put out information to get close to family members he's never been close to before. A kid he doesn't give a fuck about. Everybody to triangulate my eldest, etc. Fuck them. Yeah, child abuse is funny. Try to gain and get control of my little while traumatizing and abusing her. All while this motherfucker, there's an order of protection against. This creep thought it was funny, even with them listed on the fucking orders of protection with little in it. And they still are. And Monster admitted to it by signing willingly. And said he was. And you can clearly tell by social media account stuff. Still very friendly with all of our favorite stalkers, blackmailers, the Yennifers and the Jennies and the Adrians who have done so much, including with stalling him on his own YouTube account and always try to put targets on our back in a well-organized fashion. All with orders in place. So, anyway, I'll be damned if I can't. And won't. And at a certain point, we came to that conclusion. It's like, fuck it. But they've tried to make y'all think we've made fortunes. Okay? We've not. I showed y'all there. It was like a little over 8,000 views spaced out between 2 years. Dude, that even went like that is. We've lost more than we've ever, quote, gained here. That's a fucking fact. That's an absolute fact. And I can prove it. But I've shown you all. Behind the scenes here, I've shown you the receipts, the cash apps, whatever. Right? On Facebook in the early days, those weird ass pushes like Slay and others. You know, showed and called those out too. Showed you the monthly shit. Y'all seen any other creators do it? No, you've not. And you won't. You won't. You will not see them do that. Ever. But they do not have a right to who we are and to decimate everything in our lives around us. And so don't make everybody around here think that they're entitled to do that. Man, these are random human beings with longer records than even Dawn and Candace have. They're nobody's blind icons. Destroying their lives in real cases and whatever, and making you all think that they have a right to do all this shit. And make money at it, and income streams, and craft, and cul-de-sac. Whatever, right? On all of us. Falsely. As they decimate everything around us. Our communities make half the world believe shit that's not true about us.
and even go so low as to really sincerely and out in the open in a public realm go as low as working in a well-organized group fashion online, even with known admitted abusers and their helpful life mates, to try to get some of us targeted and murdered and to tamper with witnesses and shit. These people are fucking criminals, bro. Straight up. Like some of the worst ever. I was a little online buffers. But anyway, and here's how you know. Here's how you know. And a lot of things, the butterflies, right, they do lead back to that scam. They really do. And the things these monsters fear the most. Scamathons, billboards, bullshit, slaves, the targeting and telling people they should be afraid they're going to get murdered and shit and trying to get them to be, that type of shit. Yeah. Those are the things they fear. But anyway, it's kind of how you know.
Believe comprised of that donation, from my understanding, to this, and in that process, realize my eyes were opened quite a bit just during that 2-week stint we were there, on what type of services they provide. So at the end of the year, obviously, all donations stopped. We were in the process. Obviously, there are many legalities behind doing something like this. So through our—
And also, this is just not about me and throwing all that out there again. This also will play into the Dawn and Candace weirdness.
legal counsel, through the Child Advocacy Center's legal counsel, going through all the motions that had to be went through, finally determined, hey, this is what needs to be done. Well, obviously with anything, a couple hiccups come in.
This was released a couple months ago, around the time Cher, Dawn, PG, the cows, all that shit, merch, another nod at starting up another fundraiser, and Dawn wanting the money released to him to buy property in Utah, and being like, oh, when PG was like, fuck no, it goes to the boys. If, you know, anyway, found it weird. Hawkins, Canadian News just releases this exact thing within just a couple hours of Cher and Dawn and them doing that shit again around. Yeah. Found that timing and shit to be a little odd. Pretty quick.
Some of the donations that were direct deposited into the account, there were some concerned people that donated from across the whole entire world to this. And in that process, there was some other legality questions that our agency had just to make sure everything was covered.
You had two big checks that were donated that were returned uncashed.
So you got a $25,000 check that we originally had. We never had ownership of that. The gentleman that wrote that, when I explained to him that it would be deposited into an account, he pretty much wanted to keep a hold of that. Hey, if she's found, this $25,000 goes to that individual. We had an additional $10,000 check that was wrote from a local business owner in the Kingsport region who said, hey, I don't want it deposited. Either I can keep it, you can keep it. I'd rather you guys keep it locked up. It was locked up in a safe, and at the end of the time frame was asked, hey, $10,000 check's here. We're either going to deposit it. How do you want this to be done? He requested for that check to be given back to him, and he stated that that money also, that sometime later, if in tomorrow, something leads to this finding of summer wells tomorrow, a year from now, from my understanding from both of those two big donors, that money is still available for that. So the money that will be given to the Child Advocacy Center is what was remaining from those two amounts.
And those contributions that comprise that check there,
yes,
they came in from people, from all over the world. Basically.
All over the world.
Small increments, basically.
Some of them were, we had $1.50 donations up to hundreds of thousands of dollar donations. And like I said, everything from
hundreds and thousands.
Hundreds and thousands. Yes.
And this spoke, he said they had everything from hundreds to thousands as far as donations went. Wait for it.
There was one group, from my understanding, that done a campaign over Facebook and YouTube, I believe, comprised of that donation.
This group,
from my understanding, was close to the hundreds of thousands.
Oh, wow.
That was part of the questions in amongst of what caused for so long and what led us to having to do, in essence, the lawsuit was because.
Yep, this group, that right there identifies it for sure. This group, lawsuit, etc., with Summers Civis Fund. And what do they collect again?
Because of the hundreds of donations. And like I said, everything from
hundreds and thousands.
Hundreds and thousands, yes. There was one group, from my understanding, that done a campaign over Facebook and YouTube, I believe, comprised of that donation, from my understanding, was close to the hundreds of thousands.
Oh, wow.
That was part of the questions in among.
This group during that campaign raised hundreds of thousands. This group, hundreds of thousands. This group, when it was still essentially it was a hell of a lot smaller than it is now. The Summer Wells community, the ABTM, MGL built. Right. Yep. They raised hundreds of thousands. So why then did only 30 plus of it go to Summer Civis Fund? See, the 5013C has never been my issue, though. That's what Carl and Fiona and everybody else were hick-hopping mad in the UK about, pretending they were champion, stopping, whatever the fuck else. Those hundreds of thousands this group here raised, that didn't get Summer Civis Fund. And it's just what can be seen in front. I guarantee you once, I don't know, forensic accounting gets hold of that shit, it's a hell of a lot more. And I'll tell you what's been here always. I found out there was a placekeeping tally of what could just be seen out in front in the open world. With this small sector of Summer community, what was being made off her name and everything on. These people, even a few months into Summer's case, online had made millions. And there are legit groups that keep track of that. So even before the campaign, most likely, or not long after, but yeah, there were millions made. And then with at least this particular group, which you know built the Summer Wells community, right? At least at one moment in time, out in the open, just in a few days period, they raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I tell you what, you don't see us being the ones that are, oh, I don't know, buying $500,000 houses. Like a couple of these creators are suddenly moving into all about the year mark. Do you? Weird that, huh? Yeah. $8,000 and space that out over a 2-year period. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, but meanwhile, these junkies, these cons, these criminals, these nobodies have decimated our real lives, went so far as to try to even get some of us murdered, our children taken, witness tampering, by my estimation, trying to taint jurors' courts, Summer's case on purpose to destroy it, to keep everything going because it pays well. Pays them really well. Well, they make you dumbasses out there think we're the ones doing whatever. Yeah, bullshit, bro. Yeah, and they got all their teeth, trucks, shit on them. All these things. So anyway, play it for you again. Now, do you think most of the people given during the Scamathon 1, 2, and all the billboards, all that bullshit, and do you think they gave that many hundreds of thousands for these creators? Like proportionally they wanted that money to go to the creators? Or do you think that shell games and con games and confusion games and intake methods and all that maybe accidentally made them push money to creators, or when creators would change rules and be like, no. All the super chats and stickers, they stay with me, but what you sent to this one email, it goes to Q, and then Q and all them, they put it into the bank, and then it goes on. You think that's maybe what happened? Right? And why there was only 30-ish or close to 40,000 given over to Summer's Civics Fund? I'm gonna bet that's what happens. For sure, most of those people given during that period wanted all those hundreds of thousands to actually go to, well, Summer's Civics Fund. Not criminals and cons and junkies and nobodies behind icons, but Summer's Civics Fund. That's what I'm gonna bet. Anyway.
And like I said, everything.
Hundreds and thousands.
Hundreds and thousands. There was one group, from my understanding, that done a campaign over Facebook and YouTube, I believe. Comprised of that donation, from my understanding, was close to the hundreds of thousands.
Oh, wow.
That was part of the questions and amongst of what caused for so long and what led us to having to do, in essence, the lawsuit was because of the hundreds of donations that went into this account. A lot of them we had no knowing of who made the donation.
Right.
The bank doesn't have that information. It was, hey, I want to donate, for example, $10, $100 to Summer Wells War Fund. They gave that money, they got a receipt, they left.
So the lawsuit gave contributors an opportunity to claim
what money that they gave. So
nobody did.
Nobody showed up to the court date.
What's your dollar figure now that you have left over?
So the dollar figure now left over, once all court costs and everything else was given out. There's a total of $39,774.35 that will be donated to Child's Advocacy.
Okay, all right. Now, remind me again, what's your name?
My name is Dina Hicks.
Can you spell that for me?
Yes, it's DEA.
That probably falls into Dawn's rage too about how much child services profiting off of. But wow, right? Anyway, and then you go behind this, right?
Welcome to Monday. Hope you're all doing really well. Remember 2 weeks ago when Captain Tim Coop of the Churchill Rescue Squad made his minute-long statement telling viewers that the rescue squad is surrendering the current Summer Wells Reward Fund balance to the court? That move included a request to freeze donations into the fund, meaning no one could contribute additional monies to the fund and no one could withdraw any of it until the court decides what to do with the fund. Well, it appears that prior to Tim Coop's statement, the Churchill Rescue Squad received an email from a woman named Fiona O'Connor, who shared her concerns about how some of the monies,
You know, the shit around Carl. Much like Incognito, White Crime, the rest, etc. It really just, maybe they think they're doing good at certain points. Most probably realize what's happening in others. Certain things are built to be, well, builders, creators, comfort layers for Karens who think, well, somebody else is taken care of. But really what's happening is they're just siphoning up all the evidence known, or could be, to know who to target to silence them so they don't report, or so they're comforted in to thinking others are truly reporting, right? But really all they're doing is siphoning up receipts and evidence so criminals can weave and bob around anything incoming and know who to target that might speak or contact LE or agencies and stuff. Oh no, man. All has a weird feel on it. Always has. Carrying on.
in the reward fund were raised and handled. O'Connor named Kiana Carlock, aka Q Carlock, as the person who ran the somewhat shady marathon to raise cash for Summer's reward fund. Note that Fiona O'Connor and Kiana Carlock are suspected not to be residents of Tennessee. In fact, I believe at least one of these women lives in the UK. Let me give you a brief history of the Reward Fund. Summer's Reward Fund was started on June 28th of 2021 when someone opened a donation account at the Civis Bank. That was the same day that Candace Bly first spoke publicly after Summer's disappearance. The initial monies in the fund were a meager $250. At some point, one...
Now, I don't know about that bit. I do know that Bobo let Dawn know because the front page of the paper and news it had on there was business owner He is one of the check holders still because that and the other major checks still stand and always do for summer. So their lies about there being no reward fund for summer up is bullshit. It'll remain there. But in that way. But anyway, the thing is, Bobo is doing a phone interview with Dawn in the very first few days. He lets Dawn know that there's been a donor that come forward and started a reward for summer. Dawn's like, what? It's really the only emotion in the phone interview. And then within a few weeks, you have Dawn starting to call for, don't release the money at 6 months. That's not fair. And they extend it instantly as soon as Dawn's like, hey, don't do that, man. That ain't enough. This group then takes off that fucking scam on, I guess. Me, I was living real life, escaping monsters, doing whatever. I had no idea that NC&D played me like I was stupid to act like they had no clue about this group or anything else. Turns out that was some bullshit and lie. I don't know, man. Flavors on shit, man. Flavors.
Donor came forward with a check for $25,000. Then another donor gave a check for $10,000. And then another young man donated $2,000. In December of 2021,
I think that was Trev with the 2,000.
the reward fund was approaching a staggering $74,000. Much of the monies in the reward fund beyond those 3 initial donations came from a marathon that this Q Carlock person.
But y'all now know, because see, this piece predates Hawkins News releasing that just a couple months ago. This piece was over a year ago from Babe Crime. But you now know at least hundreds of thousands were raised, and that's probably just what they can see in the foreground without friends counting thoroughly in a couple years to look at it. But yeah, imagine what it could have been. Not that reward funds often lead to anybody actually giving tips or whatever, because most people do that without a reward having to be dangled. Most people do right for right's sake, it turns out. Yeah, once I figured that out and learned the stats, I'm like, fuck. Okay, it makes. Alright. But then there a few months ago, yeah. I guess now, what, 2, 3, yeah. 3-ish or so, close to 4 months ago. You have them trying to do and lift off another fucking scamathon, basically, with the same lies. There's no roadblocks, nobody cares, nobody knows summer's missing. Law enforcement sucks, everybody's corrupt, bad neighbors, whatever shit, right? And then the merch shit, and the PG shit, whatever, right? Same fucking lies, same lies that lifted off the first shit. Scamathon and Scamathon number 2, along with the Chase TM call that was meant to be one thing, flip-flopped around to have to be used for another, because certain folks didn't call them out for, I don't know, Scamathon. There's reasons, and certain people here call it that. We never had a doubt that what they were telling the public was raised would get there. That was never the doubt. Of course they're going to turn something over. Of course y'all were going to see something given. But it wasn't going to be what they were scraping off the back end, hiding, funneling, cleansing, taking in, shell games, cons, whatever, confusion, maneuver into their own pockets. That's why we called it a scam. But, shit. But anyway, so this does predate Hawkins County news releasing that just a couple months ago when they tried to do another fucking scamathon based on the same bullshit lies.
Ran. This is the marathon that many YouTubers have questioned and criticized due to Q Carlock's allegedly shady handling of the money, lack of receipts, lack of clear records, and a lack of full accounting of the donations. Carlock deposited a total of $32,193.34. Many believe Carlock and others behind the marathon may have pocketed some of the donations made. They believe the marathon raised much more than the $32,000. Allegedly. Tiffany Marie and Jody Sue Brown have both been very vocal about their concerns regarding the handling of the donations. According to Hawkins County Chancery Court documents,
Yeah. TM, huh? Oh, it's too bad Big Crime hadn't caught up yet. Maybe he still hasn't. Some of us knew then and we know now. Nobody would believe us then. Some will not believe us now, no matter what's right in front of their faces. Some people are just built that way where they can just skirt and set themselves up in positions where it always looks like they're crayon up, skirting away. Ye old builders of all the cases, communities run this motherfucker. Nah, hopefully Bad Crimes is caught up by now.
and that News Channel 11 obtained. Multiple defendants have been named in a petition for a declaratory judgment that would determine the fate of the fund. The rescue squad is also seeking the court to act as an interpleader. The idea of an interpleader that you bring all parties connected to the reward money to the courtroom to resolve the issues and to determine that the plaintiff is acting appropriately in what it does with the money. The plaintiff in this case is the Churchill Rescue Squad. So anyone connected to the marathon who's listed as a defendant in the petition for a declaratory judgment must come to the courtroom in one way or another and participate in resolving the problems that Fiona O'Connor raised to the Churchill Rescue Squad in her email. One of the defendants listed is Q Carlock. So it sounds like Q Carlock is finally going to have a reckoning with the court, as will other named defendants. Note that in response to the court filing, Q Carlock made a statement denying Fiona O'Connor's claims. Here's what Carlock said. There should be absolutely no dispute about the funds that I deposited into Civis Bank on behalf of the Summer Wells Army. Those are legit, honest donations from verifiable people, and they should not be held for anything other than to be given to the person who can lead to the recovery or rescue of Summer Wells. End quote. As of the document's filing, Churchill Rescue Squad stated the funds it held in the reward fund totaled $40,305.47. These funds were being held at the Civis Bank. Note that at some point the $25,000 check, the $10,000 check, and the $2,000 check were returned to their donors. That is why the reward fund is now down to $40,305.47. By getting the court involved, the Churchill Rescue Squad is trying to avoid getting entangled in further lawsuits involving the reward fund and to keep itself free of harassment by the public. Note that since the reward fund was first announced, the Churchill Rescue Squad stated that if the reward funds did not lead to Summer's recovery within the fund's expiration date, it was planning to donate the funds to the Child Advocacy Center of the 3rd Judicial District. Could this be the big stuff that Jody Sue Brown has been saying is about to go down? She's clearly been gunning for the shady marathon people to go down with the ship. And on this one issue, I have to say that I agree with Brown. Anyone who raises money for a missing child's reward fund and then, allegedly, pockets some of the money should be on the receiving end of trouble from the law and a bunch of bad karma. Until the next time on Bed Crime Stories. Now do me a favor.
I know I could do better. Bet.
Well, new motions have been filed in the Summer Wells Reward Fund lawsuit. 6-year-old Summer Wells was reported missing from her Beech Creek home in Hawkins County in June of 2021. There has been an active Amber Alert ever since. The Churchill Rescue Squad was in charge of a massive ground search in the days following her reported disappearance. The rescue squad also created a reward fund that was set to expire and go to the Children's Advocacy Center that covers the area in which Summer lives. It's now the center of the civil lawsuit. Since our last update, the Children's Advocacy Center has filed an answer asking the judge to make them the beneficiary of the $40,000+ fund. Summer's parents, Don and Candace Wells, have been added as defendants. Ansley Daniel is in the studio to help bring us up to speed and break down what exactly this means. Ansley?
Well, Sarah, the case over this reward fund has been confusing to say the least. Now, the Churchill Rescue Squad and the Children's Advocacy Center are just hoping that this can be settled and the focus can be put back on fighting Summer Wells. The Churchill Rescue Squad filed a lawsuit on June 30th asking for the judge to determine who gets the $40,305 and some change of the Summer Wells Reward Fund.
If it wasn't used for that specific purpose, that they'll get a refund. Or did they understand if it's not used for that specific purpose, it's going to go to CAC? I think that's the issue to determine.
Joseph McMurray is a Kingsport attorney not affiliated with the case. He says in order for the judge to have a valid ruling, all parties who could have a claim on the money in the fund must be notified.
You have to comply with one thing, and that is doing your due diligence. If they do have an address, telephone number, or any information on some of these donors, they would have to exhaust reasonable efforts in order to locate these individuals.
The only defendant named in the lawsuit to file an official response is the Children's Advocacy Center, asking the judge to grant them the money. The rescue squad's attorney also filed a motion adding Don and Candace Wells as defendants in the case.
I can only speculate, but after contemplating the lawsuits and thinking it over, potentially, I suppose some of the parties actually considered that maybe Don Wells or Candace Wells has some kind of interest in this money.
The Wells declined an interview with News Channel 11, but a spokesperson did release a statement saying in part, the Wells have remained separate from the reward fund from the beginning. Their only request in the past was that the timeline be extended. At this time, they prefer to have nothing to do with the issue and did not request nor give any affirmation that they would like to be a defendant or plaintiff in any matter concerning the Summer Wells Reward Fund. However, they will comply to the court document if the matter is not resolved. So, what's next? Alan Coop, the attorney for the Churchill Rescue Squad, declined to comment on the suit, but he did send a letter saying that a notice of service by publication will appear in the Rogersville Review.
After this runs and after 30 days has expired, the judge would be able to adjudicate the rights of these individuals. Whether or not it's a fake name, whether or not they read the paper, they have checked all the boxes in order for the judge to be in a place where he can make a ruling and it would actually stick.
That letter from the rescue squad's attorney said that they hope this will be placed on the court's docket in February.
But you see, I don't know, maybe it's this piece I'm looking for. Y'all, those who've been here long enough will remember oh God, so many facets to everything, right? But you remember the waiver, billboard, bullshit, fiasco, P.O. boxes, vigils, hold on, right? Remember all that? Right. You also will probably remember C recently being played, and I think it played over here, talking about how money and shit was being sent to them during the air and stuff, and that I was supposedly pissed something because she wouldn't split that with me or something. You remember that bullshit, whatever it was? And that gave me the aha about where shit was skirting from with the Benny ordering the handoffs with the Gemini and the Ginger Snap shit and 2 more between Brad because of slips Candace made inside that road in real time that didn't make sense to me then. And then, I heard a piece that we played the other night and she was like, oh, she was pit, or no, it was PG. I was over on PG's. And PG was like, yeah, I heard y'all fighting. I'm like, bullshit. Me and Candace have never had a fight. And she's like, yeah. And Candace told me it's because you were mad or whatever because you wouldn't split whatever. It was horseshit. And I called PG out for it, but that doesn't. And then PG changed her wording. She's like, well, that's what Candace told me. Because she had asked Candace what the fuck all this shit was about on the phone, whatever, right? And she's like, well, that's what Candace told me. And I was like, well, that wasn't true. And it's not. And I know feds love that, so it's no concern. And most of those things are recorded here. But, anyway, personal wise tapings and such. So, I ain't worried about that. Feds, law enforcement, hot devices, etc. will always know better than bullshit C&D or any of these creators want to pump out. Because I've been assured since the beginning and am still that all these are hot. So I'm not worried about certain shit. That being said, that from PG was like, huh. And then it lets me connect certain dots back to certain weird funky shit he was saying, oopsie and leaking. Sort of lets me know where certain shit was coming and going from. BK ordering certain shit, 2 to 4 people in between, Brad, where it was going. For the P.O. Box, Summer Wells. Oh yeah. And it gets even better when you know a lot more shit that surrounded that P.O. Box. Anyway, so, like, I did not realize they had ties into this group or that all these things in the very early days when I was headhunted, manipulated, etc. to this spot, but I was like, hey, CD, there's this group, man, they're trying to help Summer, I guess, raising Civis Fund. I'm like, oh, really? Well, that sounds great. I'm like, well, I'll try to help Summer do what I can. And they did not tell me they knew about this group. They made it like they were oblivious, didn't know a fucking thing. Meanwhile, I knew Cher and BK were hooked into it. While Spall, their buddy in persons, warned me not to have shit to do with either, which I didn't have to be told anyway because of how I'd watched C&D in real life, in real time, while still living there around and such. You didn't tell me twice, but in two pieces of shit, right? So, you know, I just didn't realize who and what exactly they were. I just knew they were online and somehow fuck sticks around some social media, whatever, right? But yeah. And then you have their online bestie Squall being pissed because Tiffany and Scott and all of them took a marathon on it about the same time. You just, all these things that connect back, man. But either way, after the marathon, 1, 2, bunch of billboards, bunch of bullshit, the recorded calls, the twisting of Jody Souza on Facebook calling shit out. This place has got to quickly get in front of that. Then you have the call being fed out of something else, and you're like, ah, fuck. Too many people have heard JSP say some shit now, like, why was she psychic? And why were Brad and Penny using this Grandis is a hero theory as a whatever, and saying it was blackmail attempted to be used against her. And, well, it's supposed to be a liftoff for chasing a second marathon and more billboard. It just, the song goes on and on, my friends. But C&D acts like they ain't no shit. Turns out, BK and Cher on related to this. Certain point, Cher also says that C&D were getting money from the scamathon. Shit you not, that really happened. That's really recorded. But you have Benny and Chase / Brad. A few of the others planning to visit October, but then it ends up being November. It's supposed to be Thanksgiving and an intervention, all this shit, you know. But they visit the main provocateurs, MGL, you know, the helpful builders of the Summer Wells community. With Tiffany and AB and such. They all collide and visit 110. Real convenient timing after certain things. Real weird what it is. Anyway, so this, even on the Dawn Wells Family official, right? But any of those of you who are around in the initial scamathon days, because it became quickly fucking apparent to me within 2 or 3 days, hitting the ground running. Something's wrong with these people. They're trying to feed me a fake agent. Is it because Penny's is stupid? Or is it because Penny's part of it became quickly apparent? Penny's part of it. A lot of people really thought I was stupid, ignorant, fucking hillbilly. The speech disability definitely gave them that impression. They just thought I was going to be your average dumbass, I guess. From the hills and hollow. And they'd all be in and out quick like they are in most cases. They'd never latch on long enough to be caught. In and out like always. Oh, they fucked around and found out this time though, didn't they? So anyway. Yeah. I quickly realized something was very wrong. It was like, no. But y'all remember that the marathon, the last night, did not go down. That vanished video into hell and live stream did not go down because of a fight between TM and Scott over the fucking waiver. Though there was some waiver bullshit in there about the billboards. with Cam and Allie and TM and, you know, one more of those times where Cam and them couldn't keep the script going and all kinds of shit. People closest to C&D, all kinds of shit, and waivers for merch, billboards, all shit was reigning supreme, you know. All the fuck. But y'all that were there know that live did not go down because of what you're told. Just like Ginger Snap didn't disappear because of this giant fight over decorations with TM. It's because her face was shown. And dumbass Brad's over like, yeah, I couldn't do it without Ginger and Jim and I running to the P.O. box for me every day. And, oh, here's her face. Some glitterati's. Then there's this magical fight. My decorations at the end. No, it's because Ginger's face was shown, bro. Whoopsie. She was named as a handoff for a federal P.O. box while having access to bank shit. So anyway, I don't know, man. The amount of fuckery around here is real. And it took a bit. Definitely didn't take any longer than them setting up in a jiffy slash Stacy Slay slash FBI card team super clandestine secret squirrel with the real feds and the real feds to go give me the fucking Discord room info now. When we were both said Slay's name at the same time. Well, yep, we've been fucked with. To know something is horrendously wrong and to make sure I said and did whatever necessary to keep these dipshits inside that Discord thinking I was a dipshit. And to keep testing them, and at a certain point, you test little things. The phone thing, hey, did the half of my DV merch, did it go to Summer Civis? Where's the receipts? Where's the raffle shit? Where's this? To catch them up in their bullshit and know it. Then the rest thing I shake loose and they are exactly what you think they are. And if they're doing that, then by God, they are indeed doing exactly what you think they're doing and can see out right in front of your face, you know, criminals, cons, thieves, etc., shell games, confusion, mudslinging, Jolo. And they were scamming, shell gaming, and innocent people around the world. I didn't like that shit too much. Well, they couldn't prove that even what was supposed to come from us, right? 100% of the t-shirt and half of the DV merch. Never showed receipts that got to Summer Civis from. Never did. Definitely didn't show the amount, cell phone shit, what is all these things or what they are, but yeah, buddy. Yeah. You there last night of the marathon, the last night. You there, you know, it went down and disappeared into hell and was cut off instantly like that. Because John Q, couldn't keep from slobbering and change the rules, and people started flipping out because they were trying to change the rules about where and when and how Summers may have been raised all those days, where it was going to go, who it was going to go, how it was going to go. It wasn't taking hints from Q Carlock. He was too busy being like a Looney Tunes character. You could literally imagine the dude back there with money symbols in his eyes. And Q eventually had to just be like, fuck this, and shut it down. The fights between Scott and TM about other shit throughout it. Been featured throughout days off and on. Had nothing to do with that live going down. But that's for us who know the truth and we're there. Or have it recorded. Right? And trust me, Q and John Q cleared up any day. They're supposed to actually release that vid again. Put it out in portions as a collector's edition. Shit, you not. Summer's commemorative edition of the marathon. That never happened. They just waited till people forgot about that. Then John Q's like, yeah, we'll also release the unedited version. Because Q came out and was like, yeah, we'll do the commemorative edition. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But we're going to edit out all the bad things. And then John Q came out and fucked it up again by going, yeah, we're going to release the unedited too. He was like, the fuck? And it never came out. What magically did appear off that last live stream, though, is the lost call with Jody Sue Brown and Chris McDonough. Only after TM and AB cozied up to Carl. But then it got said that emergency or ICU. It actually had just the audio, no images. Then TM and Justin play it, and MGL and Tiffany have a fight, make me try to cozy up to TM finally talked to her. I wasn't dumbass then, I ain't dumbass now. I could see those movements in real time. But it had me curious about the little snake enough finally to be like, well, alright. You know, fuck around with this for a bit. I ain't stupid. I wasn't born yesterday. You people have been transparent as glass the whole damn time. Fuck all y'all. Anyway, so, here's the thing. Alright? This is on Dawn and M's. Okay. Now, I did see a title from Shares or PGs or somewhere talking about them not wanting flyers, billboards up, but clearly, you know. Oh, here it is, Don Mills Family Official.
We just wanted to take a minute to thank everyone that's helping us to try and find our daughter. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thanks for the prayers and the love. Love overcomes a lot of evil and hate, and so thank you. It's so important. Thank you. God bless y'all. The billboards and everything that y'all put up for us, well, not for us, but for our daughter's sake. Thank you. God bless y'all. Thanks for the prayers and the love. Love overcomes a lot of evil and hate, and so thank you. It's so important. Thank you. God bless y'all. The billboards and everything that y'all put up for us, well, not for us, but for our daughter's sake. Thank you. God bless y'all. We hope and pray to God we can find our daughter. We can't thank you enough. There's nothing we can do to thank y'all. Thanks for the prayers and the love. Love overcomes a lot of evil and hate, and so thank you. It's so important. Thank you. God bless y'all. The billboards and everything that y'all put up for us, well, not for us, but for our daughter's sake. Thank you. God bless y'all. We hope and pray to God we can find our daughter. We can't thank you enough. There's nothing we can do to thank y'all enough, but just to thank you and praise our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Oh, make no mistake, that was October 13th, 2021, right?
We just wanted to take a minute to thank everyone that's helping us to try and find our daughter. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thanks for the prayers and the love. Love overcomes a lot of evil and hate, and so thank you. It's so important. Thank you. God bless y'all. The billboards and everything that y'all put up for us, well, not for us, but for our daughter's sake. Thank you. God bless y'all. we hope and pray to God we can find our daughter. We can't thank you enough. There's nothing we can do to thank you all enough, but just to thank you and praise our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
October 13th, 2021. Go look at that piece yourself. When have you ever seen that much emoting from Don's face or from him or emotion in that degree about summer before since the day we're talking? Whatever. When you ever seen that type of facial expression and all the emotion coming out of either of them ever around summer or anything? Now I know during the hoaxes and the prank calls and last vid chats and such, you do, depending on, right? But where it concerns vid chats with me, prank calls with Mary and them, that type of shit, you'll see all kinds of shit there. But October 13th, right? It's October 13th, 2021. Weird time to start emoting to that degree, ain't it? You think? Weird time. Weird, my dude.
Jimmy Fallon returns. We're back, baby. We are back. We're so back. All new Tonight Show.
She went downstairs to play with her toys.
Okay.
Now, November 12th, right? It airs. It airs. But see what's occurring in there is the Brad call that was intended for the purposes to lift off into the stratosphere. Scamathon number 2 and a shit ton of other billboards. You're also going to have incoming eyeballs, millions around the world, to the Don Wills Official Family YouTube. From, I don't know, Dr. Phil, it's getting ready to come up in just a couple weeks there. Right? All those eyeballs are going to go see a shit. Do you remember that during these days is when the vid chat with C hint winking and nodding at me that there's going to be eyeballs from Dr. Phil and wink wink nod at money, right? Happens suddenly, just paramount that I changed my story. I recant it, do whatever the fuck it is, but shower stuff. It's true. I'm not gonna recant it. I witnessed it. I seen it. So did many others, apparently. And Don had already said it, apparently. Allie had a few others, right? But apparently my voice mattered than the others, because I got the hint wink nod the last vid chat hoax and bullshit fucked around with me, But, anyway. Just a weird time. Somebody's advised them to try to separate certain things. Then you also have Beanie and Brad and everybody moving dates to visit around. And then, of course, the end piece happens, right? So that's gonna bring eyeballs. What's the date on that?
Confidential because they're underage, and the case has actually been put under gag order.
Oh. Also November 17th. Yeah. And pissed off real good by hearing a piece that was clear like, well, they took polygraphs, says Wilson, but also everybody's still suspect. You know,
Get 50% off all Domino's online pizza orders at menu price this week only, which includes right now. Get 50% off all Domino's online pizza orders at menu price this week only, which includes right now.
what the hell did I do? Get stuck in a Domino's time loop? I got stuck somewhere in Domino's hell over there. Hold on.
Confidential because they're underage, and the case has actually been put under gag order. We weren't even able to ask Don Wells about that, or he could get in trouble. So we don't know exactly why they were taken away.
Interesting. Okay, and then just the last question.
Change the subject, but
He really should have done his homework. This little tragedy pimp for News Nation. He really is a piece of shit. But anyway, he really should have done his homework. He should have went back to the other YouTuber. That's how the real news does to get their news on the Wells. Right? They refuse to talk to those like Bubba. Oh no, we got a gag order in place. But 2 seconds later, let me run to Share J4 and tell them all the biz. And should have went back and seen the real reason Don says he lost the kids. It's because even after polygraphs, he believed he was responsible for doing something to Summer. It's fun. And he acted bad and couldn't pass all the screening and such. They couldn't, and they lost the boys. Had nothing to do with big bad YouTubers, but you know, it's whatever gag order wants to apply. It's generally with Don and Candace, they only bring out the we can't talk about it to the real journalists because there's a gag order and whatever, but then they run around to YouTube and tell them. You'd think with as tight as Bullhorn and Rest are with this one, would have been directed to that piece that J4 got that the news had to get. But anyway, you always see DNC being like, you know, can't tell you nothing, Mr. Investigative or regular journalists. But then they'll run right to YouTube, break the gag orders, tell them everything, spin bullshit, throw shit in the universe, whatever. But anyway, it really pissed them off on the 17th, you know.
yes, that was the interesting part to us. And even the sheriff today, when I interviewed him, said, yeah, that was interesting. We haven't necessarily heard that before.
Okay. So Brian, what did that mean? Sometimes she chooses some wrong friends. That was kind of a sketchy thing to say.
Yeah, and for people who follow this case, and there are a lot of people online who follow this case very closely, that is what they picked up on. He has not said that before, and the question is, what did he mean by wrong friends? I pushed him on that. He wouldn't really elaborate and sort of change the subject, but yes, that was the interesting part to us, and even the sheriff today, when I interviewed him, said, yeah, that was interesting. We haven't necessarily heard that before.
You just mentioned something I think is super important, and the fact is that the kids were removed from the home. The other 3 brothers were removed from the home. Give me a little bit more on that, because that doesn't just happen because one child goes missing. Like the Smarts kids weren't all removed from their home. There were 5 kids. They stayed with the Smarts, the other 4. So why were these kids taken out?
That's a very good question. Bottom line, we don't know. It's all confidential because they're underage, and the case has actually been put under gag order. We weren't even able to ask Don Wells about that, or he could get in trouble. So we don't know exactly why they were taken away.
Interesting. Okay. And then just the Brian Enton has been following this case, and he is on the ground in Tennessee for us tonight. Brian, there is so much interest on Summer's disappearance. For the last 5 months, it has created a lot of chatter and also a lot of rumors on social media. What is it like being on the ground there, talking to people in this community?
Yeah, a lot of rumors on social media, Marnie, that's for sure. It's such a mysterious case. It's also very, very sensitive. And you realize that when you're here. This is a rural part of Tennessee. Sort of everyone knows everyone. There are a lot of people that frankly did not want us to come here, and they don't want anyone from the outside here digging into the case. But the bottom line is Summer Wells has now been missing for 5 months. Today is the 5-month anniversary. Again, strange circumstances. Basically just vanished from her home while her mother was there, and her younger brothers and her grandma also on the property. And up until this point, law enforcement say they have no leads.
Brian, Summer's parents haven't done a whole lot of interviews apart from that Dr. Phil interview we just showed. I know that you were in touch with them today. What are they saying?
Yeah, it was a challenge talking to them today, but we finally sort of made it happen just within the last couple of hours. Earlier this evening, we talked to Don Wells, Summer's dad. Candace Wells, the mother, would not come down and talk to us. They would not allow us on their property. We're going to show you all of that, show you the entire exchange tomorrow night on News Nation. But what they say is that Candace, the mother, is extremely emotional right now. Obviously, she has been through a lot over the last 5 months. She just was on Dr. Phil. They said it was even a struggle getting her to go to Dr. Phil because she's been so upset about everything that's gone on. But obviously, anyone following this case has a lot of questions for her and for the father, Don. Here's a little bit of our exchange from just a couple of hours ago.
There is so much interest on Summer's
We don't know.
I know you all have had some ups and downs in your past with alcohol and drugs. Do you think one of those people that came around could have?
No, we can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social services took Summer's 3 brothers from the home earlier this year. Would you mind just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around? Just me, sure. And just so I can. I know you don't want me up there walking around, but maybe you could just drive me around. Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Guys.
He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants the focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of.
Odd, isn't it? They start out the whole piece like this.
We begin with new details and new interviews on a case that we have been covering extensively here on News Nation Prime. 5-year-old Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. Her parents say she vanished within minutes from their home in Rogersville, Tennessee. But months of searching have come up empty. There have been no new leads and no evidence, not even a sighting of Summer. And suspicion has started to turn to her parents, Don and Candace Wells. They have been adamant that Summer was abducted. But tonight, the sheriff on the case says everyone is a person of interest.
Now, I don't know what correlates that. I'm like, suspicions turn to the parents. They've been adamant it's an abduction or kidnapping, but the sheriff tonight says
started to turn to her parents, Don and Candace Wells. They have been adamant that Summer was abducted. But tonight, the sheriff on the case says everyone is a person of interest. Correspondent Brian Enton is live.
it seems like maybe it's one hell of a what? Anyway, and then at the end they make sure to revisit that weirdness by ending the piece with Lawson again.
Cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this. And just quickly, maybe taking us for a little drive around, just me, sure. And just so I can. I know you don't want me up there walking around, but maybe you could just drive me around. Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. Sure. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants the focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is so anyway, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I would. It's News Nation. I think they're fucking tragedy pimps pretending to be anti-tragedy pimps lately. I don't like them. I don't like anybody that shakes hands with Bullhorn or whatever and does whatever and puts people like Jill or others from this realm up there on screen. I don't like it. But that being said, they did air Lawson's words in context. The dude did say no evidence of whatever, everyone's still sus, and he clearly also says that that's even after C&D have taken polygraphs and tested or whatever the fuck he confirmed in that was off camera that nobody's gonna play, but yeah, weird. Months and months after Summer vanishes, you're still not cleared even after Polly's still says everything, you know hear again? Shit, we'll play it many more times. That ain't shoddy work. That's just like 2 weeks after when Lawson said, everyone still suspect or person of interest, even after your polygraphs. Half a year later almost, he's saying the same, but in a more direct way.
I don't know.
Wells says he's limited in what he can want me up there walking around. Maybe you could just change his mind. He says he wants the focus to had something to do with this. The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything.
So even after polygraphs, they can't rule out whether Candace and Dawn had something to do with their daughter's disappearance. But off camera, I tell Enton to say that, yep, indeed they took and passed a polygraph. A out of how many? Anyway,
carried on after wanting more and C&D no longer cooperating with. Let's put it from in.
Possible. And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup.
Yeah, it seems like a whole lot of people are in here are the ones that are sus. PIs, don't it? Seems like certain things have always been said for others and not our best friends. But YouTube land, YouTube land, it always has other designs, doesn't it? Always. Anyway, now I'll give you Shoddy on the whole. Enton could have simply looked back at WJHL and found on saying the real reason, or as close to as you're gonna get, which we all kind of know in the community and everything is about as close as y'all are gonna get to the truth. Which is that they are the reason they lost his voice. And then they try to fancy that up by going, well, there's YouTube danger. And now it's full tilt lately of the DCS came and kidnapped Summer. They kidnapped her boys too. Bullshit. Bullshit. Anyway. The hell is this? I guess we'll save that for later. I don't know what the fuck that is. Seems interesting. Let's see.
And that's her little swing right there off that tree. She loved.
This was the recorded call between Candace and I forget the name of the original. It could have been CCC. But it was handed to CCC, but it was recorded like day 2 after Summer vanished, right? And this is what Candace had to say about it then.
To play right there in that yard.
I think this is it.
And that's her little swing right there off that tree. She loved to play right there in that yard. That was her favorite spot to be. So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going. So I didn't even hear the scream.
So the audio you just heard of Candace was sent over on June 20th. And the reason I thought it was important to play for you guys today is because yesterday Don was on another channel and he was talking about how a neighbor heard Summer screaming the day she was reported missing. And some of the comments I seen were people wondering, understandably, why hasn't this been brought up before? And then today, I see other channels talking about it, and a lot of those comments are the same as, why is Don just bringing this information up now? Some people believe that Don is lying, that he's making this up, that he came up with this, just recently of a neighbor hearing her scream. He's just putting it out there to push that narrative of her being kidnapped. I'm playing this audio that was sent.
And see, I had no clue. Candace been recorded or that it was hitting online in any way. Don apologized to me in the road, so he's like, I accidentally dogged you last night, whatever. That was him pointing the phone at the fucking cabin doorway, etc. Hell, I could have been nude or anything running through there. He ain't give no shits. They used it when it suited, or if they realized it fucked certain shit of theirs up, right? Because they didn't know the exact time that was withheld from them. Quite a while. Oh boy, and then the weaving began. Interesting, that. Just like eventually Don still tried to use it with the Summer was taken from the basement and dog trail and whatever, right? And her scream was muffled all the way down, then a bright burst, and that's not the way it went. He took and cobbled together the way in which all 3 of us heard it for his own purposes, made it into whatever story he wanted to formulate. That cookie cutter bullshit they've used for years for everything, put a stamp on it, fed it out to the real journalists, the world, and here. Suited. Used it when suited, but at the time I had no idea what Don meant. When he was like, oh, dog, sure, what? Hey, whatever, bro. I didn't quite understand what he meant. Or that he went to that, or that they were talking about the scream, or using it, or anything. I didn't know. But it damn sure helped get his head hunted on top of what the monster fucking ML did. And they end up with this group targeting all the wrong fucking neighbors and trying to fucking kidnap the elderly down there and all kinds of shit, thinking they were me and otherwise. And then semi-kidnapping I and little and weirdness, manipulating that shit into play. And oh my god, y'all, with the fake Fed and the chase and the Brad's working for McDonough. Brad's also got undercover and off duties, and Penny's got a whole fake Fed card team super spy over there. Penny's also got a McDonough, a fake one, and everybody's got this and that, and Benny's taking down McDonough's channel at the time shit, and
chaos, man, we've been through and the ways we've been fucked with. Anyway.
Again on June 20th, because even though this is new.
Apparently, y'all were over here already debating this. They had no clue for months and months and months. I still didn't even, when we first came public on it, I still did not know for quite a while that it had been mentioned over here at the moments that it took one in reverse. Chasing butterflies. Hearing certain things. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? You know? Hold up. Y'all have known since 2 or 3 days after.
And that's her little swing right there off that tree. She loved to play right there in that yard. That was her favorite spot to be. So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going. So I didn't even hear the scream.
So the audio you just heard of Candace was sent over on June 20th. And the reason I thought it was important to play for you guys today is because yesterday Don was on another channel and he was
Yep, so Candace is on the phone with random motherfuckers being recorded. Yep, you heard it. Immediately after Summer vanished, definitely that was not cost law enforcement or real help or advocates or PR or any of that. FBI, TBI, LE, that was her staying on the phone with random assholes being recorded. A couple days after Summer vanished, trying to make up whatever fit. And that was before she'd even completed or passed her lie detector. No shit. No shit. Weird, huh? Anyway.
talking about how a neighbor heard Summer screaming the day she was reported missing. And some of the comments I seen were people wondering, understandably, why hasn't this been brought up before? And then today, I see other channels talking about it, and a lot of those comments are the same as, why is Don just bringing this information up now? Some people believe that Don is lying, that he's making this up, that he came up with this, just recently of a neighbor hearing her scream, that he's just putting it out there to push that narrative of her being kidnapped.
Now, mind you, a few days back, whatever piece we played went through, Don's now trying to change other things or pretend he wasn't present for, at least on the speakerphone variety, for some weird reason.
I'm playing this audio that was sent again on June 20th because even though this is new information to the public, behind the scenes, it isn't new information. This is something that has been said from early on. I honestly don't understand why Candace never talked about this in the few interviews she's done. And as for Don, he's done multiple interviews. I call it the Don Well Show is what we're seeing coming to you live.
It's because they wanted to, and I misread some body language at first. I was like, man, that's what's changing certain shit, body language. And I felt responsible, and I was like, but wait the fuck a minute. It took me quite a while to understand that, wait a minute, Jody Sue. All you ever said to these dipshits is that you heard a scream. You and the kids heard a scream. Don's the one that said on that phone, so you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? Don's the motherfucker who said somebody took Summer. All we ever said is we heard a scream. But do note, if you go all the way back, you'll find that Grandis and Candace were certain before ever leaving the hill or searching everything that Summer had been kidnapped. So, before even coming into contact with me the first and only time on June 15th, and me saying to Candace after 6:09 I heard a scream, they were already certain Summer had been taken, kidnapped, abducted. Okay? Me, I heard a scream, I'm looking, etc. Carried on looking around the property, right? Like, because is Dawn over there with us, so you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? Fuck. But I gotta tell you, it don't match even what. It's the thing, though. Candace and Grandis, according to their news piece. Oh, we sent the boys down and blah. Lying bullshit. I mean, the boys did go down, but I didn't have time to come back up and say, hey, Summer's not found, everything like that. All that bullshit. But, they're already certain Summer was kidnapped. Then why, by God, did Candace not say that? Because that's not like Candace said to me. It's not. Candace didn't go, she's been kidnapped or abducted. I'm gonna bet that's not what Candace said to a bunch of other motherfuckers either. Now, Dawn, however, in those first minutes after 6:09, is the first one to go. So you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? I don't know, man. Talking about their shit always staying consistent the same, though, bro. That's the thing, I mean, even the boys did not have time. And didn't they? Look, I heard the boys crashed on the left side of the hill. There was no super loud directive given to them to go down that way or to search for Summer. Right? And I was close. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't recall them having walkie-talkies or anything like that, but I knew after coming into contact with Candace that, you know, I was like, oh, this bitch is clueless. I was like, I'm not gonna find truth here like always. I need to find the boys are as close as you're gonna get to truth. Or to even know where the fuck Summer really was. It's as close as you're gonna get, dude. Right? So, I and the other neighbors, we all set out searching. Make our way to the boys. Eventually. They hadn't honestly traveled too far. They should have made it quite a bit around the property. But they did not go back up there to even tell C&D that, seeing Grandis, I guess. But by that point, Dawn and Andy appeared near 7. So, even by 7, the boys had not searched everything, made it back up around top of that hill to tell anyone that they hadn't found Summer. So, I want to fuck. Grandis and Candace had already come to the conclusion that Summer was nowhere to be on the property. It was searched and she was kidnapped or whatever. Because when I and the other neighbors come up on the boys, they're pretty stationary They hadn't searched much. They're squatted down. Right. They tell me what they tell me. They tell us another thing. But Candace after 609, damn sure was not like, hey, Jody Sue, Summer is kidnapped or abducted. No. Bitch had no idea where Summer was. Dawn, those first one, throws a pebble and goes, Sue told me somebody took my baby girl. And I was like, and I and the other neighbors went searching because, well, it's kind of what you need to do in situations like that. I don't know, man. The thing is, at a certain point, you and the other neighbors look at each other and there's something there that says, yes, Summer's not here. Something's terribly wrong here. Something is terribly wrong. You talk to the third copy and you tell them what you've seen, heard. Talk to the other neighbors. Y'all start gathering everything you will need to try to help as quick as possible. Try to help Summer. But y'all look at each other, something's terribly wrong. Your gut does suspect she's not in there anyway. But yet, every night until the last night I drove out of there, and goddamn, I hate it too, because I wouldn't be able to listen anymore than I knew. By that point, it had been months, and it wasn't feasible any longer. But I know even all those nights, sat and walked and listened outside. No matter how tired I was, up all day, up all night, little naps here and there. But I listened for her voice to come floating out of the hollow. Just anything to pinpoint a location, just in case she was just waiting, man. Listening for other things, of course. Watching, protecting my own children. Knowing at a certain point after the sisters come out, not only are we maybe dealing with an unknown predator, but Dingleberry 12-year-old weirdo next door, right? Got monster in there sleeping fine after beating the shit out of or doing whatever, or banging stall, got cancer running scream, and all these things. But I walk, I listen, I wait. Not the only neighbor that did that either. could hear each other every night, sit on porch, walk woods, protect our own, protect each other. A lot of us listening for Summer's caller voice to echo out of those hills and valleys somewhere. Meanwhile, it seems like all the monsters slept fine. Even if our guts told us from the beginning something was drastically wrong. No matter what we all individually thought, no matter what everybody's theory wasn't, we all waited. We all listened. We all walked. We all sat out in the darkness. We all had hope. Most of us still do. Because something has been drastically wrong since June 15th. And I, for one, I'm not going to give up hope. And I think depending on who's responsible, there is a pretty good chance that she's out there somewhere and very much more. Depending on who is responsible. And I'll try my hardest to keep waiting and listening. Until I hear her voice. Tell her story through her own lips. Until I hear her voice again or I hear law enforcement and courts speak for her. Because those men and women do truly care. And they will make sure her story is told. I am absolutely certain that, beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I have every bit of faith that justice will reign at some point. Her voice will sing. We'll all hear it one day. Somehow. And it won't be left behind on that cursed ass road. Or ringing out of that goddamn hollow. She will not remain a mystery. And her story untold. I am certain. Except, everybody's biting. Carry on.
I don't know being kidnapped. I was talking about it, and a lot of those comments are the same as
the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going, so I didn't even hear the scream.
So the audio you just heard of Candace was sent over on June 20th. And the reason I thought it was important to play for you guys today is because yesterday Don was on another channel and he was talking about how a neighbor heard Summer screaming the day she was reported missing. And the comments, some of the comments I seen were people wondering, understandably, why hasn't this been brought up before? And then today, I see other channels talking about it, and a lot of those comments are the same as, why is Don just bringing this information up now? Some people believe that Don is lying, that he's making this up, that he came up with this.
Because both were feeling heat on themselves, I don't know, slimmed into and in cars to go take polygraphs. They fucked around, found out they're feeling a little heaty. First few days, weeks, months, I don't know. Everybody's still pushing in for those days.
Alright, I'm back. Just making sure everything was shut down for the night, and everybody's tucked in tight still, and but I guess my doggo are on lunch duty, and then I got ice, and then I created a mess because my hands decided they're just gonna do their own thing. Happens a lot. I'm always like 40 paper towels deep around here. They just kind of do their own shit thing, depending on the day, health status. Anyway,
And that's her little swing right there off that tree. She loved to play right there in that yard. That was her favorite spot to be. So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream. I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going. So I didn't even hear the scream.
So the audio you just heard of Candace was sent over on June 20th. And the reason I thought it was important to play for you guys today is because yesterday Don was on another channel and he was talking about how a neighbor heard Summer screaming the day she was reported missing. And some of the comments I seen were people wondering, understandably, why hasn't this been brought up before? And then today, I see other channels talking about it, and a lot of those comments are the same as, why is Don just bringing this information up now? Some people believe that Don is lying, that he's making this up, that he came up with this, just recently of a neighbor hearing her scream, that he's just putting it out there to push that narrative of her being kidnapped. I'm playing this audio that was sent again on June 20th because even though this is new information to the public, behind the scenes, it isn't new information. This is something that has been said from early on. I honestly don't understand why Candace never talked about this in the few interviews she's done. And as for Don, he's done multiple interviews. I call it the Don Wild Show is what we're seeing coming to you live. I don't know why he hasn't brought this up, because if you think about it, if a neighbor in fact heard Summer screaming around the time that she would have been, if you want to believe she was kidnapped, that's really, really important information, hearing her scream. So again, I'm not sure why Don's just bringing this up now. I'm sure within a few days he'll give an explanation to it. And I just want to say that, I'm not against the Wells and I'm not for the Wells. I don't believe you should have to pick a side when it comes to that. I am here and only here for Summer, and I'm here for the truth.
Here's the thing. Why does everybody assume that if there's a scream heard that must mean a kidnapping or an abduction? The thing is, I and my children heard that in different ways that day. We all have our own ways of describing it. All of us know it was not animal, though you'll hear my son go animalistic, but not. You've rarely heard from Little and such and anything, but and they didn't get to her in the interview that day they were supposed to. But because of, I don't know, Cam, Allie, Brad, Twister, stalkers, etc., the safety of my children, how long we've been out there, like all damn day interviewing, and and it was getting a little cold and how bored they were, and they were doing locks on the doors. I'm sure there's a whole lot of unusable footage just because of those two are playing and being bored. But because we were being filmed and stalked and it was getting dark, cold. They never got to the little butt. They did speak to her, etc. But anyway, the thing is, matters not. On June 15th, we all heard it. And our ears all picked up different things. Same scream, right? But for different lengths of time, different things before or after it. Things continuing on to not really been made public. I'm going to touch on. Right. A lot of things remain with Ellie or card team only. It's like the fucking absurdity over here seeing those like Chasing Untruth and Jenny and Adrian, Monster and Stall and all these motherfuckers trying to recreate something they have no hope of. Monster, I was never in a purview. Stall doesn't know shit about anything. Monster doesn't even know where I was located. Don't know jack shit squat nothing. Never listened enough to care. He only abused us emotionally, mentally, etc. With Summer vanished and used it to further harm us as him and Stall were ramping up bullshitting. He'd been caught because Summer vanished. He knew there was no wiggle room back out of the knowing his one arm off. He was trying at the Stall pump trapping. Shit was done. Abuse was escalating, whatever, but all these things are taking place. Shove those dumbasses around here. Jenny, Adrian's chasing Untruth, the Skilos, the BBKs, whatever, trying to recreate shit they have no hope of. And Proof's always been there. They never need to go there anywhere. You can clearly hear from hill to hill. I have videos here. Anyway, they just wanted to try to go there, mindfuck people that, oh, we were there, but couldn't hear it, couldn't this, couldn't that. It's horse shit. We all know it. And others better than them have proven it to be certain. Fuck, you hear Don's voice every time you come on this fucking channel, saying even he could hear our, I don't know, high-pitched and medium screams as Monster beat me and terrified my children across the other hill. And he could clearly hear that in their insulated basement. It's weird, huh? To come out and be like, what the fuck? So regardless, anyway, you can clearly tell by all the pieces that were already here, like the daytime vids of Summer and the boys playing, and you can hear it from the main house. I have videos up and have played them of the coyotes and high bitch knows different sounds, their dogs in between their hill and mine at night and different. Okay, look, Jenny and Adrian's and Chasing Untruths need not apply. Okay, proof is already here. The only reason they do what they do is to come back here and try to discredit and to get near C&D, paper asses, fuck with shit, try to discredit, harm, fuck up shit on purpose, and keep their income source going, whatever, you know, try to sell some TV shows, get some YouTube fame, I don't know, whatever the fuck they need, fucking fame shit, who knows, I don't give a damn. Also to build up right before vigils every year, that's the thing, their party vigils are always excited about, planning before the one's over, they're already planning the next, and then shit doesn't appear, but donations for all the tragedy pimps who work so hard in goodie bags do, don't they? Anyway, so, you know, kids and I all heard it. And a lot of those bits remain with, especially card and others, feds, etc. for exact anything around their pieces, clues, how far one could hear out, especially high-pitched noises over the ears, where they could actually come from, be from. That does not mean the top of that hill or the bottom of that driveway. I don't know, man. Great many things have been but I've tried to walk carefully. Away from weavers, treasure hunters, those I don't know whether to trust, those I don't trust, those like, yeah, just, there are great many things that are not here in this room. But there are pieces for. Anyway, thing is, these two use when it suits. Much like this place. Scream to me does not mean. Doesn't mean something's not control or foul play. Also doesn't mean that it couldn't be very minor possibility of a stranger or an abduction either. Some sort of variety of controlled or foul. Like, definitely there though. But I don't know why people are always like, oh yeah, scream means abduction or kidnapping. Well, okay. Y'all say so. Right? Y'all fucking say so. What's my first goddamn thought? Sure. But I do hope like hell every day that when we get an explanation for it, the thing of my nightmares is not true. And those were not last sounds on the surface. Cause that shit haunts. And we'll never know until we're given an explanation. We'll never know. Until. Anyway.
And that's it. So again, I know some people are going to be like, well, you're going to dispute what I'm saying with this audio with Candace. You're going to still think it's a lie and stuff like that. And you're entitled to your opinion. But I just wanted to play it because I know a lot of people think Dawn is just making this up right now. And, I'm telling you guys, this was sent over on June 20th that Candace was saying it. So it's not something that Dawn just came up with overnight to push that narrative of her being kidnapped.
But they didn't release it. The one channel that had this did not release it for a long time, though all the creators knew in the background
from like day 4. Candace been recorded from like day 2. Candace hadn't even passed or eventually passed polygraph yet. But this place.
Now, did a neighbor in fact really say this? I don't know that. It would be nice to find out who and maybe get more information from this neighbor, but I don't think this neighbor is probably going to want to go public with, you know, how people that go public with this case, how they are attacked. So I don't think she will. But again, I don't know why this hasn't been put out. I just thought it was important just to show you, like, hey guys, this isn't in fact new. They were saying this early on. So that's
weird. She knew I was a she. Well, I think I just did say my gender. I don't know, whatever.
all this video is for.
Oh, well, Don did mention it when he doxed us and apologized to me in the road. Okay, fine. So you have Candace on like day 2 being recorded. Because she's already more worried about online and doing whatever and staying on the phone. Carrying on.
Just wanted to say that. So I'm going to wrap up this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And as always, I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
So, you have Candace like day 2 being recorded saying that, right? Says her and the boys are searching. She must have missed it. Blah, blah, blah. TV going. I find it odd that nowhere in the WJHL interviews, McDonough, etc. Does Candace really put much detail into searching with the boys? TV's up, great detail, like they do the peppermint cactus succulent knee brace, etc. Shit, right? They never go into any detail about how they searched, where they searched, what they searched. Nope. But for some reason, they're all stuck on the number 2 with the amount of times Candace yelled down for summer. That's weird. Anyway.
Just thrown in a car or whatever. So it's like she definitely got in the car, thrown in a car or whatever. My neighbors heard some screams. She was up there outside, just across from us, and she heard some really weird screams before they heard us screaming for Summer, and that still haunts her. She's still haunted by all that, and I think she might have been fighting somebody.
Earlier you mentioned that someone heard screams. Would you know where the screams were heard in relation to the house from the neighbor? Like what direction?
Well, we live on a hill, so you go down our driveway to Van Hill Road. Well, down on the bottom down there, her driveway's right across from our driveway, and it goes straight up the hill. I mean, if you can see the tree outline
from the moon, if you look straight down to the tree outline, her house is just up below that tree line. I don't know if you can see it. It's too dark. Just below the moon, that tree line. Well, her house is up below them trees right there. So she was up there, and she heard these screams. Her and her daughter heard these screams. So it makes sense that she was somewhere.
See, he didn't even include Elvis. And Elvis told her, this is how well I know. And listen to him.
It's just, I was right across from our driveway, and it goes straight up the hill. I mean, if you can see the tree outline from the...
Somebody.
Earlier you mentioned that someone heard screams. Would you know where the screams were heard in relation to the house from the neighbor? Like what direction? We live on a hill, so you go down our driveway to Van Hill Road. Well, down on the bottom down there, her driveway's right across from our driveway, and it goes straight up the hill. I mean, if you can see the tree outline from the moon, if you look straight down to the tree outline, her house is just up below that tree line. I don't know if you can see it. It's too dark. Just below the moon, that tree line. Well, her house is up below them trees right there. So she was up there, and she heard these screams. Her and her daughter heard these screams. So it makes sense she was somewhere between your house and her house at that point. Yeah, down on Bentonville Road, yes. Yeah.
The scream that the neighbor heard? If she knew if it was a child or...
Oh.
And that's how little attention they'd pay even in person. Right? Dawn and them were always hot. Anything they could get, they almost damn near instantly would take off. That's how you'd know they didn't know something that most of us knew well before they did, and you're like, oh, fuck. It's like the red truck shit with Cher. And now this place falsely thinks was a red truck wrecked on June 15th. I heard that in the middle of that. I heard screaming, yelling. My health was extremely bad. I knew I was in a great deal of trouble if I did not turn back and go back up. And I really did crawl back in the cabin. I knew I didn't have access to help at that point or any services thanks to favors and giggles, thinking it was funny to cut any form of help off to me and my children while sticking us in there with obvious predators they knew about by that point. Yeah, it was real funny over on its side of the line. No calculator. Anyway, hey, but it's cool, we're retiring today. Anyway, magical retirements. So anyway, you always knew when these dipshits didn't know something the rest of us had known for eons, and when you sort of semi-fucked up, or maybe not, you never knew. With the red truck, Dawn messages me at morning, it's wrecked. I'm like, dude, I heard that shit at like 2, 3 in the morning as I was packing and whatever. I had to come back up the driveway, Other neighbors had discovered it. The police were already there. Dawn came down from work. He asked him if he could take pics. But then he fairy tales the fuck out of that story for sure and whatever, and they run with it and make it a thing, purposefully confuse people, etc. People leap over common sense and they go, ooh, the red truck. If I was a red truck wrecked on the 15th, somebody being cut, give me a break. They wouldn't then be asking, now would they? For a red truck and the witness to come forward to speak. Duh. Boy, the amounts of logic and common sense are leaped over, and there's these critters and Dawn and Candace feed y'all shit and eat it, huh? But anyway, some moments like that, I also gotta thank you that Dawn's like, well, hell, thanks for giving me the time. I told people that, gave me the time and how long they'd been there. Yeah, no shit, the whole neighborhood. Everybody knew
bazillion light years for you, bro. You're welcome, I guess. But in the roadways, you could see they get new info from you thought could not possibly be new info to anyone, even them. And it would light Don's ass on fire, and before he could even accumulate the entire thing in context. I'm not kidding. You watch him run. Now, time you didn't realize really where he's running to, but you could tell what it was lit him up, right? And I just come back here and feed to this place. Cher, Benny, whatever the fuck. I don't know. That's what they're doing with it. So they often did not get all the information. They just needed whatever little pieces to keep this place and them moving. That's it. And give a fuck if it's right. Context wise, you're like, what the fuck. When you chase butterflies backwards, mostly, because you're like, holy shit, that's what they were doing on those days. Okay. Which, at the very end, before I move fully out, I see a version of that with the red truck, with Cher and him playing games, and Narcissus being more worried about watching himself and Cher bullshit everybody. Red truck shit. Weeks and weeks after some finished. And say center hung. About 4 billion homes. That's not what. Anyway, it's fun. Anyway. These two are notorious for using when it suits. Leaving, fairy tale, and adding to. Notorious for it, despite what their cleansers over here take. Sure, most who care to see. But, that's how little even then they know, right? And, how much, it's like Candace and I didn't have contact for days after that. So when she was recorded by whoever on the phone, she didn't have all the info either. All she knew at that point was that I'd heard her scream with the kid. That was it. So that's why she says, I heard her scream. Don, at a certain point, which is later on with Cher, he knows that I'm the kids have, but he paid so little attention, he just said I'm little. But neither at those points really had a time for it because none was given to them. So they thought they could use it to fit.
She said it was a really weird scream, like.
You'll see Candace, though. Because I had to chase butterflies back for this transformation and shit online. But I can see it and correlate with the real days and real times there. That I eventually, right before fully moving, I tell Candace, I'm like, man, if it'll help, I'll go public. If it'll help Summer, I will go public. Even though the scream and the time shit breaks down your old timeline. I know the peppermint shit and all that's garbage. I'll just try to look like whatever. But man, just stop. For Summer's sake, stop. But if it'll help, I'll go public about the scream. And I made mention that, kind of fucked up their shit. And then, she didn't disagree with me on any of that. She just kind of stood there, right? But, she didn't say a word, really, but then at least not in whatever, but anyway, then later on, I hear and catch stuff through here and there. And I can watch those dates correlate with her online shifted once she's found out the time. It don't match. And then once the public firmly knows the time, you see giant shifts, like where her and Benny and PG try to pull back her whole ass timeline to 4:30 or 5 o'clock to fit the screen. But don't realize that creates another fucking problem, which is if she thought Summer vanished at 4:30 or 5 o'clock, and why in the fuck was law enforcement not called till 6:30? Almost. Yeah. See the problems there? Oh yeah. And then eventually it looked like to me when I started really chasing butterflies back a couple months ago, bothering to touch certain buttons, listen, it looks like a certain point, which is around when they were formulating the DCS shit too, and that Knoxville interview shows Lady down the dog trail. That becomes his firm story, I guess. Dog trail, kidnapping, he weaves the scream into whatever it needs to fit his narrative, muffled then, etc., etc. But then after I figured this out a couple months ago, I'm like, what the fuck? And then I call out that, well, this is their same story they've used for years, about 12 times a year. And then suddenly Don goes, well, maybe Summer did walk off. Huh? Why'd you swap that? Why'd you swap that up? All of a sudden, big boy. Huh? You've been on that for eons. It looked like I was unaware of it, but now you're gonna swap that up. Alright. Now suddenly Summer could walk off the hill. She was whatever. Okay. And now, after things with that too, now we're at a full-on effort to enact the DCS portion that's been being built in the background since the boys were taken, but most certainly the very day that they were being interviewed for that Knoxville piece where he takes that reporter down the hill. I can pinpoint its origins. I know when, where, how, but anyway, yeah, so now we're fully there. DCS is now kidnapped Summer. And money, and Dawn can't concentrate on anything, but really, the money DCS is making off selling children illegally, almost like he's jelly man or something. I don't know, bro. It's all weird. But anyway, at this point, though,
it still haunts her. I can't imagine, but
Summer was somewhere between your house and her house at that point.
yeah, down on Ben Hill Road.
Yeah.
The scream that the neighbor heard, if she knew if it was a child or. Oh. She said it was a really weird scream, like it still haunts her. I can't imagine, but I'd say, from what I understand, like maybe her mouth was covered and she probably couldn't breathe, and she probably was able to get out a scream or something like that in terror, kind of scream. And so yeah, that's horrible. She can scream loud. I mean, that little girl can scream.
The HIPAA clipper is a cut above. Ooh. His State Farm agent is a small business.
So it's like she definitely got in the car thrown in a car or whatever. My neighbors heard some screams. She was up there outside, just across from us, and she heard some really weird screams before they heard us screaming for Summer, and that's still.
You know, bothers me is he put himself in there. But he does that a lot throughout the past 2+ years. He puts himself there a lot.
Side, just across, thrown in a car or whatever. My neighbors heard some screams. She was up there outside, just across from us, and she heard some really weird screams before they heard us screaming for Summer, and that still haunts her. She's still haunted by all that, and I think she might have been fighting somebody.
Earlier you mentioned that someone heard screams. Would you know where the screams were heard in relation to the house from the neighbor? Like what direction?
Well, we live on a hill, so you go down our driveway to Van Hill Road. Going down on the bottom down there, her driveway's right across from our driveway, and it goes straight up the hill. I mean, if you can see the tree outline from the moon, if you look straight down to the tree outline, her house is just below that tree line. I don't know if you can see it.
That's too good.
Just below the moon, that tree line. Well, her house is up below them trees right there. But so she was up there, and she heard these screams. Her and her daughter heard these screams.
So it makes sense that she was somewhere between your house and her house at that point.
Yeah, down on Van Hill Road, yes.
Yeah.
The scream that the neighbor heard, if she knew if it was a child or...
Oh. She said it was a really weird scream, like it still haunts her. I can't imagine, but I'd say, from what I understand, like maybe her mouth was covered and she probably couldn't breathe, and she probably was able to get out a scream or something like that in terror kind of scream. And so, yeah, that's horrible. And she can scream loud. I mean, that little girl can scream.
There's another weird vid piece. I place here today. Has to do with 5:30. But for life of me, I can't remember which one that was right now. And I'd have to go through the 90 I actually meant to go through, but like I said at the beginning, we're doing this butterfly style. Squirrel, full out in Southern driveway, right? Right now. Butterfly style works just scattered about. Now, y'all, Let's see. Now, y'all, this is what happens after Dr. Phil Hinton, fuckery on the last vid chat, scamathons get crashed into hell and burn, etc. Candace's message, and I believe Green Eyes at this point, fucking with him, etc. But, or one of them. And then Don posts these to his Facebook. Alright, this is how fucking mad people were around the Dr. Phil Hinton shower vid phone call horse shittery and all the scamathon shit and billboard bullshit and whatever. Is how fucking mad.
Candace is not happy about that. I found these text messages on Sue has been giving us a lot of information regarding Candace. Obviously, Candace is not happy about that. I found these text messages on Don's Facebook page.
Alright, these are between Candace and whatever. I believe these are from Green. I was fucking with them too at the time, but Candace is like, yes, and the individual was like, Jody Sue. Jody also said she saw you yell at Josie, saying, what did he do? Now I didn't see it, I heard it, but it wasn't, it was like at the group, and then one spoke up as the spokesman for, but whatever. Anyway, Candace's reply to that is, Jody Sue and her ass and family been lying, and Hunter and his family lying. And then, this Yahoo is like, did Dawn get a DUI tonight? Candace is like, I don't know, I'm at home. And then, whoever the fuck this is like, they're listening to Hawkins County Police Scanner, but that's the thing, that shit was cut out from public ears a long time before even when I still lived there. Anyway, carrying on. As you can see, all of us are fucking liars according to C&D and such whatever. Especially around that era. Certain people are a little pissy. But yep, Allie's a liar, Hunter's a liar, I'm a liar, everybody's a liar, everybody gets meth lab, everybody gets whatever, bad neighbors, you know. And I'd love to know why it says Jody Sue and her family, and her ass and her family been lying since. Fuck you mean my family? Bitch, my family, you know, that's some crazy shit, right? I don't know, there's something from this fucker, it's like, deserves to die. Candace is like, you don't know what I've been going through to find out. I wish people would believe what I'm saying. This person's like, somebody believes you because you're not in jail. Candace goes, I don't know what his real name is. Only Allie does, and she won't say. I'm pretty sure it has to do with Jose. Right?
persons like Allison mom too, they don't want people thinking it was a kidnapping. Candace is like, I don't lie, I tell the truth. Always have, always will. Everyone else might, but that's not me. My kids are my world. I don't know, this person says something about benefit from that. She's trying to convince me, or I want you to look at me and I'm truthful. I prove myself to people. I guess except for the news and journalists and everybody, right? Whatever. Anyway, yeah, the whole world is shit. Anyway, now this person goes, maybe you should go live and clear some bullshit up. Candace goes, I will with Squall Tit. Wait, the Squall Tit who during the same period after being there in person asked for who knows what? The Squall Tit with the first idea of the marathon that Tiffany and Scott take. The Squall Tit who hammers in on us and uses my children to try to blackmail and silence us and whatever. You mean that Squall Tit? That one? That one. Candace will go live with Squall Tit, but nobody else. Right? Our best is heckin' buddy. Exactly. Well, now I wasn't saying somebody else was my best. See, you took it wrong. You're my best as heckin'. I wasn't saying somebody else was, guy. See, now you think I called somebody else my best a second, buddy. That's not what I meant. And see, you're my best a second, buddy. I mean it. You know I wasn't talking to nobody else. I was just using the phrase. I'm sorry. You know you're my best a second, but we ain't buddy. That's right, you are. Who's your good boy? Who's your best second buddy? That's right, you are. This is about tree thing. Alright. No. No. You're not taking me on a walk. No. He just wrapped my finger around his mane here. And he leaves his mouth open and goes, yeah, that means he wants to take me somewhere. Lead me somewhere. And then he put his paw up on my hand and he kind of squishes to let me know, then fine. I can sort of leave as long as I go with him. But he definitely wants me to go somewhere. Where are we going? Heckin' buddy. Where are we trying to go? Psst. Now he's got his back turned to me. His ears twitching. Where do you want to go? Hey. He's pulled Brad. Say heckin' best buddy around here. One time. One time. Who's the heckin' best buddy? You wagging the tail? You just want to go sit on the step? Let's go see. You want to go check it out? Is there something afoot? Is there something? I got it too hot in here. You're all panty and shit. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. As you can see, her heckin' best buddy Squall is she's running blackmail on us trying to make my son look like XYZ time as a threat from Penny Chase. BKATM or fuck right? Just shut the entire fuck up when all the shit about the grandest fairy tales, summer being okay, blah blah, didn't work. The fuck up Brad / Chase did with he goes, literally the boy said, is this about more money? Do you want more money? Now, the only money that came in was that weird ass $500 push from Slay / in a jiffy / the fake Fed card team member. And we reported it to the FBI. So, yeah, that right there was an oopsie on Brad's part. Now, wasn't it? So anyway, real funny that it was an instant and I caught it. I was like, what the fuck you mean, Mormon? And then they saw it. I was like, man, I don't want fucking, what the fuck? Full blown, right? And then it comes down the pipeline, and shit's getting worse. They know I'm not shutting up about anything. I'm over on Facebook, out and shit. I'm everywhere because they're cleansing me out of chats. They're shutting down the live streams, trying to make people believe it's not really me speaking or calling out and shit. And they can be like, oh my gosh, is that you really? Bitch, all you gotta do is hit the hamburger buttons on the side as a creator or a mod. You damn well know it was me. Don't play me like I'm stupid. And so anyway, yeah, bullshit. But yeah, Squalled in lays in with the hard shit. Like I was threatening what's gonna happen. And I need to hurry up and run to Benny or Tiffany right then and tell everything I knew, or Squall was gonna make my son look like. Yeah, the Squall accidentally stepped into a live I shouldn't have been on. It was supposed to just be testing whatever, kept telling it feel like. Had no clue what the fuck was up, but I had told her because Candace wanted me to go over it. Man, I don't really I didn't like the chick from the get while she was hanging out behind Candace and otherwise on the vid chats. I didn't like her, don't like her now, obviously. All the shit that one's done in Summer's case is just untold. Jesus Christ. The amount of fuck shit that one alone has done with her Summer Wells groups running all those and Linda's and Shay's and Chicken on a Sticks and every goddamn thing else. All really goes back to the smallest piece of shit in the salad bar, doesn't it? Scroll Tit. Scroll Tit before Scott and Penny. Squall Tit of the actually on 110 and friends with Dawn and Candace. First one to have the marathon idea. That Squall Tit. Yeah, she'll go live with her, says Candace. It's very helpful, Don posts these online, really, on his Facebook. Sure. Anyway, y'all, you can go watch that. I'm not a big fan of theirs, but I know this one isn't the mod for Dipshit Silver Tongue. This is the other one. So yeah, actually, this is Evil Exists. My bad. Sorry, Evil Exists. I was having a moment. Brain fog today. Butterflies and all. Same way. That's Evil Exists. That's the name of the vid. You can go check it out for yourself. Read the text for yourself. Okay. Candace chats about herself and Jody Sue. Summer Wells. Evil Exists. Anyway. I was thinking the other dipshit when it mods for Silvertongue that cannot fucking stand me. And Films fucking Mutual on that one. Piece of shit. So anyway, it's weird though, right? All leadbacks. Chasing the butterflies backwards. Little critters you get off track with. In the in-betweens. Step out of the driveway and into the yard. But yeah, that's quilted. Anyway, I'm not over the fuck I was at. Really. Stepped a little bit off the pathway. Butterflies. That's okay. I do know where I kind of want to head. I don't know, there's something else I was looking for though right there. Ended up coming across that. Let me see. I don't know who that crazy lady was. Ooh. And I just, y'all are aware that Doug Douchebag Hutton has been here lately, right? Y'all aware of that? Whole damn community. That boy's got the whole damn community lit up on fire. Down here taping people without consent, lying about being a YouTuber, taping people on their actual properties, misrepresenting himself. Looks like he's got a whole lot of people a little pissed. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. Looks like he had better sense than to be fucked around over here, but him and old Granny D there, looks like maybe he's fully made the move to TN after all. Finally, like it's been planned since like last year. But whatever. We don't know. Either way, the point is, they're really just trying to build his bullshit platform over there as his crime granny helps him band-aid. Either way, he does have some of the community extraordinarily pissed off. some locals with the fuckery pulled. That's Como. Anyway, so in case y'all are unaware, we've all been having to deal with that shit lately. I doubt any of you are unaware, but for those who aren't, now you know. Anyway, let's, you know, how long is this one been going? Oh dear. Let's see. Be coming that close. He's getting all the other Higgins into trouble. Because the wells and such don't want it to be so, and that one has a real bad habit of truly setting up motherfuckers. In real life and otherwise, as you can clearly tell by the shit she's done to Frank. And look at what her and Chicken on the Stick did with the false goddamn lawsuits and shit and the tampering of it. Talk about a setup queen, that one has no problem going real goddamn life on motherfuckers in the most vile of goddamn ways. And then pretending like she's the goddamn victim. Very tiny, that one, in this community. Right? That one's got some fucking issues, but she does run a whole lot of shit around some wells, including a lot of the local Facebooks. Nobody realized she was running. She runs a bunch of other groups. She's got a lot of the 40 owls and raincoats going. She has all the worst little critters around here. She has the CZs too. She had the chicken thing, the blackmail shit. She's not really that smart. She works good in the team, but mostly because C&D do not want her. I do know who she is. As do others in the community, but they hide her because it benefits. And the moment that Squall is unmasked, and a great deal of them know who she is, including Benny. Benny offered very early on to dox her ass for me, and I was like, don't do that, bro. Time I was like, man, she's a victim, she's whatever. I was like, don't do that, dude. Yeah, it's because certain people don't want it done. And that definitely touches too much of everybody's central cog. Even though she's tiny and sits in the corner silently most of the time, she can willed a great many things, and has, even up to the point of setting up shit around all this with chicken. A known and admitted stalker and of me and otherwise, and then an actor, and that one's related to Monster, and using it to file false lawsuits and shit. What? That then just go get left poofed in front of a judge to make certain shit look certain ways. Whether never actually argued or proof shown otherwise. To try to discredit and do whatever and fuck with me right before they know that that judge and orders will be put in front of a Monster. And nobody bothered. I just, whatever. That's how far they fucking go. You know, but, you know, there's a reason. And it's like, if you think that creators here don't really know who those, like, PG, Squall, etc. are, you're sadly mistaken. And if you think that they can dox anybody else in this universe, but they don't know who a couple of them are, you're sadly mistaken. They stay hidden and undoxed, unknown, because this group wants them not to be. And because there's danger there for them. And because it benefits them to keep them hidden. That's why. Hell, she's went as far as accusing Jenna and I, but like never met, never talked. Apparently, at one point, accusing us of getting together and smearing dog shit on stuff. Chasen helped her a while back, accused me of like pew-pewing past her house, all kinds of shit. I'm like, holy fuck, like you just don't know. And she is the. And see, here's the thing when it comes right down to it. She asked me to put her on my Facebook. The bitch took the opportunity to download everything, then to come out here, use my vids, even my images of my children as minors, and vids them illegally and against law. Still does, they're still everywhere. To blackmail, to harm, to create narratives. And the biggest lies in Summer's thing have come out from Squall. And there's still some of the biggest believers around here. But it and some of the false suspects and shit, Squall was the one doing. Even in real life, but it took me being here to understand that what we were hearing and seeing in real time, coming and going and questioning, was actually Squall and Candace and Dawn's ear, pumping out bullshit to them. That then was fucking up Summer's case and misleading police and feds. And having an impact on Summer's case. Knowing that after coming here was like hitting a brick wall. It's like, holy shit. So you want to see interference in Summer's case? Fucking Squall's it, bro. And her wielding of all the Summer Wells groups and the hunting down of witnesses and people closest and people not realizing she's running all those groups and hunting everybody down and witnesses and other people to fuck with around Summer's case in the community. She's useful, so is the group, and C&D do not want her, so she won't be. And it's best that none of us do it for now. So, yeah, always watch out for the teeny tiny ones, especially that one saw in the corner. Those who sit on their own porch or cornbread pans and others, yeah.
quiet until time to do whatever. There's a couple of those around here. I just saying. But yeah, I'm aware of who she and a couple silent others tell me that are, and otherwise, but it's best that we not. I'm sure somebody on the internet one day will do it. It is the internet after all. There's somebody in court, well, when time serves. Where was I? Total scrolling. Damn. No, that has to be included as well. I don't know. There's something entirely bonkers with that. That's what I'm saying. There are a few of them right now, like the Elaine's and Linda's and a few others that go to links that go to, like the Jenny's and Adrian's and Floppy's. Something severely fucking wrong with them. In a whole hell of a lot of ways. That's what I'm saying. She's always around though. Right? Oh, God, it is again. Now, some days I swear the dog's actually trying to kill me. I'd swear it some days. Anyway, thought for some reason hear coffee, but it's Dr. Pepper, and I was like, whoa! What the fuck happens? That's what I get for my coffee being black and Dr. Pepper being the same damn color. My brain goes, coffee! I'm like, oh wait, I put Dr. Pepper. Or I pick up their own cup, because I usually have coffee and Dr. Pepper over here at the same time. They don't know why. Oh. Oh, there's a cute donkey. Donkey! Oh, somebody jumped up here. Sounds good right now, honestly. Well, I don't know. Maybe. It's where all the sharks are, though. I don't want to be pier jumping, honestly. They like hanging around below those fuckers. Because dumbasses fish off of them, and they know it'd be easy meal territory. And fish hang out under. You know what? No. I don't know. You're an idiot. Let's jump off the pier. You cannot fix this bullshit. That's weird. Like I just mentioned you to somebody else. Today, weirdly enough, now you are showing up. I believe you got a variety of names throughout the 2+ years. And if I'm correct, one of those was Jacques Blue early on. In the way back. Several renditions of Jacques and Jackie. Right? For some reason, Jenny and Adrian took exception with you two. Tried to say you were somebody near me that owned property around all kinds. Of course, that was in, I think, their, Discord streams a penny in the back while they stream me while using the members only. Is that right? Real fun. So anyway, it was one of those many days. full tilt. What are you doing, my dudes? Hmm. I'll ask over and over again, though I know the answer clearly. Sorry, I'm curious. About something. Bliss. Ooh, that's what that notification was. And it's, they premiered that. I'm not waiting on that premiere. Oh well. Alright. I'm kinda wondering what. See now, all the good boys in the neighborhood are corrupted. Hmm. Why? Why? Why are you over destroying? Flopping around, being goofy. That is not. NASCAR, baby Jesus. That. Sit down, honey. Thank you. He's on a roll. Mm, trying to determine what to do here. I think I'm actually going to end this one. May start another one. May not come back. I don't know. Trying to figure it out. I'm trying. Mm, Mhm.
Okay, so I don't know. I feel like I got a little bit left in me, but I'm come back at some point and better fly some other way. And then I'll just add a little bit here, maybe, with this, because it'll be easier that way. So I'm just gonna add little bits here to sort of finish off tonight, and they'll add to other things. So anyway, do it this way then.
With my mission, and I just. I guess, we're coming up on a very sad milestone tomorrow, with being the fourth week. Basically a month since summer went missing, and I just wanted to check in with you all and see, if there had been any new developments or anything. Nothing. No. It's real discouraging. Only God can turn this around. How is your family coping? Well, my wife ain't doing too good. She's not doing too good at all. She's pretty upset. I can imagine. Is she needing help or anything, or? No, I'm just kind of some anger issues, and and all this stuff on social media is just that's out of line. That's stuff's out of line, way out of line. Yeah. How are your kids doing? They're coping with it okay. They're doing okay. Just, I'm upset. I just made the decision. I made up my mind not to let Satan win. How do you do that? What do you take personally? To not let Satan win? Yeah. Not let him get down. Not I could be down and not go back to work and let it affect me in every way, but I can't do that. Well, you still got a family to raise also, I guess, too, don't you? So I still got to move forward. I still got to go to work. I still got to try, even though I miss her. I wish to God there was a way, but we live in an evil world. I ain't the first one, to lose a family member, or all kinds of tragedies been happening since the beginning of this creation. There's been all kind of bad stuff going on. It does seem kind of like a bad dream or whatever. Yeah, it does. And my memories of the summer and everything, it's just, that's what kills me, because we had such a great love for each other. She loved me, and I don't know why I've never had someone love me that much in my life. And so it's been awesome, between me and her. And so it's killed me since she's been gone. It's just, at first it was just so horrific knowing that someone abducted her and the cops are looking all around her house, knowing that she's not there. It's like you just talking to yourself. It's done no good. But I wish the police would have blocked off both ends of Beach Creek and everything else and kept it contained in our area, because I'm sure she's hundreds of miles away. I can't blame them or whatever, but I'm upset. I'm really upset, but it's too little too late now. I guess this is probably, I don't know if this is something that has been in your family's mind, that you've got to kind of move on
with the business of living. And I guess one of the things is your kids have to go back to school, and I was wondering if y'all had given any thought to that. If that's going to be if that's something that's going to be hard to do to take them back to school.
Well, I mean, I don't know why, but they're dealing with it okay more than me, and they're doing a lot better than me and Candace are.
Mm-hmm.
Not why that is, but I don't know. Because when I was in school, one of the kids that was in school with us bought his son a shotgun, and somehow it accidentally went off and killed his dad right in front of him. And we never did see that kid back in school again, but that was his daddy, though. There's a difference, I guess. But, I mean, maybe my kids are looking at it like, well, maybe God will bring her back, or I don't know. But
Now we have went over this interview before, obviously. Talk about it's weird, bits, pieces of it. Hitting her ship, gun ship. Him talking about how are the boys coping versus, and they're like, hey, so get this, this person in school bullshit story, and the dad got killed with a gun, and the boy was never seen again. What the fuck's that got to do with your kids going back to school or how they're coping? Are you leaking a little bit, right? It goes back into a whole lot of things, including shit based in there that's not public, and shit around, I don't know, dreams he's having about probably beating the boys to death and to kids till they end up in prison, etc. Dudley talked about, I don't know, man. We've been through some of that before with this interview, so I'm leaving it here for other reasons, so I'm not gonna go back through all that again.
statistically speaking, I mean, there's a good chance she's already dead if you look at it statistically. And I hate to think that. I love her with all my heart, but only God, if nothing else, I'll see her in the resurrection. As long as I keep the commandments and I do what I'm supposed to.
Some things those early days did semi-stay consistent. I mean, man, within a couple hours of him showing up on June 15th, somewhere around 7, just a few hours later, man, he's certain Summer's dead, he has no hope, no real emotion, and mentions statistics. But then other things happen there eventually. The first days, you see first interviews and shit being pretty up to the resurrection type shit. But then later, the drops are there for the truth, which leads the butterflies back to then validate what was being said to others inside that road the first night. Little bits of those are here in this room that validate that shit the first night. Little butterflies just kind of. No. Anyway, carry on.
To do, I'll see her in the commandments. If that's the case,
He's gonna see her in the commandments. Huh? Wait, what? The commandments? Okay, Mr. I'm at church and we'll hang out together. He'll see her in the commandments. Okay, but
the resurrection.
So is it gonna be just kind of back to business when school starts and the kids are gonna go back?
Yeah, we ain't got the choice. We don't have a choice, you know?
I was just wondering if there was maybe any kind of fear or concern just to let them out of your sight after.
Well, yeah, definitely. We was sending them down, you know, to the school bus by themselves, you know, but I don't think we'll ever do that again.
Mm-hmm. Do they get picked up at the end of your road there on Beach Creek?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're sending the kids down to the bus by themselves hours before daylight, right? But Candace, the grown adult, she's terrified of bears, coyotes, snakes, etc. There, she don't go on walks. Kids, though, even before daybreak, send them right along. Anyway, that is whatever.
Yeah. Okay, good. And of course, you're back to work, and the kids are going back to school. So it seems like there's no choice but to try to return to some sort of normalcy within this horrible event.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not gonna let Satan convince me to go drinking or whatever. You know, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going down that road. I choose.
Now, mind you, at the time he's doing this Bobo, alright? This is why he's going to mention this and get ahead of everything is because of, their new shit's coming down the pipeline with the boys. They know he's done fucked up. He's been made to believe, even after polygraphs, he's done something similar. He's acted like a real bad heckin' boy. Him and others. And then things couldn't be piss tested, whatever, right? Blah, blah, blah. Failure across the board, blah, blah, blah. Still called. Everybody's still a PI or sus, even after polygraphs, I guess. And he's heckin' bad fucked up. Cause he believed it, you know, cause law enforcement or somebody posing and made him believe he did something to his daughter. So he went out and acted like a dumbass, among other people, and got the boys taken. They knew shit was coming down the pipeline. So he's gonna talk to Bobo a little, and get ahead of a little bit of shit, and start laying the groundwork. That's what you're about to hear.
God. Choose God, you know, and that's probably, you know, I've never, you know, before in my life I was weaker and just the least little thing would be the excuse to go get drunk or whatever, you know, but not no more. Not this.
Right during this time he's actually doing it. Several days before. I don't know, it sounds like he's ever pleading his case to the public and whatever he feels like is going to come down the pipeline in advance of something.
Is the most horrific thing that I could have ever even thought of happening.
Has your theory about what happened to Summer changed any since we spoke a couple weeks ago?
No, she was abducted. There's, you know, I forget how you put that, reasonable deduction or however you say that. You're talking school, you know, but by that theory there, yeah, she's been abducted in my mind, 100%. I know Candace wouldn't lie to me about
That was almost as painful as hearing him when he tried to first learn Occam's razor from somebody that mentioned something around him very early on too. He was trying heckin' hard.
any of the facts. She has no reason to, you know, I mean, she wouldn't She wasn't lying. I think somebody said, or you told the media that she was lie detector test and you took one off. Mind 100%. Forget how you put that. She's life. She's God. You know, and that's probably, you know, I've never, you know, before in my life, I'm not going to let there's no choice but to try to return to some sort of normalcy within this horrible event. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not going to let Satan convince me to go drinking or whatever. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going down that road. I choose life. Choose God. You know, and that's probably, you know, I've never, you know, before in my life I was weaker and just at least a little thing would be the excuse to go get drunk or whatever, you know, but not no more. Not. And this is the most horrific thing that I could have ever even thought of happening. Has your theory about what happened to Summer changed any since we spoke a couple weeks ago? No, she was abducted. There's, you know, I forget how you put that, reasonable deduction or however you say that. You're talking school, you know, but by that theory there, yeah, she's been abducted in my mind, 100%. I know Candace wouldn't lie to me about any of the facts. She has no reason to, you know, I mean, she wouldn't lie. I think somebody said,
But dude, that's the thing. Candace damn sure didn't tell me that she'd been kidnapped or anything, or abducted. That was not what was said. You were the first one to say that. You were the first one. Candace said something entirely different, and you were there for that moment. You know, Candace didn't say, "Oh, Summer's been kidnapped." You were the first one to say that. But then here he is putting on Candace, going, "Yeah, I think you know the same thing. I've still got the same theory as a few weeks ago when we talked. Blah 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 blah. She's been kidnapped or abducted. I know my wife wouldn't lie to me." But his wife, Candace, I know he heard her tell me whatever, and it wasn't that Summer was abducted. So obviously you'd assume that if Candace had told Dawn she was abducted or something, she wouldn't be rolling around telling everybody else all kinds of other shit. Right? She'd be like, "Hey Dawn, Summer's been abducted or kidnapped." It wasn't the case. Dawn clearly heard her say while he was on the speakerphone something entirely different. He's the first one to say Summer's kidnapped. So why is he standing here telling me, "I know my wife wouldn't lie to me"? Fuck you mean? That math don't add up there now, does it? The first one to introduce that idea, as far as I know, unless that's happened up around top of the hill or something, is Dawn. A few minutes past 6:09 p.m., Dawn's the one that introduces the idea that Summer's been kidnapped. Somebody's taken someone. That is not what the fuck Candace is saying to and who the fuck knows how many others. And Dawn was witness to that. Because he was on the speakerphone and Candace told me what she told me. So those things can't both exist. Now can they, Dawn? Either whatever she told everybody that day is true, or you and somebody told my daughter is the first pebble in the pond and you infect everybody. I don't know. So seems to me as a paired effort on ideas and whatever coming together. Sure, could have been eventually. But Don's first one to cast that shit out there. Not Candace. Though, when you get to the WJHL interview with Candace Sr. and her shit, according to them at that point, then so they're like, oh, we just knew Summer being kidnapped or whatever, and we sent the boys down hoping nobody take them to. Fuck. So according to them, before Candace ever left the hill, coming off the roadway, talking to Dawn, etc. on speakerphone, they had a video. And that doesn't make any good sense considering to I and others, that's not what Candace was saying. She was not saying, hey, Summer's been kidnapped, Summer's been whatever we looked at. It's not what was being said. So then again, you have the question of then why in the hell are they then on a WJHL interview? Candace Sr. and her going, we just knew she'd been kidnapped. No, God, not again. Because I already have a daughter that's missing. What the hell? Then, if y'all thought that, then why was that not what the fuck you were saying, everybody? And then why recently is Don trying to pretend that he wasn't present on that speakerphone for Candace and I coming in contact first? Why do you have to lean back? Like, hey, Candace, did you blah, blah, blah? And she's like, hey, you know, I don't know, man. It's almost like he wants to erase that pebble, take it back up out the pond for some reason. It's odd. Weird also that much signal, but Ellie not called until after. Had time to be showing more emotion and voice stressors, whole nine, about everything. Coming down the driveway and showing sense about jack shit. Anything. Something resides in that brief drive down there before coming into contact with me, and I heard it all every day in my brain. And I keep waiting, like the feds told me to. If ever I find a magical solution or a government one that can call that out of my brain for me, I'm gonna. I don't think that is important. There's something there. It's definitely where answers reside. Something.
You told the media that she was lie detector test and you took one also. And, yeah, and that you all were cleared of any suspicion as based on that.
Well, I don't know if we were completely cleared because that's not admissible in court.
Yeah.
But yeah, we both.
That makes sense. I don't know if we're completely cleared because it's inadmissible in court. Look, it is a tool. A lot of people call it drunk science. They can be wrong. They can be this. They can be whatever. I get all of that. Okay? I'm not an entire dumbass.
people who are guilty of sin can also pass the motherfuckers, and it happens quite a bit. I know that to be true because I know people who are in that world. And they've seen some of the guiltiest motherfuckers ever take them and pass them. Alright? Happens. There are also innocent people sitting behind bars because they're faulty as fuck sometimes. I get it. I get it all. Okay? I'm well aware. But they are a tool in a toolbox. Okay? When you have several people around one event taking them, and several people all have a problem, and things showing up with certain fuckery, it leans more towards the odds of something being real heckin' wrong now, doesn't it? Than if it's just one person and one thing leads one way or the other, right? When you have a grouping of subjects, and according to Don out of his own mouth to me, and there are issues with all. And like they're not Haley through fucking Candace singing out there and said her showed all kinds of fuckery too. Whatever on shares. But point is, I think that'd be like, huh? And then like, am I to believe or not believe at this point? That what Don said to us in person while still living in there, that they're asked for more. And then that's when they stopped cooperating and said they'd only cooperate with feds and take more for them, but not others. I don't know. Truth, lie, truth, lie. Mud, jello. Right? But boy, if some of those things said in real life don't stand up with what Ellie and News and real butterfly pieces say, and timing and events and shit, makes me think there's truth in there somewhere, for sure. What Dodson says about polygraphs, Hunter, Candace Tenner being like, what the hell did you do? You failed my shit, bro. Candace in the review, the Rogers review, saying she couldn't pass hers because she was upset because, they were yelling and screaming at her and such. She was upset, whatever, and then that's what I was hearing in real life too. And she was gonna have to wait a few, blah blah. I can remember just like a damn DVD of the retelling to me about why and how Candace was upset and the agents and the car or whatever. Some will always be mad and Jolo and whatnot. Yeah, now to everybody, it's always changing, right? Nothing's consistent. It changes between she was upset, he didn't have sleep, gave her extra days, blah. But then also that both fell asleep. That was a newer one I heard lately. So then recently both have changed shit. They both fell asleep during the polygraphs. I don't know. I give a shit. Either way, when you have a grouping of people, And then two of those people, weirdly enough, are the ones that aren't supposed to know or hear anything about certain kids and gag order. Why are gag orders always broken in here? Why these people like ain't shit? I just, you know why? Never mattered, man, because you've always done. The boys are not coming back. And sometimes think it's Dawn, early on anyway, punishing Candace, making sure to break those gag orders, especially online. To hurt her maybe at first, I don't. Who knows? Either way. But what else I gotta press eggs anywhere? Alright. Well, I don't know if we're completely cleared because they're inadmissible. Does that mean you're expecting to have to get past a jury of your peers and alts? Is that it? You know? And that whatever's on the polygraph anyway, it's not admissible, so it don't matter. But that you're expecting otherwise, I mean, like, will it be something else that clears you? But I just, is it getting ahead of something? I don't know. How the fuck's that even correlate? Feels like I do shit for him there. Yeah. I don't know if we're completely cleared. Because they're inadmissible. But carrying on.
I mean, at first, you know, I didn't get no sleep for 2 days. I couldn't sleep. I was, you know, it was the worst misery and pain I've ever put in my life. But I wasn't able to take a lie detector test. They made me wait a little bit, but when I did take it, I passed. They made Candace wait 5 days longer to take hers. You know, because she just wasn't able to. She tried and she wasn't able to. It's not, you know, people are saying that we failed and we took another test. That's not the case. We just weren't able to. So when we did take them, we both passed, you know, our tests.
I imagine that if it measures changes in your blood pressure or something based on if you tell a lie, your blood pressure changes. But if you're tore all pieces, then your blood pressure is probably changing anyways.
The way it works is kind of it measures your brain's activity too. And whenever you lie, you have to think about that lie. If you stick with the truth, it just comes out. You know, the truth is the truth. Mm-hmm. But when you lie, you got to think about that for a little bit. And your heart might jump just a little bit or whatever. You know, they look at all that.
So, it's easy to tell the truth. Did they? I know this is a hard question to ask, but did they ever do any question of your sons also, or any kind of?
Yeah, they've taken them into specialists because they can't come out and question them. But yes, they have questioned all of them. Mm-hmm. They even get mother-in-law lie detector tests.
Oh wow!
And she also passed.
Okay. So this, I mean, I didn't go up to your house.
Once again, see shares the other night. I don't think it's hidden behind a paywall yet. Where he tells Cher that, and he throws Candace Senior on the bus. Says no, she didn't pass hers. Whatever. Shit, we don't know.
When they took the roadblock down, I didn't want to just bust up there and uninvited, but I did go into your driveway and look up. And I mean that for somebody to go up there and not knowing what they're going to find, I think that's highly unlikely because that's straight up, and you can't see where you're going. You don't know what's ahead of you.
And we've had several people sneaking around there though, and that's I mean, but more, we've had them sneak around at night, in the middle of the night. Yeah. But we've never had somebody up there 5:30 in the afternoon that we know.
Ah, there it is. Now, during this time period, and Bowman makes mention of the guard being taken off the end of the road. By that, he means the actual police officers that did 24-hour rotation. You couldn't get in or out without one of us meeting you down there, you and your vehicle being searched, and we couldn't even get in and out unless we had ID showing address as being living there. So, nobody was coming or going. Bobo, press, everybody else knew it, okay? They were there for quite a long while. Like, I don't know, felt like forever. Definitely went long enough. I remember asking when I was like, wait, where the fuck? I was like, please come back. But, they did for a few more days after that. At least put on partials. But yeah, I mean, obviously you had some coming and going after that, but like I've said many times, there's not this extreme shit, but he's going to tell Bobo. Those were literally the paperboy and a neighbor and other things occurring. Yeah, there's a couple dipshits in there. Had the one psychic film me in my nightgown with the machete the one night. Moving stuff around like cameras and shit where other people didn't know where they were located at. So anyway, I was wearing a nightgown because I had arrest everywhere. Fucking where? So I was eat up for the first time in my life. Poison oak or sumac one, and shit sucked for a very long time. Anyway, carrying on. It wasn't what he was making it, but wait and see who he mentions first.
Yeah, but they didn't come around at night, in the middle of the night. For somebody to go up there and not knowing what they're going to find, I think that's highly unlikely because that's straight up, and then you can't see where you're going. You don't know which way ahead of you. And we've had several people sneaking around there though, and that's, I mean, but more, we've had them sneak around at night, in the middle of the night. Yeah. But we've never had somebody up there 5:30 in the afternoon that we know of. Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it? Listen to that again.
But I did go to the end of your driveway and look up. And I mean, that for somebody to go up there and not knowing what they're going to find, I think that's highly unlikely because that's straight up, and then you can't see where you're going. You don't know which way ahead of you. And we've had several people sneaking around there though, and that's, I mean, but more, we've had them sneak around at night, in the middle of the night. Yeah. But we've never had somebody up there 5:30 in the afternoon that we know of, you know. But they didn't come up the driveway, they come up a dog trail from the woods. Oh, okay. They didn't come the way. And that dog that they used, that's where the scent took them, was down through the woods, not the driveway. Where did the dog scent end? At the road, Dan Hill Road is where the dog scent ended. Oh man. Around at night, in the middle of the night. Yeah. But we've never had somebody up there 5:30 in the afternoon that we know of, you know. But they didn't come up the driveway, they come up a dog trail from the woods. Oh, okay. They didn't come up.
I remember in there hearing Dawn say some shit about 5:30. Obviously, in the very early days, he kept
hammer it on 5:30. I thought it's 5:30. I thought this was 5:30, right? Also correlates him, wildly enough, couldn't remember his own daughter's birthday, but or the rest of the day or anything or whatever, times, etc. But boy, he knew he was suing Jamie between 4:30 and 5:30, didn't he? And he was awful confused as to the time of the police calls going in at almost 6:30, because he could have sworn it was 5:30. It's just real fucking weird when you then add in that there's a vehicle that definitely went up their shit, whether it be Suburban or Grandis's or whatever, at 5:30, which implied it come down prior to that. It's not to be mixed up with the weird fucking flash that went up not long before that either, but yeah, alright. So very early on he has a problem with 5:30. Stuck on it for some reason. Okay. Fine. Fine. But then if he knew about this at 5:30, knew Summer vanished at 5:30, and somebody was able to get a call out to him somehow or some at 5:30, right? So then why wasn't law enforcement contacted at fucking 5:30? And then why weren't the boys sent over to search and hoping the kidnappers wouldn't get them too? After 6:09 p.m. And the property had not been searched that amount of time. Why? That was far more than enough time to do that. Hadn't been done. Why then were other things absent that day during this? Why wasn't there if anything happened at 5:30? Why then didn't Candace try to get signal enough on phone to message the entire neighborhood collectively and be like, hey, have y'all seen? Nah, that didn't happen either. Weird. Weird. Can y'all help? Nope. No messages of that shit at all anywhere. Why is it, whatever, sales picked up auto post, something that's been trying to upload for quite a while, but signal wasn't good enough. Till oddly enough, I think 607, 609 as well, right? 603 something the fuck over there. As it posts a pic of the boys riding outfits. I believe she later erases that. That to me tells me that that's when she picked up the phone. At least that one. It had not gotten one thing posted, but then when it had no signal, it did. It auto just did it. Finally got it through. But if you think she's missing and it's the early moments and it's at 5:30, then why in the fuck did nobody, why was there not a mass message to everybody? She had to drop everybody. She had to call everybody. She just had to send one message and group it to all of us. We would have been out there. Yeah, still don't happen. It's weird. So why not a call to Ellie? It's almost 6:30. Why are there things that should have been heard not between those times if people knew Summer was already missing at 5:30? Why are certain sounds, flashes, cars going up down, but other things that should be there are not? Things done that are not. Can't make sense. And then if Dawn is somehow notified of something happening, things that happen at 5:30. Okay? Chances are he would have been notified for a little bit until the other ones there could get whatever the fuck they were going to say together. Right? So that would probably push back this shit even further from 5:30 before they called him and took risk of setting him off because something's happened to his prize in their possession. They was just certain of for months something was going to happen to her. And if anything ever happened to her being Candace's watch. And then it did, right? So you could name well bet they would have took a few minutes pause. Made sure everything's clear before calling Dawn and potentially setting him the fuck off and taking an ass beating or getting killed because Summer got gone in Kansas. Possession. So that would move that back even further from 5:30. They would have taken a bit. So I'd be like, you would have damn well expected yelling, looking, noises of searching, shit like that before then. Yelling didn't happen before then. No sounds of searching, no doors slamming, no calls for.
But what you do have, you have to back that up and think about it in that way. So, this is slam of a door, scream, flash up a driveway. Very. And then eventually a car. Suburban or Grandis is going about fucking driveway at 5:30. Though, right? Time Dawn's stuck on. But boy, doesn't Dawn remember that he's got an alibi he's sitting with between those key times. 4:30 to 5:30, huh? Oh, but remember, people were going to be late for just a few minutes. So he decided he had a lot to do and they were going to be busy for just a few minutes. Like noon, 1, 2. What was the use of going home? He just worked late. He wouldn't be here by himself. It didn't make any sense. But he was so busy he had time to sit with Jamie for a whole hour. What are potentially the key moments between 4:30 and 5:30? Boy, he has that down pat. And then, of course, he had to pack up the rest of his tools and planning. He already had part of those packed. He was so busy, he had so much to do. You know, at time. It's weird, eh? It's all.
And that dog that they used, that's where the scent took him, was down through the woods, not the driveway. Around at night, in the middle of the night. Yeah. We've never had somebody up there at 5:30 in the afternoon that we know of, you know. But they didn't come up the driveway, they come up a dog trail.
Now that's what weirds me out. You know, I mean, of course you have Don leaving about how he knows about the scents, etc. First, it's that he overhears. You hear him on the news saying, and the next thing he's told by. And then the next time, I think with Anthony, it's that no, the cops told him themselves that Summer scent, etc. Right? But lots of them say it where gravel meets pavement. They don't say a dog trail. Me, I don't put much into any of it, no matter which way that goes. Even though I was there and watched it, but with the actual part, it's fun. But anyway, what weirds me out is that statement he just made.
The woods. Okay. People sneaking around there though, and that's, I mean, but more, we've had them sneak around at night, in the middle of the night. Yeah. We've never had somebody up there at 5:30 in the afternoon that we know of, you know. But they didn't come up the driveway, they come up a dog trail.
He says the person didn't come up the driveway. They came up the dog trail. How would he know that? Those scent dogs are after Summer's scent, not the perpetrators. They're giving items to Summers.
So who in the fuck, how in the fuck would this asshole know which way anyone came up? Those dogs weren't tracking the perpetrator or perpetrators. They were tracking Summer's scene. But this asshole's like, they didn't come up the driveway. They came up with the dog trail. Yeah, just like the millions before, right? Always up that dog trail area. Always stealing something off the top of the hill. Always a bad guy to blame that, generally fucked over or set up and something's getting gone in a very peculiar time. In a very short window of time. Also, some of those in broad daylight. Yep. So, missing at 5:30 shit too, bro. And the thing is, that whole car bullshit. Sitting there, doing whatever, supposedly waiting. Man, I'm telling you, for starters, the dogs, they weren't fucking over there on 110. That, regardless, doesn't matter. I don't care. There are other dogs in the area. It took me quite a long while to realize, wait a minute, hold up. Here's a simple thing. It drops. No. There are other dogs in the area. They would have given it away. There are other things, right? Other people, other stuff occurring in there. That would have made that. Everybody in the area would have fucking known and seen it. There's no way. No. No way, man. But then again, you did have property shit occurring, but still yet, I know others would have lost their shit. It's fine though. They've probably been, and you can hear those things lighting up even at JLR and all of them, ran across roadways. I mean, look, proof is here. There are little pieces here on these streets. But there are certain things on June 15th nobody could have bypassed. Or it would have immediately given certain shit. It just, I don't know. No. And the dogs, man, there's so many things surrounding the dogs. Not just 110s, but others. Not just around Yucky or things after summer vanishes. Other things. Great few of them.
In the woods. They didn't go nowhere. And that dog that they used, that's where the scent took them, was down through the woods, not the driveway.
Where did the dog scent end?
At the road, Ben Hill Road is where the dog scent ended.
Oh man.
Yep. So that right there, you know, I already knew all that, but that just confirmed it for me.
Yeah. Do you believe that she's still alive? Do you have any intuition that she might still be out there somewhere?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
All I know is you know, I believe in God. I don't believe in any psychic stuff.
Oh man, that stuff's horrible that they've had on. I've seen it on YouTube. That's terrible. Why would somebody? That's the morals of a person to put that out there. What they've been saying.
Somebody made a fake account with me, and then they put on there to some other woman that I buried her body with the lake. And so the TBI has been out the lake. So they couldn't get a hold of me until I was in church, but they've been out there looking for her body. It's just ridiculous what people are doing, and they're going with these psychics and what they're saying and doing whatever they can to get their story out there. But the Bible says clearly it's an abomination.
All right.
And when you to a psychic, and if you think you're talking, you know, to your dead relatives or whatever, that's untrue, because Jesus made it clear that when you die, you sleep until the resurrection. You are in no conscious state whatsoever. You are just unconscious asleep, as Jesus put it, until the resurrection. So if you're talking to somebody, it's an evil spirit.
Let me ask you this: is there anything that your family needs? Like, is there anything that the community can do aside from tipsters and things like that and information? But is there anything that you people in your family need? That the community
You know, the only thing that, I think we're good on everything. The only thing that I wish is, you know, as a country that, the way these kids are coming up missing left and right, and all the drugs.
Yeah, and there's another vid, and it features Don saying, and pop it out with Juanita. First woman, he's talking about danger to the kids and the boys and everybody. He goes, Juanita. You know, and I touched on that earlier, I've touched on whatever. I've always been like, he's gonna have the church thing going and anti-psychic there because of that. Right. Even though it's all bullshit. I have issues with these psychics and Juanita, especially from the first, because I knew who she was. It was one of the only ones that I trolled. That was on Facebook. And I notified Ellie of it, and she was gone on town after that. Right, but I swear no one that this goofy bastard never truly been religious day in his life, but he does have the wiring for woo-woo bullshit. And to try to intertwine religions, others in his family share that trait. I know that to be true. In fact, good Lord. Makes us Scientology, Mormonism, blah, blah, 6 other religions at one time. Dawn does it too. And they swap according to. They're never super religious till after his benders, takeoff, gels, yeah, usual shit, right? They all find religion for a few days, blah, blah, moving on, right? So, you know, he never I always figured it was an act for all this shit. And, fuck the psychics, because we're religious now and we don't believe in it. So be it, whatever. I also think there's enough Bermuda Triangle with these Trump eating weirdo QAnon Wayfair nutters that semi do buy some bullshit Kool-Aid. And his mix of and family traits for and intertwining of religions and things such. You know, he's a little bit more apt to believe bullshit. Alright. Though thinking he's not, but I don't know. Either way, I really do every now and then wonder for him because some part of his little monster brain ain't got shit to do with religion. You're not supposed to be around them. That's an excuse he uses to separate and give the ultimate wall of no, right? Instead of just being like no because no means no. Like the rest of us there. I wonder if some little part of his brain doesn't fear the shit after coming across someone that like that maybe in his woo-woo brain he thinks has real abilities as a medium or a psychic or something. I often wonder though. But boy, I gotta tell you, Juanita, Serafina, whatever that fucking realm is, they're all con-ass fraud pieces of shit. I guess he should have been outside actually watching them the way the rest of us were and getting good giggles as a whole community. And probably the only laughs we had in those days. Well, we were all exhausted day and night, doing whatever. We were all kind of out in wood lines or on porches watching Juanita and the rest of these fucking goof troops and Bigfoot hunters and the ghost tour motherfuckers and whatever. Some of the showdowns the psychics had one-on-one brought like, okay, Corral style and shit. The thing is, some of the only laughs came from watching them 6 feet in a roadway, spritz themselves, do stupid shit, yell at something, get a vid of it, go back out, tell everybody lies, whatever in the world. That part wasn't funny. Watching them freak out at sticks, breaking anything else, or hearing one of us giggle and, trying to stay silent, which most of the time the kids were not. Mostly a donkey brain laugh, especially with mine at that point. And I go, what idiots. But yeah, I think there may be some part of Dawn that actually fears something about them. Wonder why. I don't know, man. Guess you're a monster, you fear anything that could potentially or possibly be out there to see. But you really are.
Well, we need to send our military into our own country.
And this is fucking Don. These are his concerns. And I remember this Bender, most of you will.
Needs, like, is there anything that the kid just unconscious, asleep, as Jesus put it, until the resurrection. So if you're talking to somebody, it's an evil spirit. Let me ask you this: is there anything that your family needs? Like, is there anything that the community can do aside from tipsters and things like that and information? But is there anything that you people in your family need? The only thing that I think we're good on everything. The only thing that I wish is, as a country that.
Man, your kid's missing. And this is what you do. And it was, as I recall, as I and other community members things with treasure. Like, you seen his Facebook today, bro? A screenshot would come through. Be like, what the hell's he doing today? But at that time, he was wanting the military to be brought in to kick in everybody's doors. Because nobody's cooperating. Everybody needed a warrant. Everybody was a bad neighbor beginning in earnest, right? Over here, we're starting to outright pull bullshit on the world. That people weren't cooperating, properties weren't searched, neighbors. Warrants were needed, though the FBI, TBI, and LE had told the world differently. It didn't matter. Don needed the fucking military stat, according to his Facebook and shit like this, and whatever the hell they were feeding out up here about it. I don't know.
These kids are coming missing left and right and all information, but is there anything that you people in your family need? You know, the only thing that, I think we're good on everything. The only thing that I wish is, you know, as a country, the way these kids are coming missing left and right and all the drugs, man, we need to send our military into our own country. You know, that's my opinion. We send our military everywhere in the world to fight terrorism. Well, I think it's time we turn into our own country to fight terrorism. They can't seem to catch these guys nowhere. We need our military. You know, to put them to some good use. I mean, that's what I wished. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Like, these kids and victims, and oh my god, these kids are turning. We need the military to come in on this. Dude, do you know what kind of riot they'd have around Don and all his branches of family, step families, and etc.? Well, shit. No. I don't know what the hell's going on with that vendor, okay? But at that point, Don needed the military to be kicking everybody's door in across America for the drug problem. And what's even funnier is during this time, oh, he was acting bad because somebody made him think he had something to do with his daughter missing. So he went out and acted heckin' bad. And I guess the very things and the drug problems and drinking and whatever else, you know, he wanted military called in for to the rest of America. He was doing at the same time he was saying that stupid shit. Whatever.
I know you probably you're on break and trying to let you get back to work. I was wondering, do you think Mrs. Wells would want to meet and talk any more about how things are going? Is she up to that? Right now she's so clear up and stuff. It's just getting worse for her. I mean, it is. It's bad for me too. I'd do anything to have my baby back. I got to put my baby off. I mean, if it wasn't for that, I would have lost it a long time ago. I mean, I got to pray to him and pray that she's okay, that he pull her through with his mighty right arm, with his might, whatever. Something like God. Because the police can't come up with nothing. Now, all these people on Facebook all over the world can't come up with nothing. Nobody can. Only God can. Right. In 30 years, I've never seen anything like this happen. Me either. I mean, I've never seen it in my life. I mean, when I lived in Houston, Texas, when I was a kid, it was pretty bad out that way, but all kind of crazy stuff out there. But there was never somebody that just disappeared without a clue that I know of. I'm sure it happens, but not that I've ever seen in my life. So when there's an abduction, I mean, what else would you call it? Yeah. I don't understand that. You know. So yeah, somebody was either hiding in the weeds there, waiting for either come in the basement. But yeah, I mean, we weren't 30 feet. They weren't 30 feet away when she got gone.
So,
And that's the thing with windows covered like that and all shit, like they've been for a very long time. How in the hell would anybody have known when Summer entered the basement to then go to the basement and do whatever? And then I guess 5:30 she's struggling to work, but politely closed the door Candace said was shut. And also skirt by her and Candace Sr. and then run down this dog trail to this car this whole night. I mean, this is wild, bro. Guess he had X-ray vision or something like fucking Superman or some such shit too, right? And do remember that recently he's added in a peeping Tom of their own, though throughout all the years, their windows have been too tall for that to have taken place, and the basement ones have always been covered up pretty proudly, and with mirrored shit and whatever, you know. Yeah, kind of moss nicks is everything across the board, but tell you what, he's gonna try it anyway. All because I said something recently, would be my guess, about him dropping a bit that sort of let me know about other shit in years past. Then suddenly he has beef and big. And let's not forget, he also chased that peeping Tom that Candace seen watching them. He chased theirs too, right? Down the dog trail. Through the woods. Right. That's weird. Because one man is super dangerous, but close enough to know and monster was going in and out, and those were not planned things, so close enough to have an eye on us. And another property well enough to creep on it the way it was being done. After several years, across many incidents, not just one or two where they were almost caught, or at least attempted to be. Seen them a great deal of times. They were gone after a few. Twice they were arm's length being pulled down. Thing is, not one of those times or any of those recall that person running through the fucking woods. Nope. They ran straight down the fucking driveway. Because running through the woods in the dark, even for the most skilled, was probably the dumbest shit you could ever do. There's Dawn saying that shit the other day. I'm like, okay, bro. Alright. Sure. Everything's on. It's like, whatever, man. Whatever. And you know, if the dipshits truly believe that is how, where, what, when Summer vanished, or how she truly disappeared. To me, that would mean it would probably be one of the people throughout the years you set up at work, pissed off, stopped from, etc., set up, tried to get in advance of, falsely reported to certain places first to get in advance of them telling on you or being believed. And then we're told to have parked there and walked up and used that same area to steal things off the top of your hill during paying periods too.
I don't know, man. I'd probably go back to your bad friends or those you've pissed off, set up, and fuck shit to through work and otherwise throughout the years. Your bad dope friends and shit. The other neighbors were running off and things. I don't know, I'd probably go back to all those people. Now, I know you've went to a couple of those and thrown them back around here on the YouTube streets, but not all of them, for sure. Yeah, because see, thing is, after you hear that shit so much, you realize it's you two pretending these people have stolen shit. They didn't. Some might have. All use the same area, parked in the same spot, blah blah. Most of those never occurred. It's just a story to tell. Would be like, oh my god, watch out for anybody here fucking around with those shit stuff's got going up on top of the hill. Convenient time they parked that. Come up in the woods, blah blah blah, right? You know, for bullshit for years. Y'all line on a bunch of folks. Fucked over, fucked with, did whatever to first. It's a line. Nothing's actually gotten gone. Nobody took, or whatever. Maybe a couple times. But if those few times, maybe out of dozens, really happening, boy, I'd be thinking about who was doing this shit. Who actually pulled that shit off, because then they would have knowledge of. I ain't seen that yet, though. Not really. Yeah, not really. There's always a Dudley and a Morlock and a Light and whatever the hell his name was from the Skyland shit that y'all knew, but then you didn't know. And there's always this one and that one and a whoever the hell else and a Sherfy and a whatever and a whoever and a I don't know to blame, right? The Witness in the red truck, that one too. Wait, anybody else except, right? Anybody and everybody. Most of which never made a blessed bit of sense. So yeah. It's fun.
Maybe 40 at the most. Right. I don't know. Okay. So somebody's from the daughter. Well, I sure appreciate you talking to me. I didn't want to call too much and be a pest. After, you know, it's been a couple weeks, I wanted to check back in with you. Okay, so what percent? Okay, all right, take care. I'll be praying for you. Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyway.
You know, I came across this piece. Found it strange.
Since 5-year-old Summer Wells was first reported missing. Marks 4 weeks since 5-year-old Summer Wells was first reported missing. Officials are still asking people to check their properties as they search. The TBI says they've received more than 950 tips, but so far none have resulted in a solid lead. The sheriff there says it is important people keep an eye out.
To go back and check their trail cameras, their security cameras every day, especially around the time that she disappeared. We never know who was going to be in that area.
Officials say they're still looking for 4 weeks since 5-year-old Summer Wells was first reported missing. Officials are still asking people to check their properties as they search. The TBI says they've received more than 950 tips, but so far none have resulted in a solid lead. The sheriff there says it is important people keep an eye out.
To go back and check their trail cameras, their security cameras every day, especially around the time that she disappeared. We never know who was going to be in that area.
Officials say they're still looking for a red Toyota truck as a possible witness. If you have any information, you're asked.
I don't know if he's just sleepy or what. Just had one of days. I don't know. Although that piece is featured in a longer one I found. I think it's with 5, maybe. Either way, what the hell is that?
People keep an eye out. Marks 4 weeks since 5-year-old Summer Wells was first reported missing. Officials are still asking people to check their properties as they search. The TBI says they've received more than 950 tips, but so far none have resulted in a solid lead. The sheriff there says it is important people keep an eye out.
To go back and check their trail cameras, their security cameras every day, especially around the time that she disappeared. We never.
Not to just check them, but to check them every day. Even weeks after Summer vanished. What? Check the cameras every day. Not to just check them once for June 15th or 14th or 16th, but to go back and keep checking the cameras daily, even weeks after Summer vanished.
Never know who was going to be in that area.
Tips, but so far none have resulted in a solid lead. The sheriff there says it is important people keep an eye out.
To go back and check their trail cameras, their security cameras every day, especially around the time that she disappeared. We never know who was going to be in that area.
We never know who was going to be in that area. Almost like maybe there were eyes on it anyway, for some area anyway. Like there was maybe eyes on it already for some reason. Huh. No. Oh. Weird. Either way. But to go back even weeks after Summer vanished and to make sure you were checking your cams daily. Because you never know. Or they never knew who was going to be in the area. Almost, maybe, possibly like, I don't know, somebody might return or, which I think a lot of us were hoping on, honestly. Hell, you couldn't have told the fucking freak show from Return of, I guess. There's just so damn many, but I think a lot of us were hoping on something simple. Or maybe somebody close enough to be moving shit around. Fucking with shit. Especially after things were scaled back and shit. Yeah, you just never know, do you? People wandering around, being heard, seen, fuck shit, middle of the night, times changing, 1 and 3 a.m. swaps, all kinds of noises. I don't know, man. Real weird those days. Who knows? Probably just a bad day in Optimus folk. Really knows. I don't know. We'll figure it out one day, maybe.
This was just not long after polygraphs were taken, etc. Too, blah blah blah. July 13th, etc.
And check.
We continue our coverage on the search for 5-year-old Summer Wells.
Because it's about taking the butterflies. Chased them back to June 15th.
It has been exactly 1 month since she was last seen at her home in Hawkins County in East Tennessee. News Channel 5's Cole Johnson joins us live at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation headquarters where work is ongoing. Cole, there's really been an enormous and exhaustive search to find this little girl.
Good morning to you both. The Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson says just between his patrol division and school resource officers, they've accumulated 3,200 hours. Remember, that's not even everyone involved in the search for Summer. The sheriff says it's a financial burden for the agency. And we want to give you some background on this case because it has been a few weeks now. Summer's family said on June 15th, Summer told them she was going inside their house after playing outside and hasn't been seen since. The Amber Alert was issued the following day. Massive amounts of tips have come in throughout the search. To date, the TBI says there have been 935. The sheriff says officers are searching on top of normal operations, mentioning this search is taking a mental, physical, and emotional toll on the department, with many officers having small kids and grandchildren. While the search for Summer continues, there's also a continued search for a potential witness, possibly driving a late 90s, early 2000 red or maroon Toyota Tacoma that was in the area when she disappeared. Right now, the sheriff says nothing is ruled out.
Right now, everything is still on the table. We're still trying to find out what happened to Summer. So everybody's still a person of interest. We're still looking at the landowners too, to go back and check their trail cameras, their security cameras every day, especially around the time that she disappeared.
Now, if you have any information on this case or that potential witness, call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Reporting live for News Channel 5, I'm Cole Johnson.
Oh, huh. And Todd, I think you're on the wrong channel. You should probably go visit the actual creators and monsters around YouTube. I'm sure they can tell you all about parasites. You might be one. May want to get a mirror. Not sure. Anyway. Alright. Oh. It's probably good to leave here.
Well, dang, Todd, it looks like I already had you marked. So you've been here more than once strolling. Yeah. And for that reason, it's gonna be a no for me. Anyway. You're not getting my bougie eyes. Alright. So, hold on just. And in the spirit of always trying to sort of leave you in scattered butterflies and driveways and yards and little things, but to try to bring them back around to meet somewhere. Anyway, I'll leave this one tonight. With similar bookings anyway. Alright.
Today marks 2 weeks since 5-year-old Summer Wells disappeared. Here's a timeline of what we know so far. On June 15th, the TBI issued an endangered child alert after her parents reported her missing. She was last seen outside her home on Ben Hill Road. The next day, the TBI upped the alert to a statewide Amber Alert. Then on June 17th, investigators from nearly 20 law enforcement agencies covered a 1-mile radius of Summer's home. This is also the first time that we hear from her family. Her father says she went down to the basement to play with her toys before disappearing. After a week of searching, crews have
was an odd date for sure for many things.
Covered about 4.6 square miles of land. TBI has also received 221 leads by this point. Then on June 26th, the next big update, the TBI announced it is looking for a red Toyota pickup truck that was in the area around the time Summer went missing. On June 27th, the TBI announced it is scaling down search operations. More than 1,100.
Weird that. Weird. Right?
Searchers logged almost 14,000 hours looking for Summer. 120 different agencies from 6 states also helped in the search. And that brings us to today. The TBI says it has received 650 tips so far. While search operations have scaled back, the TBI says the search for Summer Wells is not over.
Meantime, the Churchill Rescue Squad is updating reward for finding Summer. The captain of the rescue squad has yet to say what the final number is, but the money is set to stay in that fund for 6 months. If there are no new answers in Summer's case, the money would go to the Child Advocacy Center.
So what happens in between certain dates there is Bobo informs Dawn.
Now take it slow, but it's hard.
There's a reward. Dawn's like, what? And then there's a red truck. And then Churchill announces. In between there's a scale back. All kinds of weirdness ensues after that, I suppose. I don't know, man. So many things. So many dates that collide. Several things happening on those same exact dates around them. Precursors for maybe. Not sure. Naturally, I'm just gonna bookend it. Cause dang. Yep.
We begin with new details and new interviews on a case that we have been covering extensively here on News Nation Prime. 5-year-old Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. Her parents say she vanished within minutes from their home in Rogersville, Tennessee. But months of searching have come up empty. There have been no new leads and no evidence, not even a sighting of Summer. And suspicion has started to turn to her parents, Don and Candace Wells. They have been adamant that Summer was abducted. But tonight, the sheriff on the case says everyone is a person of interest. Correspondent Brian Enton is live tonight in Tennessee, where he spoke with Summer's dad in his first interview since he appeared on Dr. Phil. Brian.
Marnie, you know, we've talked about this case, we've covered this case, but to be on the ground here in Tennessee, you realize right away just how complex it is. All of the different personalities, and just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around, just me here. He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants the focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff.
They have no confirmation that. He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants the focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people.
But also said
that Summer was kidnapped.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say that.
it's no wonder Don likes this fellow about as much as he likes McDonald. Or whatever, I don't know. Anyway, especially where it concerns the date of all this, like we've been through with all the things. Scamathons, Dr. Phil, blah, blah, blah. Billboards, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, man. P.O. boxes, weird shit, fuck shit. Blah, blah, blah. Squall tit shit. Blah, blah. Butterflies. They're everywhere, dude. Anyway, y'all, I've pushed it far too far, as always, for sure. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm just go rest. I'm going to probably touch buttons I shouldn't. Or find something decent to chill to. I did find one of those relaxed streams or whatever. But Lord, if I'm not terribly exhausted, then I end up just wandering off into space and burning harder because those things, it goes one way or the other. And so, I don't know, I'm definitely gonna grab a snack, talk to Heckin about being a good boy. and staying on duty. Probably will have to split half of whatever snack it is with him. Same shit, different day. But yeah, I'm just gonna chill and rest for a bit. And see my way out here for now. But man, these glasses are killing me for starters. I'm gonna eventually get my other ones. And whatever. But anyway, yeah, the same shit, different day, right? Until another average day turns into news breaking, truth and answers coming, justice. Until then, we all wait, hope, try to chase butterflies, know little bits, back to origins. Till then. Anyway, you guys, as always, please do share the DD/Universal Hand Signal for helping Canada save lives. Okay. Across the board, in many instances, circumstances, not just domestic violence, or kidnappings, or abductions, or assaults, or whatever, it can be used by those who live alone and need help. Strokes, heart attacks, choking events. It could be used for those who are nonverbal, or, look, the amount of lives that hand signal can save is astronomical. So the more you share it, the more know it, the more can recognize it, use it, help one another, it's an amazing thing. If we all teach it and learn it. And on top of that, as always, please share Summer's picture, information, color by name. And by information, I do not mean tragedy pimp creator bullshit, YouTube bullshit, social media bullshit. I do not mean any of us anywhere around any of this, because we are just as we are. We can only speak on what we know, what we think, what we witnessed, heard, etc. That does not mean everything we think, witnessed, hear, etc. will be a thing, or isn't wrong, or whatever. And from everybody around everything, there's only going to be certain parts that fit the final puzzle. a whole lot will never be a thing. But at the very least, some of us hold timelines and other unskippable things. But we do hold the truths and experiences for years around certain others and in the community, but we are not the information that needs to be shared with Summer or about her. Please stick to law enforcement, FBI, TBI, local and investigative journalists. And by journalists, I never ever mean the jailers and bullhorns. Okay? Not ever. Not tragedy pimp, Fox Entertainment types either. Okay? It's called entertainment news for a reason. Watch yourselves. Steps a doozy. I mean, those like Bobo and Ansley and others. TBI, FBI. They do have a helpful section over there in the feds as Q&A on almost every basic they've ever covered and said. It's over there. You can read it. It would save a lot of people from still roaming around here thinking weird things like Summer vanished on the 14th or, you know, what she was wearing. And it would keep a lot of the things known and nobody confused, especially if a lot of these creators ever actually shared it, went through it. You know, they let you know what's on the table and not on the table. It's very helpful. I definitely encourage anybody who's not clicked just a couple simple buttons on Google and is actually interested in helping Summer and is new anywhere near it, to please go read the FBI and TBS. Summer Wells case Q&As and things. Please. And if any of these creators are responsible, they would share that quite frequently or stick at least that instead of wrongly letting people believe that all the things that are letting certain wild theories run rampant that just lead to more. Waterfalls and bullshit. Bermuda Triangle, QAnon Wayfair, Summer disappeared, someone else is dressed up as, you know, all that garbage. Definitely help cut down on at least that. Yeah, Don wishes for the military. I just wish there'd been enough real humans over here. Never to headhunt people around open and active investigations that work with or closely with a whole lot of mud and jello and otherwise, and for all their own needful things. I just wish there was a whole lot more human beings here. Real ones. That were more interested in origins and butterflies and trying to actually work shit without going so extreme on all those around these open and active investigations from the victims, survivors, fighters, their families, law enforcement, communities. So I wish in all this time there had been more real humans here who were more interested in keeping Occam's razor and the truth and the basics, knowns, and real interviews and not destruction. Not going real life. Not hunting people down. But you know, so far I've not yet found one of these creators or otherwise over here who've ever done any of that. Not one. Alright, and the ones that are super legit, right? They wouldn't touch any of these fucking creators or bullshit that comes from this realm or Summer's case because of what this exact group has done. And so many others before it, because make no mistake, this exact group, MGL, the rest, oh dear, they did create the Watts effect, didn't they? Watts forward. Made it a damn sport and entertainment. Infected and terrorized. Destroyed so many innocents along the way, and will as long as it's allowed to. Alright, y'all know the drill on that, so I'll spare you tonight. You know, local and state legislators, precision-based laws hammering down these platforms for change to truly help survivors, victims, fighters, law enforcement cases, and real information and real witnesses and neighbors, community, families being able to speak again safely. So maybe one day we'll get back there instead of normalizing whatever this is into society where it doesn't belong. Oh, anyway, please share Summer's picture, information, call her by her name. It's a very tangible way to help her, to help find her, to help bring her back to her community and her brothers. So her voice can tell her story, whether through her lips or through law enforcement and courts. It's also a very, very real way, weird or not, to help find out, shake loose, or have someone else be like, wait a minute, somebody's acting funky. Finding of the person or persons responsible for June 15th, and well, by my estimation, the destruction or help with it every day since. Because, you know, all things can coexist. There can be many. I definitely just didn't banish Summer off the face of the earth. They also helped in the destruction. Vast swath of destruction. And she's still missing. I ain't having it, y'all. So anyway, keep sharing Summer's picture, her name, and information. It's the little things, right? Somewhere there's got to be the little thing that does indeed break this all wide open. It's gotta be. It's here somewhere. Y'all, you have a good night, good morning, and good evening, wherever y'all are. And remember to be little sparks, pebbles. Okay? There's no way we're all Bob Ross and Mr. Rogers, but every now and then we can throw out good sparks and good pebbles in the universe to help change the world. Y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are.